In a world utterly overrun by a zombie apocalypse, supplies and weapons are the only things that matter to survivors. But unlike everyone else, our MC has everything he could ever need. Xiao Yang knew the apocalypse was coming soon, and he prepared like a boss. He built his fortress, stocked up on supplies, and gathered his friends to live comfortably, even amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. But all those supplies would have run out soon if he hadn't received a powerful system that gives him thrilling tasks to complete. By doing so, he receives incredible loot boxes with valuable rewards, resources and buffs that make him stronger and stronger. And it all started, as these things often do, with a shocking betrayal inside an abandoned warehouse. Our main character is literally hanging by a thread, with a ravenous horde of zombies squirming beneath him, ready to have their next meal served fresh. Jiang Tao Yang S. utterly despicably girlfriend calls him out, taking great joy in telling him that she's already killed all his friends. Poor Xiao Yang reflects on his life, realizing he's made some grave, irreparable mistakes, and they've cost him his friends' very lives. He holds himself entirely at fault, shouting at the woman and promising her a painful, agonizing death. But of course, an empty threat like that from his precarious position means absolutely nothing to this cruel woman who clings to her sugar daddy and then moans about getting her precious feelings hurt. The corpulent leader decides it's time for them all to witness Xiao Yang tortured to a gruesome death, to rub salt on the wound. He even thanks our boy for leaving behind all of his precious supplies, which will sustain them for a few comfortable months, without any worries at all. And then, our main character tragically meets his doom as he falls into the ravenous pit of zombies below. The monstrous horde immediately pounces on him, tearing apart his flesh as he remains utterly helpless, writhing in excruciating pain. Though Xiao Yang's screams echo to the heavens, he makes a final, vengeful declaration. If he's granted a second chance by Truck Kuan, he's going to make it his life's ultimate goal, to utterly destroy both Kuei-jing and Li Shuxiang. In the regression, Isekai gods apparently heard his desperate wish. And then, in the very next scene, our bro awakens as his past self. Standing right before him is Kuei-jing, giving us a generous view of her assets. Trying to redeem herself, the gold digger she is, she immediately starts shouting at our boy for still not adding her name to his property. Xiao Yang completely ignores her incessant yapping. As he processes the chaotic situation around him, he quickly realizes he's regressed back to a time just before the apocalypse sent the world to hell. A wave of guilt washes over him as he recalls the agonizing betrayal he experienced at the hands of Kuei-jing, that fake hoe, who could have graduated from the University of Upology. That crushing betrayal completely obliterated his family's inheritance and utterly destroying all his wealth. Damn. Honestly, zombie apocalypse wasn't even necessary. This woman is a walking apocalypse herself. But let's talk about the specifics of what happened. Just like any typical zombie outbreak story, humans suddenly became infected with a virus and began hunting each other down. Thanks to Xiao Yang's excellent connections and his reliable friends, he was able to form a safe zone for the survivors. Everything was proceeding smoothly until one day, the apologist arrived seeking shelter. She pretended to be utterly helpless and lost, and due to her pathetic state, our boy took pity and invited her in. That became the most regrettable mistake he ever made. Playing the nice guy cost him everything. She easily took advantage of the situation and invited her own group inside the safe zone. The fact that this very same woman is standing just a few feet apart from him and demanding he hand over his money is all you need to know about how truly insufferable she is. Our boy is giving her the look of death and truly wants to strangle her, but he knows there's no point in rushing things. Right now, however, he does shove her outside because she simply won't shut up. The door slams shut on Qi-jing's face, and her confusion is incredibly satisfying to see. The very same dude, who she treated like a slave all this time, suddenly has the guts to kick her out, right out of his apartment. No questions asked. Xiao Yang quickly checks his calendar, realizing he's only got a month to prepare before the world-ending apocalypse rears its ugly head. Suddenly on him Something strange happens as a mysterious system screen pops up, officially activating the Apocalypse system. His main objective, to own a piece of land and prepare a year's worth of supplies. Something tells me this system must be taking inspiration from Genghis Khan. Did I mention the reward? It's a measly 10 points, which can be exclusively exchanged for rewards. At the store, seeing the happy expression on his face, you can tell exactly how Xiao Yang's feeling. He's really glad to discover his fancy new system that can help him navigate the apocalypse. Inside the store, there are only 3 items for now: an enhancement potion, a survival kit, and a protagonist supply box, which I find pretty interesting. Each of them can be exchanged for different point costs. Things are already going better for him than he anticipated, as Xiao Yang quickly remembers just how utterly miserable he was during this point in his life, because he wanted to gather every tiny penny for Qi Jing's dowry. He skipped out on his meals and starved himself to save costs. Imagine doing all of that for a girl who still ends up betraying you anyway. He grabs his phone, realizing he should order some food because the zombies won't let him have any of it anyway. That same night, the scene cuts to him, savoring the sight of his dinner, personalizing his expensive takeout experience. Bro is so eager to taste quality pork that the moment he takes a single bite, he gets the power of the gods and becomes shredded as hell. Just kidding, but that's definitely how it feels because of the amazing taste. So he starts munching down on the food like a Victorian child who hasn't eaten in days. And the next thing he knows, his phone is blasting up. Xiao Yang checks his phone, realizing it's a call from Cui Jing's so-called best friend. When Shuya, and in true toxic best friend fashion, she immediately starts mouthing off at him over the phone for supposedly dismissing her girlfriend. This woman gets on his nerves so much that he just hangs up on her mid-rant. He then refocuses on his main objective, acquiring a piece of land. His current goal is to build a powerful, defensible fortress, one that can be easily protected, but also has easy access to water and nearby forests. So the very next day, our boy gets straight to work. He makes his way into a real estate company and speaks with a property consultant to assist him with his specific request. The consultant greets her customer warmly, asking if he intends to buy or rent a house. But before he can even answer, their conversation is rudely interrupted by Xiaoning's superior, who orders her to work on bottom-tier tasks instead of being at the front desk. This jerk is none other than Manager Ju, the company's sales manager. He shoves her aside, telling her to go work in the back, even though she was perfectly capable of assisting a client. Manager Ju is a discriminating corporate douchebag who immediately calls Xiao Yang a brokey just from one look at his outfit. Our boy quickly defends himself, calling out the disrespectful manager's words. But instead of apologizing, the manager doubles down on his insulting take, emphasizing that people like Xiao Yang can't even afford a toilet and therefore shouldn't be taken seriously. Xiao Yang absolutely despises this guy's guts and promises to shatter his confidence with his next move. Our boy whips out an American Express card and proudly declares he's here to buy land. But the fact that he's actually here to buy land causes everyone present to get startled, absolutely roaring in shock, realizing they've struck gold with this customer. Consultant Xiaoning nicely tells him to come along, as she'll brief him properly with a detailed account. This whole thing gets under Manager Ju's nerves, who thinks this kid is just bragging, without any money to back it up. In the next scene, Xiaoning, she presents him with a formidable list of land options for his potential purchase. But our boy isn't here to just pick from a list. Instead, he's here to declare his precise requirements, so they can hunt down the perfect spot just for him. First off, he demands the place be near the mountains, complete with a fresh, flowing water source. A robust transportation system is also a must-have. And lastly, he'd prefer a factory or a grand house already standing upon it. With his very precise requirements in mind, Xiaoning carefully sifts through her options. Manager Ju then decides to swoop in with a recommendation, all with the intention of humiliating our boy. There's a plot, she admits, located in the East District, but it's notoriously incomplete and riddled with abandoned, unfinished factories, plus a whole host of other complications. That's precisely why Xiaoning hesitates to recommend it. However, this arrogant lad couldn't care less. He believes Xiaoyang is intentionally listing these ridiculous requirements because a customer like him never had any true intention of buying anything. To that, our boy calmly poses a question, inquiring if the East District plot truly satisfies his demanding requirements. Xiaoning reluctantly agrees, but reminds him about the unfinished factories and the project leader abandoning the project. After quickly checking the plot's records, Xiaoyang quickly realizes that he might actually have a gold mine on his hands. This is indeed a prime plot, easily defendable with a barbed wire enclosure, making it tough to approach or attack. The presence of those unfinished factories is an immediate bonus for him. He immediately agrees to purchase the plot and sign the contract. The polite consultant bows her head in agreement, but she's utterly flabbergasted that her customer is actually about to buy a place with unfinished factories practically everywhere. Xiaoyang, however, doesn't give a single damn and demands the contract be brought to him so he can rub it right in the manager's face. And hilariously, in the very next scene, Manager Ju is absolutely screaming at the bill, frantically questioning how anyone could possibly leave such a giant deposit. It makes absolutely no sense to cover millions for a plot covered in dilapidated factories. And now, for the best part. Xiaoyang promptly appears, reminding him of their deal, given that he's bought the land. The manager is obligated to consume a fresh load of crap as Xiaoyang departs. Even other customers join in, ridiculing the manager, live streaming his humiliation and anticipating the show. They're practically begging to assist with the deed. Shifting focus back to our boy, who's recalling his two main missions from the Apocalypse system. He's just completed one of them by using his bride money to purchase land. His next priority is to stockpile vast amounts of resources for an entire year. As he walks away, Xu Shuang coincidentally spots him and wonders what he's doing here. Meanwhile, Fuji the whale then glances at the ridiculous scene unfolding before him. People have forced manager Ju to his knees and are force-feeding him crap on a live stream. Damn, that's a fate worse than death indeed. The disgusting scene is swiftly replaced by a seductive one, presenting Cuijing in all her curvaceous glory. The woman suddenly receives a call from Xu Xiong, who promptly informs her about Xiaoyang's visit to the real estate company. And yep, that certainly gets her riled up, because her main question is this: how the hell was he able to buy land? And with what money? Xu Xiong reports the exact deposit details and confirms that this man likely spent his bride's money on it. Suaping is absolutely furious after learning that the money she deserved is being used for his personal expenses, but instead of letting her boil over, Big Mac Attack tells her to just ask the guy himself and see what's going on. Her yapping, however, continues, and I'll gladly skip that part, because who wants to hear that? Back to our boy, busy reflecting on his next big idea. The massive problem comes down to money, as he'll need a huge amount to pay for resources and fund the construction of his base. His peaceful pondering is suddenly annihilated with a loud banging on his door. Bro probably thinks the FBI just found his darkest browser history. But nope, it's just Dumb and Dumber. Two of the most annoying women on the entire planet, and they are absolutely furious. They're mad about how Xiao Yang spent Cui Jing's money, completely blindsided by the situation. Our guy wonders what the heck is going on. Cui Jing doesn't give him a single chance to speak, and straight up accuses him of using her money to buy land. And not just that, she even claims ownership over the land he just bought. As you can imagine, Xiao Yang fins her acusations utterly ridiculous. First, he slaps her shoulder with a pile of cash, and then he reminds her that he'll never let a woman like her spend even a single cent. In fact, he even brings up his knowledge of Xu Chong and Cui Jing secretly dating each other, which completely blindsides her. Even the worst bestie of the year chimes in to cover for her friend, acting all innocent and stating that it's just a misunderstanding between a couple. However, our boy isn't convinced and straight up calls her a cheater for playing him against her sugar daddy, slamming the door in her face. He tells her to get lost. Instead of feeling guilty over her actions, The one thing that bothers Cui Jing is how our boy was able to discover their secret relationship. That's how you know this woman is seriously messed up. She doesn't even care about the fact that she made a serious mistake. Her bestie is surprisingly also shocked, not knowing when the secret relationship even began. She's also disgusted that it had to be with the old bastard. Shu Chong, even she understands that they've got no leverage against Xiao Yang anymore. So they'll have to return with another plan later on. Earlier, I called this woman the worst bestie of the year, and you guys are about to find out why. You see, she's a total snake who's been waiting to shoot her shot. She's actually glad the two of them are fighting, because she could just sneak in and snatch Xiao Yang right up. Anyway, let's ditch those two awful people and get back to Xiao Yang. Our boy's here, visiting the unfinished factory. The construction company's crew leader explains that they'll need to renovate quite a few things and install proper defense systems. Given all that, it's going to take some time. Hilariously, with all the defense systems there, installing, even a construction crew member is like, "Are you about to fight God or something?" But our boy refuses to play along, simply ordering the project's completion. Within a month, the captain straight up tells him that finishing this in a month is impossible. Despite all the workers they have, it just won't be enough. But funnily enough, that very same captain then tells him that the kid will have to cough up more cash to meet his demands in a month. The project will be rushed, so they'll need at least 20 million for the job. Without even flinching at the price, our boy simply smiles and asks to confirm if that's really all they want. The leader explains that Xiao Yang will also need an upfront payment of 5 million to get things started. Our boy is totally on board with the plan and explains he'll get the money transferred in just 1 week, as long as they don't waste time and start right away. The captain is utterly speechless. He's probably wondering if Xiao Yang is the son of some Chinese Elon Musk or something. And our boy makes it clear that if he skips out on the payment or double-crosses them in any way, he'll sign the plot over to their name to prevent any damages. The tempting deal is sealed. But right then, the conversation gets interrupted by Qi Jing's friend, who acts all buddy-buddy, grabbing his arm and asking what he's already up to. Our boy is absolutely fuming. He knew that in her previous life, this woman had also been embroiled in a scandal, even helping Cui Jing seize his family's assets. He plans to deal with her on his own terms eventually, but for now, how did she end up here? The girl, however, refuses to answer, instead cheerfully questioning, "Is this the grand scheme you've been cooking up?" She then sarcastically asks if he'll use it to build a villa on top of this land. Done playing the nice guy, Xiao Yang frees himself from her and bluntly tells her it's none of her business. This, naturally, infuriates the woman even more. She can't believe he's acting so rudely, even though her heart races for him out of love. Shifting his focus back to the project, Xiao Yang instructs the construction crew to expand the space allotted for the gate. Feeling utterly ignored, she frowns, annoyed at her inability to capitalize on this golden opportunity. She knows Cui Jing's relationship is in shambles, but she can still play her cards strategically and snatch the land right from our boy. I'm starting to be convinced that our boy is truly a chick magnet. But for the absolute worst women ever, back at his apartment, Xiao Yang tries to manage his funds by using his house as collateral. But even then, it's not enough to cover the initial payment. His biggest concern is securing a boatload of cash. He even considers selling his place multiple times to multiple different owners, knowing it ultimately won't matter once the apocalypse arrives anyway. What are they going to do? Sue him in a zombie court? His peace and quiet is suddenly shattered when an annoying old man violently bangs on his door, shouting for Xiao Yang to open it at once. Apparently, this rude dude is supposed to be his neighbor, Grandpa Li, who appears to be quite wealthy. This old guy is so obscenely rich that he owns the first 2 floors of the building. And now, he's eyeing Xiao Yang's place too. The only reason our boy didn't sell it in the original timeline is because he once thought of this place as his eventual wedding house. But considering how that turned out, and how this old fart is constantly shouting at him, he's actually starting to come around. Grandpa Li absolutely chews out the kid for his clubbing antics, even though Xiao Yang vehemently denies these baseless accusations. Instead of dragging out this pointless argument, our boy simply signs the house over to the old geezer, finally making the big decision to sell it. This instantly brightens the annoying geezer's mood, as he's utterly astonished to hear those words coming out of the kid's mouth. But Xiao Yang emphasizes there's a crucial condition attached to it, since his new place won't be ready for another 6 months. He demands an upfront payment of $5 million, so he can personally pay off his house loan. That's actually a pretty genius strategy if he repeats this trick a few more times with different buyers. Xiao Yang is ready to shut him down if he declines, but at the last moment, the old geezer caves in and accepts the conditions. However, he wants a contract drawn up, so neither party experiences any issues. Of course, something as trivial as a contract never bothered our boy in the slightest, especially since he knew this geezer would bite the dust after claiming the house anyway. Things are looking incredibly good so far. He'll soon get his hands on $5 million from Grandpa Li, and with the $3 million he already pledged, he now has a whopping $8 million to work with in total, thanks to completing the first mission requirement. He can also now claim a reward for the mission. In the very next scene, our boy is absolutely speedrunning the grocery stores. This man has become the Max Verstappen of shopping trolleys. Even the people around him are starting to question if this kid is mentally ill or something. Their reaction is totally solid, especially when you realize Xiao Yang has like 7 different carts, all jam-packed with stuff. The people think someone must have fooled him, with the fear of an incoming apocalypse, forcing him to buy all that out. Xiao Yang, of course, doesn't pay these fools any mind, and ends up completing the second task. He then assesses where he should be spending his points. While boosting his stats was an option, it'd be far more efficient to snag the protagonist's legendary toolbox. So, without a moment's hesitation, he snatches it, spending all his points. The result? A dazzling mystery box appears, which unveils a powerful space ring, perfect for storing items in its static dimension. Overall, our boy is beyond satisfied to have snagged such a legendary item. He also won't have to worry about his food spoiling inside the static dimension ever again. Now, if you thought gathering a year's worth of supplies was extreme, well, the system pushes it even further, now demanding him to gather 10 years of supplies to earn even more points. Having caught the attention of the store manager, security quickly arrives to deal with any lunatics, causing a scene, of course. Yang Tao is utterly shocked to find Xiao Yang here, of all places. For a quick background check, Yang Tao used to be a truly obnoxious bully back in her school days. They relentlessly tormented the weak, including our boy, who fiercely refused to follow their orders. Their encounters during school were already brutal, and now this clown is out here, screaming at Xiao Yang to return all these supplies back to where he found them. But instead of causing a scene, our boy flashes him a fearless smile and points out that nothing has changed regarding Yang Tao's pathetic personality, as he's still Captain Douchebag just like before. He promises to go through with the purchase too, but in the security manager's eyes, he just thinks Xiao Yang is messing around and demands him to pay up at once or suffer the dire consequences. An entire hour later, it takes 4 receptionists to finally conclude the checkout process for all the items. The grand total comes out to nearly 57,000 yuan. Right away, Yang Tao forces our boy to swipe his card and check out at once, acting like he just pulled off some kind of god-tier move. Xiao Yang swipes his card with confidence. To the manager's absolute shock, the transfer actually goes through, completely shattering Yang Tao's expectations. Humiliated, he gathers his men and turns to storm out. But our main character isn't quite finished yet. He calls out for one last demand. Xiao Yang Dichlares. He received unjust treatment during his purchase, so he demands an official apology right now. Otherwise, he's returning every single item immediately. Hearing this, Yang Tao's blood begins to boil. He believes this kid is truly pushing his luck and deliberately looking for trouble. But in today's world, cameras are absolutely everywhere, and people can be easily documented. That's why the other customers present are now cornering the rude security manager, ordering him to offer an immediate apology or become TikTok famous for his stubbornness. Things are definitely working out in Xiao Yang's favor, as he reminds his old classmate that an apology won't hurt him at all. In fact, it might just encourage him to buy 10 times more. Yang Tao believes this is a huge exaggeration, but our hero calmly decides to prove him wrong a second time by showing him his actual balance. When he swipes the card, the look on Yang Tao's face is absolutely priceless, as he's utterly unable to comprehend how this guy has 7 million casually sitting in his bank account with no other way to save face. Xiao Yang presures the humilat Yang Tao to finally offer an apology. The bully caves in, lowering his head, apologizing for his despicable behavior. To embarrass him even further, our hero playfully pats his head and reminds him not to act rudely without a reason. As he's leaving, Yang Tao curiously asks what he bought all this stuff for. Using the best answer in the book, Xiao Yang dismisses him by stating it's none of his damn business and that he's planning something truly big. The now humbled manager expresses that he'll need to find a wholesaler for even greater purchases like that one. This instantly catches our hero's attention as he turns to ask, "Wonder if Yang Tao has any connections with wholesalers?" He actually confirms it, reminding him about their old leader, Zhang Xingjie, who now works in the wholesale business. In fact, Yang Tao even calls him up to speak, all for a huge client. But what truly shocks Xiao Yang is realizing that this rude jerk is still serving under the same boss. Even after school, it makes him wonder how much money they've made together in this business. Not long after, Yang Tao leads him to his boss's place. A car suddenly screeches to a stop, mere inches from the duo, and who steps out? It's the arrogant bastard who thinks he owns the world, Zhang Xingjie. He immediately demands a meeting with his so-called big client. Right away, Yang Tao even tries to refresh his memory by reminding him that Xiao Yang used to be their classmate. But naturally, with so much time gone by, this hothead remembers nothing. But as he inspects our boy's face, he suddenly realizes he's Xiao Yang's identity. It's that kid who always stood up to their group and defied their commands. He tries to belittle our boy's drip, claiming it's fake. It certainly doesn't help when Xiao Yang pretends he doesn't even know the brand. Based on his reaction, Zhang Xingjie instantly thinks he's completely wasted his time by showing up. The kid's no big client. He literally kicks Yang Tao's ass and declares he can tell how rich a person is just by looking at them. To make fun of the boss, Xiao Yang sarcastically comments on his aura, being so weak he can't intimidate even a dumb boss. Provoked, Zhang Xingjie immediately grabs him, but our boy doesn't back down one bit, hilariously repeating his insult. Zhang Xingjie is only further infuriated by the insult. Ignorant as he is, he doesn't care about the fact that Xiao Yang mocked him for his superior attitude. Anyway, Yang Tao quickly chimes in to diffuse the tension between them. But the poor dude just gets kicked again for interrupting. The enraged boss thinks Xiao Yang has made a terrible mistake, thinking he'll escape this mess unscathed if he doesn't shell out for a mountain of goods. And yep, you guessed it, the One Piece is real. Xiao Yang stands his ground and decides to flash his bank account balance. The boss can't believe his eyes. This kid is ready to make a colossal 1 million purchase at the drop of a hat. But wait, there's more. Our boy declares he'll actually be buying a whopping 5 million in goods. The initial 1 million? That's just a deposit. To kick things off, intrigued, Zhang Xingjie inquires about the type of goods he's after. The kid tells him he wants every single thing that's edible or drinkable to be included in the haul, despite the fact that a massive client stands before him. This greedy boss thinks he can easily pull a fast one on our boy by offloading a batch of nearly expired food. It's like hitting the jackpot for him. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Xingjie shows him the goods and sweetens the deal with a 10% discount if he buys everything. However, our boy is strictly concerned with the quality of the goods first and foremost, so he decides to inspect a bag of peanut sand and quickly points out how most of the stock here is alarmingly close to its expiry date. exposing the boss's blatant greed. Zhang Xingji genuinely had no idea that Xiaoyang will be so sharp in this line of business. He decides to toss in a whopping 50% discount if he takes every single thing from a pile. However, our boy swiftly turns him down, stating that if he's dropping $5 million for goods, they absolutely have to be top-tier quality. However, he does have plans for these expired goods too. The boss doesn't quite get what he's plotting, but with a discount offer now on the table, Xiaoyang uses it to totally leverage his negotiation. He wants all the expired goods, but with one major condition. He'll pay for them in a month's time. Zhang Xingji doesn't mind that, but he's terrified of what'll happen when these goods finally expire, and he backs out of the whole deal. To that, Xiaoyang even throws in an offer to mortgage his own house for the cost. The boss at this point is quite intrigued about the kind of business Xiaoyang is running. For him to acquire expired stuff without any problems, our boy doesn't dread his choices. In fact, he'll leave a little nugget of information for the boss. In just a few days' time, even expired food will be seen as a luxury to have. This sends shivers down Zhang Xiang's spine. But refusing to elaborate in his typical style, Xiaoyang seals the deal and promises to send the delivery address later. Picking up his phone call, our boy realizes that an interested buyer has reached out to him for his house. He wraps things up at the warehouse and lets them take care of everything. As he's leaving, young Tao is left wondering if they're the ones who got spammed. Even the boss can't figure out how a normal-looking kid is out here, spending millions without any concern. In the next scene, the interested buyer actually makes a deposit of $400,000 for our boy's house. He also accepts the contractual condition that Xiaoyang will leave the house in 3 months. I think you guys can understand what he's doing here, right? He doesn't care about the consequences, because the world will be plunged into chaos anyway. And Xiaoyang is surprised by the old man's desperation, who didn't even inspect his house, and sealed the deal anyway. He decides to ask for the old man's motivation, who explains that he's doing it for his granddaughter's sake, who has to transfer schools, and requires a new place for it. They saw a nice-looking home and thought to make an offer. Scaring him, Xiaoyang wonders if he should raise the price, now that he's heard of their desperation. This makes the poor guy shrink in fear, maintaining his original price. Xiaoyang assures him that he won't do anything of the sort. They swiftly sign a contract, and just like that, the deal is sealed. The old man is incredibly grateful for the boy's surprising kindness, promising never to bother him again. However, this situation is absolutely devastating for our protagonist, who laments that innocent people, like this old man and his granddaughter, won't even survive the coming gruesome apocalypse. Deciding to extend one final act of kindness, he quickly stops the old man and asks for their current address. In the very next scene, Xiaoyang is back at the construction site, checking in on his plot. Of course, the first batch of funds is cleared, but the captain is already hoping for the second batch now. Our boy assures him they'll get the money soon and asks for an update on the construction phase. From the looks of it, 80% of it has already been completed. They've installed reliable doors and sturdy structures to ensure proper defense. The warehouse is also looking fantastic, and it's already cleaned up too. Having gained this assurance from him, Xiaoyang signals Zhang Xingji to deliver all the goods immediately. Shortly after, all the stuff arrives, carefully stocked in neat piles. For the labor alone, the generous Xiaoyang is paying them $2,000 each for the task. While these guys are celebrating, our boy helps them efficiently categorize each pile, making sure all perishable items are stored without any inconvenience whatsoever. By the evening, the entire sorting process is complete. Xiaoyang stares down at his magnum opus. At long last, he has officially stocked 10 years' worth of supplies, gaining 20 points on top of it once again. He promptly inspects the system store and realizes that yet another mysterious box has arrived in a list of options. The one fantastic thing about the system is that he'll have access to these superpowers even before the zombie apocalypse hits the world. Spending 10 points, he purchases another mystery box which unveils an incredible ability known as the mind's eye. Its simple, yet powerful, function is to detect hostility and the ill intentions of others, which is pretty convenient, especially when you're trying to trust anyone in the apocalypse. Replacing his earlier objective is a brand new task, getting armed to the teeth. It requires him to acquire a whole arsenal of weapons and stock up John Wick style, which is exactly what Xiao Yang had in mind. That same night, we turn to a darker side of society, the black market. Xiao Yang is now navigating his way through the bustling crowd, hearing people ramble about all sorts of antique items. All the worst people are gathered here, it seems, including our Big Mac attack, Shoot Yang, who is currently arguing with shop owner over a ridiculous price for a bracelet. Seeing him purchase these fake bracelets at such a market only assures our boy that Fatso is a complete scammer. And Shui Jing can't even tell she's wearing fake jewelry. While searching around, Xiao Yang finally catches something truly worth his attention. He comes across a shop owner who specializes in melee weapons. Xiao Yang is, naturally, interested in buying only the good stuff. The shop owner recommends a knife sharpener, or perhaps just a baton, if he's looking for something stiff but not necessarily sharp. Xiao Yang Zhou that he requires something even harder than that. Honestly, the only thing harder than a baton is probably Dwayne Johnson's bald head anyway. The shop owner, however, thinks his customer is just messing around and not actually interested in buying anything. But to his utter shock, the very same kid transfers $200,000 right into his account, assuring the man that he's seriously interested in buying. Intrigued, the seller invites Xiao Xiang to keep an eye on his stall while they go off to speak in private. In the following scene, they're in his storage room, where the man shows him a bunch of homemade guns. These can go for about 2,000 yuan, but they're certainly not powerful enough to kill anyone. Of course, Xiao Yang immediately refuses them, because he's going to be facing actual zombies, not just chickens in the apocalypse. The seller then directs his attention to a replica revolver, which goes for about 5,000 yuan. Once again, the kid is serious and isn't impressed by it all, especially when he's already paid a staggering 200,000. The mere mention of an advance payment leaves the shop owner absolutely floored. It turns out Xiao Yang isn't just here for 200 grand. Oh no, that's merely 10% of the initial amount. He's prepared to invest in weapons. In fact, he'll be dropping 2 whole million on them for this job. His outrageous offer makes the seller question what kind of life this guy is even living. I'm telling you, this man is about to become the John Wick of the zombie apocalypse. Without further ado, he tells the seller to get a move on. Deciding to bring out the good stuff, the guy properly secures his house, ensuring no one is watching them. He also assures Xiao Yang that he's come to the absolute right place, as he can connect him to a supplier who can help complete the transaction with the highest quality weapons. The real meeting is set to happen in a couple of days. As he's walking out of the storage house, Xiao Yang bumps into Fudgy Pudgy again, who finally thinks he understands why Xiao Yang is living such a comfortable life lately. He believes that the kid sold off a good portion of his belongings on the black market to become rich. Little does he know, Xiao Yang is completely uninterested in his provocations and simply wants to use this idiot to test his newest ability, activating the mind's eye. He first inspects the intentions of the seller, which appear to be entirely in his favor. But for the fatso in front of him, not so much. Xiao Yang bites back, telling Shu Xiong that, just like those second-hand bracelets, he also took in Kuei Jing, who is worth all the fake crap he bought. Someone's gonna need some ice for that burn. One simple remark is enough to get Shu Xiong's nerves flaring. The seller wonders if they know each other. To that, our boy emphasizes that it's best to consider him an enemy, since they've become such good friends already. The seller offers his full support to our boy, promising to absolutely pummel the old geezer for messing with them. Xiao Yang leaves, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Shu Xiong is practically on the verge of tears. He spots a group of ruthless men closing in, and with a baton, they violently shove him to the ground. They relentlessly kick him until he's covered in bruises and welts. This brutal incident only fuels his burning hatred for Xiao Yang, and he vows to get his revenge one day. 2 days finally fly by, and our boy receives a truckload of his fancy new weapons, completing his mission reward. He also snags a sweet bonus reward. That bonus? It's a physical enhancement potion, designed to seriously boost his stats. It even comes with a powerful 2x multiplier, making it far more effective than anything he could buy at the store. Without wasting a single second, he loads the injection and plunges it into his body. Seconds later, he realizes he's already surpassed the average male strength. The average is 5 points, but right now, he's rocking 7 points. That's a whopping 40% increase in pure physical might. Next, he checks the store, which only offers a survival kit and another physical enhancement potion. Determined to maximize his strength stat, he snatches up the physical enhancement potion and injects it again. By the end, our boy is stacked with a formidable 8 physical points, significantly boosting his power by 60% compared to the average male. To test his newfound ability, he looks around and snags a hardened rod. Xiaoyang kicks it so hard that it bends and leaves a massive crack in the nearest wall. With his current level of strength, zombies are definitely going to be catching these mighty hands. Next up, he decides to store all his weapons inside his spatial ring, which effortlessly sucks all the crates into its static dimension. Assessing his situation, Xiaoyang understands that the apocalypse will break out in just 2 days. He has to tie up any loose ends now. This reminds him of the situation with the old man he recently met. Even though people betrayed his trust in his past apocalyptic life, deep down, Xiaoyang is a good person who genuinely wants to help others when he can. That's why he plans to send their family a huge haul of supplies to help them survive. But from then on, it's up to everyone to manage on their own. In the next scene, Xiaoyang arrives at the old man's place. It was tough to pinpoint the exact location due to how dilapidated this place looked. As he climbs the stairs, our boy realizes that the old man must be in a truly terrible place in life. As he's about to knock, he realizes it's better to whip out the supplies he brought first, so he doesn't have to deal with them later. His magic ring materializes, the rationing supplies just outside, and finally, he knocks on the door. The old man worriedly comes to the door, apologizing for the outstanding rent. But he's utterly shocked to find Xiaoyang at his doorstep. And not only that, the kid has brought tons of stuff along with him. Our boy tells him there's no time for explanations, so they'd better get the supplies inside quickly. In the next scene, all the crates are safely inside, and the old man is pretty impressed by Xiaoyang's stamina. Our boy inspects his surroundings and thinks that the old man's apartment is pretty well secured. He warns the old man not to spill a word of what he's about to tell him. Xiaoyang advises him to use the supplies smartly because the world is about to experience a huge change. Suddenly, he glances at a photograph of the old geezer's beautiful granddaughter. To his utter shock, it's actually Shan, one of his friends, from when the apocalypse first broke out. To confirm her identity, he checks with her grandfather, who is surprised that Xiaoyang knows her name, even though they never brought it up in their conversation. Concerned, Xiaoyang immediately asks for her location. Turns out she's in her hometown, studying and in the process of transferring. In the original timeline, he found her, with lingering regrets about her grandfather's demise, who risked his life to save her and died in the process. As her friend, Xiaoyang refuses to let history repeat itself. First off, he informs her grandfather that moving into his house just isn't an option. This sends the poor man into a fearful panic, but Xiaoyang quickly calms him by explaining that the end of the world, a full-blown zombie apocalypse, will erupt tomorrow, and from now on, no place will be truly safe. That's why he urges the old man to pick up his daughter from school before they decide on their next safe haven. This is simply too much for the old man to process. All at once, unfortunately, Xiaoyang has no choice but to force his understanding. He describes the situation as akin to a devastating famine. Starvation will become the grim norm for their once peaceful world. Xiaoyang dramatically demonstrates his point by swooping all their furniture and all the crates back into his storage ring. Shanshan's grandfather is utterly speechless until our hero explains he possesses special powers and the incredible ability to see the future. That's why he wants them safe. And they must head to Shanshan's school immediately. In the very next scene, they're speeding in the car, rushing towards the school. Arriving, Xiaoyang quickly asks about her dormitory as they both frantically search for her. Well, it turns out, Shanshan is right there, getting slapped by a vicious, jealous woman, all because some random dude has a crush on her, even though Shanshan tried to clarify that she has zero involvement with him. She still gets struck for making excuses. These cruel bullies torture Shanshan for simply acting nonchalant in front of their crush. Lucky for her, Shanshan's grandpa comes charging in to find her. The helpless old man demands the woman release her, but to deal with him, a bunch of high school punks arrive, threatening the old man for daring to get involved for his granddaughter's sake. The old man charges him blindly and faces off against the three thugs, one ruthless bastard. The baseball bat is coming down, aiming straight for his head, but before the attack even lands, Xiaoyang swiftly grabs his arm and stops it mid-swing. He mocks the guy for trying to act like a big-shot gangster, when in reality, they're just a bunch of wannabe high schoolers. The dumbass try to clown on him, but Xiaoyang delivers a stunning answer by kicking the first guy so incredibly hard that his hair practically turns blonde. One single kick drops him to the ground instantly, making the other two morons wonder if they just ran into a trained professional. These fools stupidly try to surround him, thinking that'll make a shred of difference. Our boy practically welcomes the attempt. The guy with the club tries to strike him from his blind spot, but completely misses his mark, as Xiaoyang ducks with effortless ease. Now that his strength stat is amplified, his reflexes are on a whole different level, causing him to react even faster. To return the favor with a brutal blow, he grabs the guy's collar and smashes him headfirst into the ground, knocking him out cold immediately. As for the group's fearless leader, he tries to sneak in a knife stab. Unfortunately for him, Xiaoyang maneuvers himself into the perfect position and brutally delivers a kick right below his thigh. And let me tell you, getting kicked there by a real-life professional will drop you with the most excruciating pain imaginable, hands down. In these idiots' case, Xiaoyang has been successful in helping them take a nap. Next, he approaches the girl who toyed with Shanshan. A brutal bitch slap to the face reminds her he's showing his support for feminism and exercising equal rights. She's literally seeing stars for a minute. He then grabs the other bitch and shows her exactly how it feels. When someone pulls your hair, he then presses a blade right up to her neck, drawing tears from the sheer fear in her eyes. And then, boom! A sharp swing cuts through, and the woman screams in pain. At first glance, it totally looks like our boy just claimed his first victim. Even Shanshan's reaction makes it seem like he genuinely took a life. But nope, he only gave her a tiny trim. You know how barbers are when you say, just cut a little off the top, and then they hit you with a full-on fade? Yeah, that's exactly what's happening to her now. She absolutely screams at him, vowing never to forgive him for his actions. But let's be real, our boy doesn't give a damn and even acts as if he did her a favor by removing the extra weight. Hilariously, he tells her she'll get what he's talking about in a few days' time. For now, he tells Shanshan that they're heading out. She doesn't know where, but she follows him anyway. Cut to the next scene. They're driving to their new location. Grandpa explains the situation to her, talking about how there's going to be a famine. Apocalypse. Shanshan is conflicted and thinks her grandpa fooled himself by attending another one of those scam calls. He assures her that it wasn't a scam call. Seeing the two of them interact in such a way amuses our boy, who is glad that she's happy in this life. CEO Yang signals her that he's the one who told her grandpa about everything. The Shanshan of this world has no idea who he even is, so he introduces himself properly again. She thanks her new brother for helping out with the bullies, but Xiaoyang isn't too worried about them anyway, since they won't be surviving in a few days. Still, the girl is lost and doesn't get what's about to happen to the world. CEO Yang clarifies that he only describes the situation as a famine because it's the easiest way for her grandpa to understand. This gives the poor girl some hope, making her believe that everything's going to be fine. Our boy quickly reaps her soul by replacing the word famine with apocalypse, utterly shattering her expectations. CO young state that things should already be going south. Breaking news floods in. Shan frantically checks her phone, only to find a slew of videos about a horrifying rabies infection, driving people mad and turning them violent. Her terror mounts with every scroll as she devours even more footage. Horrified by the grotesque state of the infected, Xiaoyang's earlier certainty shatters. Once again, the apocalypse is knocking at their door. Shan discovers that tomorrow, the toxic smog will officially descend, blanketing multiple provinces. This hazardous haze will permanently warp all living beings. A significant chunk of the population will instantly mutate into zombies, and from that moment on, they'll feast on anyone untouched by the smog. Once devoured, the unaffected rise as undead, swelling their terrifying ranks. He's relieved Shan at least, understands the basics of what zombies are. It's just that this whole situation is too absurd for her to grasp. But our boy believes she'll grasp its horrifying reality soon enough, especially once the entire world plunges into utter chaos after just 1 week. But right now, they're stuck with an even bigger problem, traffic. Xiaoyang is stunned to find the emergency lane also choked. The roads are gridlocked. Shan fears for her life, terrified the zombies will find them while they're trapped here. Xiaoyang reassures her it's not that dire right now, since the apocalypse hasn't fully erupted. Still, even though the main event is still hours away, the odds of a localized outbreak right here are disturbingly high. And speaking of dangerous, a reckless driver decides to ram into the lanes, brutally forcing his way through. He ends up crashing directly into our boy's car, which pisses him off, prompting instant retaliation. He tries to block the invader from cutting into the emergency lane. The guy stops right beside his car and unleashes a torrent of curses at Xiaoyang, realizing they're dealing with a snobbish, entitled rich guy in a fancy Mercedes. Shan's grandpa urges them to just let it go. But our boy, he's definitely not playing around. He wouldn't mind sending this guy to an early grave if he dares to hassle them out of their car. In the next scene, the traffic finally unclogs, and the immediate situation is resolved. An hour later, Shan warns our boy to watch out for that same driver from before, who's quickly speeding up to cut them off. Even Xiaoyang is stunned by this guy's sheer stubbornness. The dude quickly cuts ahead, clearly just to mock them. Even Shan's grandpa thinks this is incredibly unsafe, and that they shouldn't stoop to his level. However, Xiaoyang has completely stopped giving a flying F about these kinds of people, knowing full well that the apocalypse will save him from any crimes. Anyway, what he ends up doing, he violently rams the guy's car, causing it to spin out and crash onto the side. The trust fund baby stumbles out of his car and immediately dials the traffic police, demanding Xiaoyang's arrest. He's absolutely not the type of person to let someone off easy after they've wronged him. In the next scene, our heroes return to the facility that Xiaoyang has been pouring so much time into. Even Shan's grandpa is shocked that they'll be living here from now on. He assures them that, starting tomorrow, their lives will change permanently, so they better get some rest tonight. The following day, our boy is sunbathing and spots Shan also coming along. She's finally had a good night's sleep after a long time, especially because of her classes. Xiaoyang is excited to show her around the fortress he built as he walks her around. He explains how the walls are made of solid concrete, and there's a remote-controlled gate. It's so durable, no one will be able to cut through it. He installs one crucial rule. Without his express permission, they cannot allow anyone to enter inside the fortress. This makes Shan worried about the survivors, who might eventually find their way all the way here, thinking Xiaoyang's just going to let them die. To put her mind at ease, he leads them to a new spot, revealing how human nature truly twists and turns when faced with an apocalypse. It's humanity's darker side that forces them to treat everyone else with extreme caution. Showing kindness could easily lead to their demise, especially if they're not careful with new survivors. He's actually set up a secure buffer zone, a temporary refuge they can use to stay safe while he's gone. Once more, Xiaoyang sternly reminds them never to let anyone enter the main fortress. With that made clear, he guides them to the food storage facility, explaining their new system for handling food. From now on, navigating inside the warehouse, he turns for one final inspection. Activating his eye of insight, he scrutinizes their intentions. Both of them radiate clear trust, making him thrilled to have found such well-intentioned allies. Next, Xiaoyang materializes some of his weapons, emphasizing they'll be crucial for their survival. Grandpa receives a powerful shotgun, while Shan equips herself with a formidable crossbow. Their sole instruction: ensure these weapons never fall into the wrong hands. All right, it's been a moment since we checked in on the system's tasks. Xiaoyang's next mission is to locate his former partner, Jiang Qi, who is also one of his closest friends from the original timeline. The only snag? Pinpointing Jiang Qi's exact location. But don't you worry, because the system conveniently points him to the exact city where his friend is currently living. He leaves both Shan and her grandpa in charge, and sternly reminding them not to violate his established rules. Then he heads off to recruit another crucial member for their main fortress team to strengthen and rebuild it before the true apocalypse unfolds. The scene cuts to a lively KTV studio where a bunch of friends are hanging out, enjoying some karaoke. They decide to take a bathroom break to relieve some tension. Zhang Chai ends up bumping into a pretty girl and apologizes for causing all this unnecessary trouble. But of course, her boyfriend couldn't care less about their excuses and sends Zhang Qi flying back with a powerful kick. He's knocked hard to the ground. His friend rushes over to check on him. Our nerd eyes over here takes a bold stance, standing up to the meathead who just punched his friend. This, of course, only makes the thug even angrier. He swiftly grabs Zhang Qi's friend, toying with him as Zhang Qi desperately begs for mercy, hoping the man will spare his pal without causing any further harm. Meanwhile, a waiter has been watching the entire scene unfold. He's already suffering from a bad cold, and now a fight is breaking out right before his eyes. He quickly tries to intervene and stop the brawl. The annoyed wannabe rich thug acts like he's a big shot and grabs the waiter too. The waiter gestures for the two kids to quickly scatter. Zhang Qi and his friend make a run for it. While they still can, heading back to their karaoke room. They've escaped the troublesome situation for now. Even the other guys are shocked, wondering why they came running. Like that, Captain Glasses tells them all about the situation, how they bumped into a thug's bitch and ended up getting their asses beat for it. It was only thanks to the waiter that they were saved. Hearing this, the other two guys are completely riled up. They want to go back and beat up that dude for daring to mess with their group. Zhang Qi tries to help them calm down, stating there's no point looking for trouble anymore. Well, things only get worse from here on out. Remember the waiter? That poor guy has been beaten to a bloody pulp. The rich thug has brought 3 more of his friends, and they're all here to beat up Zhang Qi's group. The thug orders his men to seize them right away. Unable to put up a fight or cause any trouble, Zhang Qi and Nerd Eyes quickly drop to the ground. There's only one guy, confident enough to put up a fight from their group, and when he tries to speak up, the thug leader smashes a bottle on his head. Chin Chong, and no, I'm not being racist, that's actually his name, is left with a bloody head. The scene then transitions to our boy. He pulls his car to a screeching halt right outside the bar. And Zhang Qi being here, it all makes perfect sense now. Chin Chong is completely down for the count. If that's his blood splattered across the floor, then someone needs to rush this guy to the ER ASAP. The arrogant thug leader searches for validation from his girl, who of course thinks they should punish the one who dared bump into her. And just like that, their attention swivels to Zhang Qi, who's about to get his butt kicked. But wait. Chun Chong suddenly springs up from the ground and lunges to strike down the thug leader. If not for another guy stopping him cold, he absolutely would have smashed his face in. The thug leader is utterly shocked to see such bravado, coming from a mere college kid, and smashes yet another bottle squarely on his head. I'm genuinely starting to feel bad for this guy. Chun Chung hits the ground for a second time, and his friends cry out in utter worry. Watching him get beaten down like that infuriates Zhang Qi, prompting him to jump into action. Unfortunately, they're quickly overpowered and detained. The final member of their group is quivering like a frightened puppy, huddled on the side. Meanwhile, the waiter is struggling desperately to maintain his senses, while the other thugs are busy brutalizing Zhang Qi's group. Unfortunately, his desperate punch is easily dodged, so he can't even take one of them down. But then, something snaps within the waiter. This guy's eyes turn bloodshot, and he goes absolutely crazy. He flings himself into the battle like a rampaging animal. He savagely chomps down on one of the men, gnawing on his shoulder and horrifying everyone present. The thugs have absolutely no idea what's happening, or why this waiter suddenly snapped and went utterly insane. They quickly try to physically restrain him, but his monstrous strength completely overpowers them. In fact, the now zombified waiter spins back to brutally chomp down on the other guy's arm. He's become a full-fledged wild animal as he totally overpowers the thug and slams him to the ground. To everyone's utter shock, this same overpowered, animalistic beast of nature is easily manhandled by some random guy. This random guy, it's none other than our boy, of course, who shoves his face right into the screen and tells everyone else to cut the crap. The thugs are absolutely stunned. Just moments ago, they were getting trashed by the waiter, yet now a single kid has him pinned against the wall without breaking a sweat. The thug leader demands to know Xiao Yang's identity, but Xiao Yang doesn't explain a single word. Instead, he quickly checks Zhang Qi's condition, making sure he's clear of any bite marks. Luckily, he is, but Zhang Qi has no idea why he's being asked such a bizarre question. Our boy tells him to quickly follow him, as they got somewhere important to be, but the thug leader isn't quite done messing with them yet, and tries to stop them. However, one of his own henchmen suddenly starts experiencing a strange headache, who had just received a bite. Our boy immediately realizes what's about to happen. The infection is rapidly getting worse, and his guy is about to turn. Xiao Yang questions if his shoulder was the one bitten off by that same rabid waiter. The lackey confirms it as a fact, but still doesn't understand the connection. Our boy immediately realizes that this guy was actually already infected, and now that he's received a bite close to his head, it's game over for him. Xiao Yang quickly drags the zombified waiter, tosses him right into the restroom, and slams the door shut. The wild beast keeps ramming against the door, but luckily, zombies at this stage don't have the intelligence to open doors, turning his attention back to the thugs. Our boy prepares himself for a serious ass-kicking. He then questions Zhang Qi, asking which one he should take out first. The funniest thing is that Zhang Qi doesn't even know him, and completely fails to comprehend what's going on, pissed off by the kid's sheer audacity. The thug leader rushes forward, intending to punch his arrogance down, but Xiao Yang humiliates him with a simple motion. Xiao Yang grabs his damn face and smashes his head right into the ground. Suddenly, the infected lackey from earlier charges at him, too. But with a single devastating smack to the face, he's instantly taken down too, with both thugs completely knocked out cold. His friend rushes over, baffled by what just happened. How could a simple punch have such a devastating impact? The man's body writhes and contorts in agony. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang mockingly invites them for a smoke, firmly believing that only after catching these hands of his will they truly learn not to mess with him. Then, turning to Zhang Qi, he gives strict orders. Head to the private room, take his friends, and wait outside now. The guy doesn't put up any argument, and simply helps his friend exit the chaotic room. As for the thug leader and his remaining crew, they're done fighting around too, quickly making for the exit, knowing they don't stand a chance. However, Xiao Yang isn't the type to just let anyone walk away. After messing with him like that, he blasts the thug, calling him a drunk bitch. You nearly killed his brother, all because of your damn carelessness. To give this guy a taste of his own twisted medicine, he shoves the thug down and slams the door shut, trapping him, sealing them inside. The trapped thug leader slams on the door in a rage. But he can't do a damn thing. It's locked tight from the outside. The outcome is absolutely gruesome for this poor bastard. His own lackey has fully transformed into a ravenous zombie and lunges forth, searching for its nearest victim. In the end, Xiaoyang gets to hear their agonizing screams as they're devoured alive right before his ears. Soon, a worried staff member comes around, checking on the commotion. Xiaoyang immediately instructs him to lock the door properly and to call the police ASAP, informing them of a dangerous patient with a highly rabid infection. The staff member is startled, taken aback at first, until our boy shouts at him to just get the damn job done. He quickly locks it shut with a key, securing the room. Next up, our boy helps Young Chi's friends navigate their way out. Outside, the remaining staff members are deeply concerned about the noise coming from inside that sealed-off room. They're all wondering what the hell is truly going on in there. They'd received word that a rabid flu patient was inside, but no one really knows for sure what's happening. Hearing about the potential flu outbreak, they quickly rush to check the live security cameras. But when they finally arrive at the surveillance room, their expressions instantly morph into pure disgust and horror. Every last one of them has transformed into a man-eating monster, tearing each other's limbs to shreds. This forces the staff to immediately call the police. Luckily for our boy and his friends, though, they've already escaped the dangerous karaoke bar. He quickly helps them get into the car, and they speed off without a second thought. Even though John Chi is grateful for the stranger's help, he still has no idea who this guy is. Xiao Yang calmly introduces himself, explaining he was hired to protect them by a client whose identity remains confidential. One of them then asks about the rabid flu patient, claiming it doesn't even exist according to the internet. Xiaoyang reminds them of the horrifying situation back inside, wondering if that was also just a conspiracy theory. Nerdy Eyes then worriedly asks about a cure for this deadly flu. Unfortunately, from what our boy knows, there isn't a single medicine for it. In fact, the situation will only get far worse from here on out, plunging the entire world into pure chaos. Speaking of which, zombies have already begun viciously attacking citizens. The infection is spreading like wildfire. But even as rampant as it is right now, it's still just a local outbreak. Most of the infected are still in an incubation period, soon to be awakened. Eventually, things will become even more utterly chaotic, which is exactly why Zhang Qi and his friends must strictly follow his instructions. They all agree in unison to follow him, when suddenly he receives a mission completion message. With this, he gains access to brand new items at the store. Some of them are crucial supplies that he could really use further down the road. However, the most interesting one is the mysterious post-apocalyptic cultivator box that doesn't seem to just go away. Realizing all three of these boxes seem incredibly promising, he plans to redeem them all back at the fortress. Aside from that, he still has to figure out a way to gain some trust. You see, in the original timeline, Young Chi's friends were tragically slaughtered by zombies because one of the group members ultimately betrayed them. And among them, one man ultimately betrayed them. This traitor is hiding right among the three friends. It's about to turn into a real-life game of Among Us. But first, to uncover the culprit, it's been a hot minute, so let's catch up with Cui Jing and see how she's holding up. She seems utterly terrified, maybe even deathly afraid, of daring to step foot in a supermarket. All thanks to the terrifying news. She desperately wants supplies delivered right to her doorstep. And then, to her absolute horror, she hears a violent, pounding knock at her door. Cui Jing panics, completely lost on how to handle this. She quickly hangs up her call with Su Xiang. Cautiously, she peeks through the peephole, only to find herself flooded with relief. It's just her best friend. Though her friend's sudden appearance scared her half to death, her bestie quickly fills her in about their neighbor. On the first floor, he was forcefully taken away by the police, shoved into an ambulance. It seems he was infected too. No wonder things are so chaotic in their building. She then asked Cui Jing about the supplies that Big Mac attack promised her. Unfortunately, they still haven't been delivered. So with a cunning new plan, She decides to exploit Shu Xiong's massive ego. They'll feed him a web of lies. Their scheme? To tell the portly guy that Xiaoyang has a secret stockpile of supplies. Cui Jing is baffled. She can't understand how her best friend got this intel. Turns out, she's been secretly spying on him, using one of her trusted guys. She's since learned that he orders a massive ton of supplies. Every now and then, Cui Jing can't believe her ex knew about the apocalypse ahead of time. Her bestie then convinces her to spill everything to Su Shuang so they can loot Xiao Yang's supplies clean and make a fortune for themselves. Yep, these fake friends truly have no morals. Arriving back at his glorious fortress, Zhang Qi is absolutely stunned by what greets him. He can't even fathom someone actually building a full-on fortress for themselves. With immense joy, Xiaoyang explains that it's just everyone's natural reaction to the chaos. Shan Shan and her grandpa are overjoyed to see him safely back home. He immediately reassures them not to worry. With everything under control, he even shares the spotlight with his new friends, Zhang Qi and his crew. These guys are officially joining them from now on. Of course, he also introduces Shan Shan and her grandpa to everyone. They're happy to accept them all, as long as they're chosen by Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang then instructs her grandpa to show the new arrivals around and explain every single rule. One of the group members immediately raises a request, asking for weapons for their own protection. Now, this guy is already high on Xiaoyang's suspect list. She understands that Zhang Qi's group has a secret mole among them. Nerd Eyes tells Yiming to calm the heck down, as it's too risky to ask for weapons when they haven't even earned trust yet. Xiao Yang promises to hand them weapons in a few days' time, but for now, they need to tend to the injured Chun Chong and get him back to full health. Inside the fortress, each of them freshens up and changes into new clothes. Yiming is actually annoyed by his friend's interference, believing they would have acquired weapons by now if he hadn't intervened. The thing is, this guy thinks they're being held as captives inside the facility instead of being protected. However, Nerd Eyes reasons with him, explaining that Xiaoyang ended up saving their asses, so they can't really say that. They're curious about his background, as so far, they only know about a secret client, hiring him to protect them. Yiming is being a hard ass for absolutely no reason, and feels totally pissed off that they're not even treating Chun Chong because of the fear of a potential infection. Hilariously, the kid thinks that Xiaoyang's group is secretly trying to harvest their organs for their personal benefit, and to prevent such a situation from happening, they need to make the first move. Nerd Eyes reminds him that if they end up being wrong, they'll have betrayed him for nothing. Yiming is absolutely fixated on his plan, completely uncaring about anyone else. He's practically drunk on power, dead set on seizing control of the entire fortress. He actually thinks it's a brilliant idea to handle the young girl, along with the old geezer, all while Xiaoyang is gone. Zhang Qi and his other friend are utterly bewildered by his actions, staring in complete disbelief. This guy is a total freak show, and they're only just now realizing it. Yiming quickly tries to play it off as a joke, pretending he didn't mean any of it. This eases some of the tension for his friends. Four Eyes once again reminds Yiming that if Xiaoyang truly wanted their organs, he wouldn't be letting them roam around so freely. But little do they know, Yiming is a slimy snake who plans to act on his own. Anyway, he's determined to take over the fortress, convinced that ruthlessness will be his ultimate advantage. In the next scene, Xiaoyang meets with Shan Shan and her grandpa, who tell him that Shinchong is resting in the infirmary, recovering from his condition as per Xiaoyang's instructions. They've made sure to lock everything up for safety. Our boy gratefully thanks them and suggests they get some much-needed rest, as plenty of problems will be heading their way. Starting tomorrow, one more thing. He advises them to be wary of Jiang Qi's other two friends, as he suspects one of them might betray them. That night, our boy heads to the rationing warehouse. Here, he checks out his system store once more. First up, he taps open the cultivator box. Then, he spends money on the sugar, oil, and protein supply box. Finally, he takes control of the armed deterrence box. with all 3 purchased at once. He gains rewards, 50 corn seeds, and tons of other valuable food items. He even gets 15 rounds of ammunition, so he won't run into trouble later. The rewards are pretty damn impressive for what they're worth. With this huge pile, they'll give him a supreme advantage in the apocalypse that's coming. The following day, trouble finds our boy once again. Remember that rich asshole who vowed revenge against our boy? And guess what? He's here with his cronies, ready to tear the place down. He orders his lackeys to bash open the gate. But it's honestly pathetic when you realize that despite their best efforts, they can't even dent the fortress's thick gate. The boss is absolutely furious, unable to believe how sturdy this door is. Whipping out their best gear, they decide to go with Molotovs, sending them flying inside the fortress. It doesn't take long for the flames to erupt, as chaos ensues with Molotovs dropping everywhere. Shan and the rest of the group quickly scramble to put out the fire. With this desperate situation, she gains even more conviction in Xiao Yang's words. Who predicted that? Things would get more chaotic from here on out. But you know our boy. He doesn't like backing down at all. Our man brought a rifle to deal with anyone who stands in his way. He heads up to the watchtower and checks out the identity of their assailants. Shan's grandpa is the first one to realize that it's the same rich bastard from the highway. The rich snob's men also spot them from the tower. The snob roars at them, demanding that Xiao Yang come outside, or else he'll burn the whole place down. Responding with a cool head, Xiao Yang warns them they have about 5 minutes to get the F out. His repulsive response ignites even more anger from the men, who threaten to use 2 crates full of Molotovs to burn the fortress. Suddenly, the system tasks our boy with another mission. Grandpa doesn't know what to do and recommends a warning shot. By the way, the mission objective is to eliminate the threat that's attacking the fortress. Our boy thinks a warning shot isn't going to cut it, especially when they're dealing with these scumbags who are directly committing a crime. Knowing these guys have no morals, or even people just like them, our boy takes aim, utterly convinced that he cannot allow them to keep threatening innocent lives. With that, Xiao Yang fires off a shot, completely shredding one guy's arm. He crumples to the ground, screaming in agony. Xiao Yang actually wanted to go for the head, but it's been a while since he handled a gun, so his aim needs a little adjusting. Still, blowing off the guy's arm is more than enough to eliminate the threat. They scatter like terrified little runts. Even though they're the ones who started this fight, Xiao Yang isn't one to prolong a situation, and he knows these punks will just show up at his door again tomorrow. So he mercilessly guns down every single one of them. The few who actually make it to the vehicle quickly help their boss get inside. He screams at his driver, "Step on it." I'm telling you, this guy is basically John Wick. And it's so refreshing to see a main character who isn't completely stupid. Despite their best efforts to escape by car, Xiao Yang mows them down with his automatic rifle. The way he handles that gun with such extreme proficiency makes the old geezer question the kid's entire background. Well, it's a miserable end for these bad guys. Their car is wrecked, and they're all stone cold dead. They practically led themselves to the Grim Reaper, and the Grim Reaper definitely delivered. Next up, Xiao Yang tells Shan's grandpa to have the rest of their group clean up the mess. But then, a sudden thought crosses his mind. Since they're already in the early stages of the apocalypse, it'd be a perfect time to let these guys rot right here and become training dummies when they eventually turn into zombies. So, he halts the cleaning operation and prefers the dead men stay right where they are. What our boy doesn't know, however, is that Shu Shang is actually on his way here too, along with Cui Jing and her bestie. Cui Jing is actually pretty annoyed by her friend's overly flirtatious behavior in front of that fat ass. Finally, they arrive right in front of the site. Qi Jing intends to bring her bestie along, but suddenly, she gets cold feet and doesn't want to come. She has to come along to act as a guide, or else they'll never know which factory is Xiao Yang's place. Refusing to come, Qi Jing drags her outside by force. Ignoring her whining, the 2 girls walk up to the place, while Xu Yang signals his team to get ready for the main event. When he gets the signal, he'll start the car, and then his team will join in on the operation. Back to the girls, the evil bestie over here wants to know why she was dragged along. Guijing reminds her that both of them share the same nature, so she is wary of her intentions. The evil bestie gives a sloppy excuse, stating that she intentionally behaves this way so they can manipulate Xiao Yong easily. To their shock, they see a bunch of dead bodies on the ground. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that there's been a shootout. Both of them stand terrified. They think it's a good idea to go back, but then quickly realize that this party must have also been trying to steal. Xiao Yang supplies. This makes them wonder if Xiao Yang also died in the resulting shootout. They care little about what happened to him, as long as his supplies are still around. At first they ponder going back and using Shouxiang to move forward. However, Qijing recommends they move forward and sneak their way inside. The girls walk up to the main gate, but so thick and tightly shut that there's no chance they'll get inside. This makes them wonder if Xiao Yang ended up surviving. After all, from up the tower, Shan Shan addresses them and questions their intentions. They both pretend to be associated with our boy, acting like they're his friends. Shan Shan quickly informs Xiao Yang about the situation, causing Cui Jing to get even more frustrated because she thinks he's found himself a new chick. Her friend reminds her that they're not supposed to show delicate feelings here, especially when they're facing armed individuals. Qijing, however, is completely confident in Su Xiaohong's ability to handle the situation because he's brought guns of his own. The only real hurdle is getting past that door. Everything else will be a piece of cake. After that, it's game on. Suddenly, Xiao Yang arrives to take a look himself, wondering what Qijing and Wenshuya are doing here. Without hesitation, he uses his eye of insight to gauge their intentions. On the surface, these two are trying to act all cute, but deep down, he senses nothing but distrust and malice. They pretend to be worried about him, but our boy just laughs at their pathetic charade. Not only that, he shamelessly reveals his knowledge of the fat ass. Xu Cheng, also hiding nearby, along with his slimy lackeys. Both of these hoes sport a classic surprised Pikachu expression, utterly baffled by how he could possibly know. He doesn't even show them mercy, though, and fires off a chilling warning shot. Qijing and Wenshuya can barely believe he's actually going to such extreme lengths. The evil bestie keeps her cool and reminds Qijing to stay calm, because they're facing someone with a loaded gun. But of course, our boy isn't going to kill them right away. That would be far too easy for these two. Suddenly, one of the fallen bodies grotesquely transforms into a full-fledged zombie. And not just one, the rest of them are turning too. The same rabid flu they saw on the news is horrifically bringing the dead back to life. This is the moment of ultimate satisfaction for our boy, who wants these two bitches to suffer the ultimate demise. At the mercy of bloodthirsty zombies, Qijing and Wenshuya make a frantic run for it, trying their absolute best to escape the prowling murder machines. They desperately race back to Su Xiaohong, who has absolutely no idea what's going on. That is, until he sees a ravenous zombie horde rushing after them. Both of these women are immediately reduced to the brink of tears, begging the fatso to become their unlikely savior. Shouxiang didn't expect to run into the infected this deep into nowhere. This sudden encounter forces a complete change of plans. He quickly alerts his men, ordering them to pull back. He doesn't even spare a thought for the two women, completely abandoning them to their fate. Qijing, fueled by pure rage, seems too stubborn to die. That scheming bitch shockingly hurls her purse at her own best friend, causing Wenshuya to trip and stumble, falling defenseless to the ground. With nowhere to go, the ravenous zombies make quick work of her, tearing apart her flesh and devouring their gruesome meal, even as she's torn limb from limb. Wenshuya curses Qijing, swearing that Qijing will meet an ugly death when her time finally comes. As Qijing makes her own escape, the crazy bitch just runs away, deluding herself into thinking she did the right thing. Witnessing such a horrific scene, Xiaoyang surprisingly gains system points, for eliminating yet another threat. Meanwhile, Shan watches on in pure horror. He also unlocks access to another crucial mission, to eliminate the lingering zombies around their base. Shan cannot believe this infection is so potent that it causes the dead to return to life. With this horrifying revelation, the apocalypse has officially begun. Xiaoyang explains that mutations will run rampant, and anyone infected will inevitably transform into a zombie, even after death. Realizing he needs to update his team immediately, he calls for an immediate meeting. In the next scene, they're all seated, gravely discussing their next steps. Xiaoyang instructs everyone to stay vigilant and to lock everything down completely, ensuring their bodies can properly adapt to the source of this infection. If their bodies can successfully adapt, they'll be at less risk of a sudden mutation. Even then, Zhang Qi is worried sick about his injured friend. Chun Chong is still confined to the infirmary, and unfortunately for him, his infection is slowly taking hold. Outside, the city is up in flames. Chaos is ensuing and ravaging the world. And we then turn to Zhang Xinqiao, who orders his family to stay home, while he himself heads to the warehouse to gather up all the supplies he has. He also strictly warns them not to open the door for anyone, but things aren't looking so great for them, as someone's already pounding on the door, gesturing for his family to stay quiet. He approaches the door, a golf club clutched in his hand, ready to bash any infected person to bits. He realizes it's just young Tao waiting outside and lowers his guard completely. That ends up being his gravest mistake, because Yang Tao has brought his friend along to absolutely pummel his boss. They kick him down as he demands to be released, despite the boss showing consideration to Yang Tao. Throughout all these years, his own lackey ultimately betrays him. Of course, Yang Tao reminds his former boss that he was disgraced and tossed around like a pathetic lapdog, which is hardly being treated nicely. Zhang Shangji reminds him of the down payment he made for Yang Tao's sake, so he could finally get a house. But instead of being grateful for that gesture, Yang Tao acts like it's no big deal, since his boss has enough money to buy several houses, all at once anyway. He's here for the warehouse keys to rob the supplies. The boss, however, doesn't comply, causing this bastard to attack his family instead. Yang Tao drags his wife by her hair, causing their little boy to roar at him for hurting his mother. But the poor kid can only do so much. Yang Tao doesn't even spare him and smacks the kid with a heavy, brutal slap. Jiang Xingji roars at him furiously for hurting his defenseless wife and child. Being the evil son of a bitch he is, Yang Tao promises not to hurt them, as long as he cooperates with them. In the next scene, they bring him all the way back to the warehouse. Unlocking it, they get inside, but Yang Tao is severely disappointed that there's barely anything left. The boss reminds him of their recent best client, Xiaoyang, who bought everything, including even the expired food. There's practically nothing left in their stock. The mention of Xiaoyang makes Yang Tao. Suddenly, they realize something crucial. If they can just snatch those supplies from our boy, everything will be smooth sailing for them. They'd have a decade's worth of rations right in their grasp. Of course, even the boss thinks that's a terrible idea, because he knows full well, from his last encounter with Xiaoyang, that he's no pushover. He even suspects Xiaoyang must have known about the apocalypse long before it hit and prepared accordingly. Yang Tao, however, doesn't even consider it part of his mission. Instead, he forces his former boss to do the dirty work. Cheng Xingji has no idea what he's talking about, until that bastard puts his family's lives at risk. This means that if he doesn't secure Xiaoyang's valuable supplies, they'll simply take out all their frustrations on his innocent wife and child. It's a truly depressing situation for this poor guy. Back at the fortress, things aren't looking good for Zhang Qi's friend at all. He's turned into a feral animal, without any regard for reason or humanity. The group despairs at the sight of watching their friend reduced to such a pitiful, broken state. Finally, Yiming suggests they dispose of him. Once again, Xiaoyang is made suspicious by his harsh words. Jiang Qi can't believe the chilling words coming out of Yiming's mouth. However, this guy is actually dead serious, believing there's no reason whatsoever to keep an infected person alive, especially when they're already gone. He understands that if he were ever to break out of containment, he will endanger the rest of them. His words are painful, but undeniably true. Xiaoyang agrees there's no cure, so there's no way to bring their friend back to life. To test Yiming's resolve, our boy offers him a blade, just to see what he'll actually do with it. The guy is startled at first, but eventually realizes what's truly going on. Xiaoyang wants him to finish off his infected friend. Yiming's body shivers at the sight of the cold blade, while our boy eggs him on, reminding him that he's the one who wanted a weapon from the very beginning. The moment has finally arrived for him to take the blade and mercifully end his friend's suffering. But then, interrupting their tense conversation, Zhangqi snatches the blade right from their grasp. He understands the immense weight of this grim responsibility and volunteers for the grim task himself. Our boy quickly reminds him that if he goes through with this, he'll become a murderer. It's not a decision to take lightly. But Zhangqi is ready to put his full trust in Xiaoyang's words, and he's prepared to see it through. Seeing his unwavering confidence, he permits Zhangqi to make his move. In the very next scene, he prepares the blade, just seconds away from a fatal strike. But shockingly, Xiaoyang stops him at the last possible second, even though they had agreed on everything. He suddenly changed his mind. Turns out, Chun Chang's condition is quite special, which is why Xiaoyang doesn't want to end his life just yet. He still has a use for him. It's actually because the system alerted him about a rare mutation in Chun Chang's body. Now alone in the room, our boy checks on his condition. Chun Chang is a savage beast in his current state, but Xiaoyang is absolutely fearless. This man walks right up to his face and reminds him he still has one last job to do. The following day, a car crashes straight into a pole. It's actually the boss, who seems to be having such awful luck today that he can't even drive properly. Thankfully, he's pretty close to the fortress, so the distance can be covered on foot. However, things get a whole lot more complicated when a grotesque zombie lunges at him. Unfortunately, the boss ends up getting bitten on his arm. He shoves the rabid beast back down and runs back to his car, grabbing a metal pipe. This man literally knocks the living daylights out of the zombie's head. He doesn't even stop there, continuing to smash the creature's head until it's reduced to a bloody pulp. Well, he wasted far too much time on just one zombie, as others are now closing in on him too. Despite his compromised condition, he presses on towards the fortress. Speaking of which, our boy has his crew locked and loaded. Each one is armed, ready to take down the zombies, lurking around the base. Shanshan struggles with the bulky protective gear, covering critical parts of her body. Even though it's uncomfortable, it's absolutely necessary to wear. Xiao Yang points out that zombies are notorious for their explosive power, and it can quickly get overwhelming for them when they lack combat experience. He's fine with them taking it off. Later, outside the base, they're locking onto one zombie as their primary target. Xiao Yang instructs his team to get ready. As they're within striking range, suddenly, the zombie catches sight of them and bursts towards our boy, initiating its attack. Xiao Yang reminds his team of the instructions he gave him earlier. Everyone is tasked to cover for each other and maintain a good distance. He quickly dodges the zombie's launch and gives them a visual demonstration of how to create an opening. After avoiding an attack, the best areas to strike are the creature's temples and nape. Think of it like Attack on Titan. The neck is their ultimate weakness. Surprisingly, Four Eyes is brave enough to smash his weapon into the zombie's face, but instead of slicing through with his blade, he only ends up hurting himself. He got caught off guard and ended up losing all of his aura. In the same scene, Xiaoyang emphasizes that attacking the skull is completely useless. It's the least effective move they could pull off in a battle. It also gives the zombie a window to attack the dude, forcing Four Eyes to block with his blade. The creature really wants a piece of him. While he's quivering in fear, begging for backup, Xiaoyang is at least impressed with how he handled his defense. Next up is Jiangqi, diving straight for the monster's neck. The zombie takes a direct hit right at its weak spot, creating a crucial opening for the rest of the team to bash it into oblivion. Our boy emphasizes the importance of striking numerous times to ensure a successful kill. Jiangxi looks back, checking in on them, to which our boy simply replies that they should already know the answer themselves. However, a zombie lunges at him from his blind spot, causing Jiangxi to shout a warning. The mindless beast is mere inches away from biting his shoulder, but even then, Xiao Yong whips around and snatches it by the head, showing absolutely no fear in his movements. Once again, he turns this into a lesson to teach them the importance of staying vigilant. The rest of them are utterly amazed by his incredible reflexes and lightning-fast thinking. All right, let's check in on what the boss is up to. Our boss is over here regretting all his life choices as he spots a bunch of suspicious vehicles stopped right outside the fortress. This makes him wonder if Xiao Yang has already been wiped out by another party. Suddenly, he hears a bunch of people talking amongst themselves. He recognizes one of the voices as Xiao Yang's and slowly creeps closer to see what's going on, spying on the group from behind a car. He absolutely cannot believe what he's seeing. Xiao Yang and his team are effortlessly hunting down zombies without much struggle. But unbeknownst to this unlucky guy, when Shuai's zombified corpse crawls out from right under the car and grabs his leg, this B*TCH really doesn't know how to die. She causes him to trip and fall, leaving him completely defenseless. The boss braces himself as the zombie hastens to feast on him. Right as she's about to finish him off, her head gets blown to smithereens. It's Xiao Yong, who arrived just in time to save his life. The boss shoves her headless corpse to the side, while our boy questions what he's even doing here. Of all places, the boss explains the situation. But before he gets to say anything, Xiao Yong unfortunately spots his infected bite mark. He puts the gun over his head, stating that he's already a lost cause. The boss begs him to at least hear him out before shooting, even though Xiao Yang is willing to give an ear to his request. He's not going to let this guy come near him. Filled with grief, even the boss understands that he's done for. The clock is ticking down for him to become a zombie, but the last thing he wants is for his family to experience the same tragic fate. He reveals how Yang Tao terrorized his family and is currently holding them hostage in exchange for Xiao Yang's supplies. Even though Zhang Xingjie has done a lot of bad things in his life, he's never done anything close to what Yang Tao is doing right now. In any case, his family is innocent, but he knows that Yang Tao won't spare their lives. That's why he's begging for help for Xiao Yang to take mercy and save his family. The situation is conflicting for our protagonist. He understands that Zhang Xingjie is a selfish man, but at the same time, he did help out with the delivery of the supplies. What's more is that even though his team is well made, the ratio between men and women is unequal. Xiao Yang thinks that improvements could be made in light of that. He gets even happier after receiving a system mission to protect the boss's family, allotting him 25 points for completion. There's also his current mission, which is to kill all the undead lurking outside his base. Anyai Xiaoyang agrees to take responsibility for the boss family. Hearing such words, the soon-to-be infected Zhang Xingzhao plummets to the ground, forever grateful for his actions. But now it's time. Even the boss knows that he'll be infected soon, and he doesn't want to die a human's death. Understanding his situation, Xiaoyang orders Shen to grab a bike from the storage room. She completely misunderstands his intentions, but she grabs one anyway, oblivious. As for our determined protagonist, he advises the boss to isolate himself from the crowd in a spot where no one can reach him. Even though he doesn't explain his reasoning, he believes it's the most effective strategy before the infection takes hold. Accepting his suggestion, the boss thanks him once again. In the very next scene, we see Zhang Xingjie racing off on his bike. He's slowly succumbing to the infection, and his last thoughts before fully turning are of his family, now that he's gone. Xiao Yang then turns to the massive pile of zombies that they've all taken down, pouring gasoline onto their lifeless corpses. He resolves to burn them all to ashes. The team has officially completed a proper training session. Xiao Yang is now confident in their ability to fend off isolated groups of zombies without a hitch, as long as they work together. However, with their current skill level, they'll be unable to confront a small horde. or even a full-blown zombie wave. That's going to require some serious adaptation. So, Xiaoyang instructs his entire team to follow him, and in the very next scene, they're facing yet another one of his secret storage rooms. Our boy enlists the old geezer to watch over the weapon storage room for the night, as he'll be heading into the city. Of course, Shan Shan's grandpa is naturally worried that he's leaving for a destroyed city. It makes no sense for him to do that. Janduki and Four Eyes volunteer to tag along for the mission, too, but our boy firmly refuses them, stating that the level of danger is far beyond their current skill. That's why he's leaving them, to protect the fortress until then. With that settled, a few minutes later, he's already in his car, his weapons prepared for the hunt. For the first time in forever, the store is completely empty, and even the refreshing option takes quite a while. This time, he decides to splurge his points to refresh everything. And when he does, he's greeted by a whole new array of loot boxes, unlike anything he's ever seen before. Among them, he spots the Black Tech box, a life-saving box, and an armed threat box. But here's the catch. With every manual refresh, the cost doubles, which means he'll have to be super careful about using this feature. Xiaoyang still believes it's a good idea to spend all his points on these fancy new crates for now. He decides to purchase only the Black Tech supply box, leaving him with a mere 6 points left. He opens the box and discovers a powerful physical enhancement potion. This time, it offers a 5-point increase, an even bigger jump than last time, catapulting him to superhuman levels of strength. Xiaoyang wastes no time injecting himself with the potion. His body is instantly overwhelmed by the potion's effects, making him stronger than he's ever been. Meanwhile, our boy's destination is actually the boss's house. His wife and child are left quivering in fear, desperate for Zhang Shengjia to resolve everything. Not long after, Yang Tao and his goons barge into the room, as the defenseless lady desperately questions what they're going to do next. Forcing his way upon the woman, this utter piece of filth tells her they're going to enjoy her, while her husband is away. The terrified woman tries her best to fend them off, begging them to stop their vile actions. We pick up the story as these thugs, tearing at Xiao Li's clothes, without a hint of shame, all while her desperate son struggles valiantly to shove one of them away. But just then, the guy with the ponytail, known as Li, dramatically shows up, demanding to know what all the noise is about. One of the goons grins and answers, saying they're about to have some fun, and brazenly invites Li to join in. But the ponytail guy quickly tells him that the job isn't finished yet, so there's absolutely no time for messing around. They'd better focus and get to work. The goon, clearly annoyed, asks why it's a problem. They've pulled this stunt countless times, so they're pros. The guy with the ponytail is absolutely furious. He glares at this absolute beast of a man, who clearly isn't grasping the gravity of the situation. He sharply reminds the dim-witted goon, "You're messing with Zhang Xingjia's wife and child." He warns the goon if she can't take this torment and tries to end her own life, Zhang Xingjia will have absolutely nothing left to lose. He'll hunt every single one of us down, and not a single soul will make it out alive. He then offers the thick-headed brute some twisted hope, promising that once her husband is dealt with, they'll return to work her to the absolute bone, never allowing her a moment's rest. The insatiable brute calls his partner a buzzkill for ruining the atmosphere, but ultimately takes the advice to heart. With their twisted plans set, the goons begin to exit the room. One of them shoots her a chilling, predatory gaze, muttering, "Just you wait for your turn." The terrified mother and son are left utterly helpless, with nothing left but tears. As darkness descends, hordes of zombies begin to infest the streets. Yet through these abandoned, desolate roads, our protagonist cruises smoothly in his car. He's deep in thought, reflecting on his impressive recent gains. With a formidable 13 points in stamina, he now possesses more than double the strength of an average person. Both his reaction time and overall control have drastically improved. He's now effortlessly zooming through the chaotic streets, expertly drifting his car around every corner. a surge of adrenaline coursing with every turn. The entire area is absolutely teeming with zombies, so our hero decides it's time to ditch the car. The city center lies just ahead, and driving would undeniably attract far too much attention. Thus, it's time to proceed on foot. Just then, menacing roars echo nearby. He spins around to find two grotesque zombies charging straight at him. But our protagonist remains utterly unfazed. He expertly dashes, narrowly evading a direct hit, then locks his shoulder into one of the monstrous creatures, hurling it with immense force, sending another zombie sprawling. In a flash, he summons his sword and charges at them once more, going full throttle. With a single, devastating swing, both zombies are instantly decapitated. These zombies are now nothing more than simple punching bags for our boy. To test his newfound strength and reflexes, he's absolutely amazed at how easily he's overpowering them now. There's no doubt in his mind that he's gained more than double the physical strength of an average person. On top of that, his instincts have sharpened, and with his enhanced hearing, he can tell the place he's looking for is only about 800 meters away. Meanwhile, a group of zombies is relentlessly banging their heads against the window door of a grocery store. Inside, the survivors are doing their best to fortify the front gate, piling heavy objects in front to keep it secure, hoping it'll hold long enough for them to figure out a way out. The terrified brat asks his father if they're going to die here, to which the father tries to reassure him, saying that these sons of witches can't get in, and even if they do, it's still a win, because they'll be reunited with his mother. Of course, the father's words don't offer much comfort, and the brat starts crying even louder. The officer gets annoyed and can't believe what the father just said. Without thinking it through, he's irritated by the brainless nonsense this father just told his son, but the sassy father shoots back, saying if he had enough brain cells to think before speaking, he would have been a property manager by now. By now, even the officer starts to worry that they might actually die here. Just as the tension peaks, they hear gunshots. One of the zombies, clinging to the door, has its head obliterated, and the brat falls to the ground in shock, while the father is left, clueless about what just happened. The officer tells them to move the heavy stuff aside to see who's outside, and warns them not to make any noise. As they carefully peek through the gate, they realize that all of the nearby zombies have been dealt with, so they cautiously step out. That brat screams something about a mutant. The father demands to know what he's talking about, and the son explains it's a much stronger and faster version of a regular zombie. Just like in the comics, novels, and games he reads, the father, fed up with his entertainment-obsessed son, snaps back at him, wondering how he can still be talking about games and stuff even in the face of danger. He's now certain this is why his son always had the worst grades. The officer turns to the father, telling him to stop bickering, and asks how grades are hell relevant right now. He urges them to hurry up and keep a close watch on their surroundings, since they don't want that mutant ambushing them. Don't forget this father's name is Old Song, so we'll be calling him that from now on. As they move forward, the officer warns them once again to stay alert and keep an eye on their surroundings as they slowly head toward the base. When they reach a fork in the path, they stop. The father looks across the street and spots a boy standing there. It's none other than our boy, who's clearly busy with his system, adding points and adjusting his stats. At that moment, the brat starts shouting, "It's a mutant zombie!" But the officer, being the only one with enough brain cells, quickly realizes this guy definitely looks like a survivor, not a zombie. It seems these guys have caught our boy's attention. He chuckles at the brat for mistaking him for a mutant zombie and tells the kid to stop, letting his imagination run wild. The officer perks up with relief, realizing it's actually a survivor. Moving cautiously, he approaches our boy and tells him it's too dangerous to be out here alone. He advises him to come with them, as they need to stick together if they want to survive. He invites him to join their group. Zhang Xiaoyong asks the group about their identity, since he has no clue who these people are, or why only a few of them are stuck in this spot. As the officer scans the area, he explains that they're currently searching for supplies, and that there are still quite a few civilians still gathered at Rongshin Garden. The name Rongshin Garden instantly triggers a memory for Jiang Xiaoyong, reminding him there's a junior mansion nearby, not far from their current spot. Old Song confirms, saying it's just across the street. He then urges Jiang to come with them, stressing their strength in numbers. Officer Lee is armed with a gun, and with their experience battling mad zombies, they're sure they can keep him safe. It seems they simply don't know our boy's true background, and our boy doesn't even try to flaunt his power, and just humbly agrees to their plan. Later, they proceed cautiously. Old Song then asks Jiang Xiaoyong why he's so determined to reach Junior Mansion, curious if there's someone important he's trying to find there. Jiang Xiaoyong replies with a simple yes, and Old Song follows up immediately with another question, asking if it's a relative or perhaps a girlfriend. Old Song grimly reminds him it's the end of the world, so whoever he's searching for is likely already gone, and he should mentally prepare himself for that harsh truth. The officer grits his teeth in agreement, saying that even if they weren't slain by the Ravagers, they could have run into those beasts instead. The mention of beasts immediately catches Jiang's attention, prompting him to ask for clarification. Officer Lee then reveals that a group of ruthless thugs is holed up in the Buyu Mountain Villa area located in the east of the city. To survive, they don't hesitate to prey on other survivors, and their group once ran into them, losing many companions at their brutal hands. The man quickly decides not to elaborate any further, reminding everyone that they must remain vigilant, especially when encountering other survivors. Suddenly, a brat shouts for the officer to be careful. As the officer quickly spins around, he spots a zombie lunging directly at him. The officer swiftly takes it down, with a few well-placed, deadly shots. Officer Lee is panting heavily after that close call, his heart's pounding. He truly thought he was a goner. However, it seems those gunshots have drawn the attention of nearby zombies, and the officer quickly spirals into a full-blown panic. But just then, he spots an abandoned bus. Everyone scrambles toward the bus. Jiang Xiaoyong smirks, already a step ahead of them. In his mind, running recklessly could just draw even more zombies. But a bus as a closed shelter is perfect for defense. The only downside is if it falls. There's nowhere to retreat. After weighing the pros and cons of this decision, Jiang decides to give this emergency plan a solid 70. Everyone else has already piled into the bus when Officer Lee yells for him to hurry up. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong leaps inside, and Officer Lee quickly slams the door shut behind him. The officer warns everyone to stay cautious and check each seat for any hidden Ravagers. But the brat quickly shouts out that the zombies aren't giving up. They're still gathering outside. Officer Lee grits his teeth in utter frustration, realizing that despite their swift escape, the zombies are still hot on their trail. The zombies start banging on the bus, desperate to break in. With each passing second, the horde of zombies grows, and the officer does his best to keep the door sealed. But it looks like this is simply too much for the poor officer. That's when Jiang extends his hand and slams the door with such incredible force that the zombies are actually pushed back, and the door is completely sealed shut. Officer Lee is left completely stunned, his jaw practically hitting the floor in disbelief at such incredible strength. Jiang Xiaoyong then immediately comes up with a plan. He states he's blocking the door to keep it shut and suggests they should smash the windows and fight back. Surprisingly, the officer actually agrees and decides to place some faith in Jiang Xiaoyong. At that moment, they shatter the bus windows, and zombies trying to cling to the bus are struck on the head by Old Song. The others quickly assist Old Song, making sure he doesn't topple off while hanging out the window. Officer Lee, however, is holding back on using his bullets, as he doesn't have many left, and wants to reserve them for when things get dire. That's when Jiang Xiaoyong pulls out a crossbow and tells Officer Lee to use it. The officer is bewildered, not understanding how this guy seemingly pulled the bow out of nowhere. John casually explains that he just picked it up earlier. With that Old Song, and Officer Lee joined in, using the crossbow. and their own strength to clear out the zombies. After a while, they manage to defeat all of the zombies, and finally, they make it out of the bus. But they had been using as shelter. The brat, feeling absolutely confident and full of himself, believes they've just turned a dangerous situation into a safe one. He's convinced this can't be a coincidence, and that they must be the children of fate in this apocalypse. My guy then tells everyone to stay cautious and not make the same careless mistakes again. Meanwhile, back at the fort, everyone is hoping that things go smoothly. For Zhang Xiaoyong, Lu Yiming decides to keep watch that night. The glasses guy asks why he's suddenly so enthusiastic, and Lu Yiming, annoyed by the teasing, tells him to stop talking nonsense. He reminds him that he had always been sincere with his duties. The fatty quickly gets humbled by his friend's reaction and asks why Lu Yiming is getting so worked up over a bit of banter regardless. Uncle Shang decides that, since Lu Yiming is taking charge bravely, everyone else should head back to their rooms and rest so they can make the most of Yiming's help. Uncle Shang then advises Lu Yiming to wake everyone up immediately if anything happens as the night deepens. Lu Yiming sits idly reflecting on how late it's gotten, knowing that everyone must have already gone to sleep. He decides to get back to the main goal. He's dead set on settling things before our boy makes his grand return. Meanwhile, the old man is sound asleep, with the weapon room key right by his pillow. He doesn't even stir. As Lu Yiming quietly slips through the door, Lu Yiming creeps towards the old man's bed, reaching out to snatch the key. But to his utter shock, the old man is far more alert than he bargained for. Waking up just as Lu Yiming's fingers brush it, the old man barks, "What the hell are you doing?" But before he can utter another word, Lu Yiming delivers a devastating punch straight to his face, key now firmly in hand. Lu Yiming bolts, running as fast as his legs can carry him. The old man yells after him, demanding the key back. The commotion wakes everyone up, and the old man quickly reports that Lu Yiming has stolen the weapon room key. They all sprint to catch that sneaky bastard, but the idiot throws a whole bunch of junk in their path. Everyone chasing him screeches to a halt right there, which is pretty hilarious, honestly, because they could easily leap over these flimsy obstacles. Instead, they just stand there like NPCs, refusing to enter a restricted area. On his way, Lu Yiming spots the nursery room and figures, hey, since I'm already doing this, I might as well go all the way. He bursts into the room where Chun Chong, the zombie, is strapped down tightly on the bed. As he tries to approach, the zombie suddenly lashes out with its free hand. Lu Yiming is completely taken aback, because that second hand was definitely supposed to be tied. He wonders if they left the straps too loose when they bound this monster. This actually makes him even happier, though, since it saves him the hassle of untying the zombie himself. Meanwhile, the others finally clear the obstacles, and what they find in the corridor is far from pleasant. They're beyond frustrated that Lu Yiming went out of his way just to unleash Chun Chong from the infirmary. The old man regrets not realizing sooner that Lu Yiming was such a treacherous snake. But Shan Shan quickly reminds him, there's no point in regretting it now. We need to focus on what to do next, especially since all our weapons are locked in the warehouse. Their first task? Making sure this zombie gets locked back up inside the infirmary. Uncle Shang then chooses to employ the technique Zhang Xiaoyong taught them previously. Stay vigilant and avoid getting bitten. With that warning, they cautiously approach the zombie. Jiang Qi swiftly grabs the bastard by the neck, while the other two work to pin down its arms. The old man, surprisingly, contributes the most, pointing emphatically towards the infirmary and ordering them to drag the zombie back. With a synchronized count of 3, they shove the zombie back into the infirmary and seal the door as tightly as possible. Once the zombie is finally secured inside, one of them muses, "Is it just me? Or if it was restraining? The zombie not as difficult as we thought." Everyone else seems to share the exact same sentiment, but the old man sternly reminds them that they've squandered far too much time here. That arrogant little brat must have seized all the weapons by now. And right on cue, Lu Yiming dramatically appears and challenges the old man's audacity to call him a little brat. To everyone's dismay, however, The bastard finally has a gun clutched in his hands. He seems visibly agitated, though, by the storeroom yielding only one weapon. But he coldly calculates. This single one will be sufficient to eliminate all of them. Once he's dealt with everyone, he'll leisurely take his sweet time, scouring for the remaining weapons. Li Yuming raises his gun, aiming it squarely at them, and barks for them to retreat back into the room. Jiang Qi attempts to reason with the heartless bastard, reminding him it was Jiang Xiaoyong who rescued them all and granted them a chance at life. But Li Yuming scoffs, reminding them that our boy always acts so high and mighty, saving their pathetic lives doesn't obligate them to serve him like slaves for the remainder of their miserable days. The old man, furious, denounces this bastard as an ungrateful leech. Meanwhile, back inside the infirmary, Qinsheng appears to be formulating his own secret plans, and it seems he's about to jump into the fray in this heated argument. But before things can truly escalate, the scene quickly shifts to Rongxiang Garden, where Officer Li is meticulously guiding our boy, telling him exactly how to reach Jinyu Mansion. Officer Li warns him that the residential area has a tricky layout, making it a perfect hiding spot for zombies, so he needs to be absolutely extra careful. Officer Li then instructs Jiang Xiaoyong that once he locates the people he's searching for, he should return to Rongxiang Garden to regroup with everyone. For safety, he advises Jiang to use the community side gate, and definitely not the main gate. Jiang thanks him, assuring him he'll keep that in mind, as he immediately begins his journey toward his next destination. Old Song suggests lending him a hand, since he just helped them fend off those terrifying zombies and save their lives. But Officer Li quickly reminds him that they have absolutely no idea what the situation is like inside Jinyu Mansion. If they accidentally walk into a ravenous horde of zombies, everyone will be dead in an instant. Old Song then asks why they're letting Jiang walk straight into what seems like certain death. Officer Li replies that he's already warned Jiang as much as humanly possible, so all he could do now is feel sorry for him. He adds, however, that they shouldn't overlook Jiang's exceptional skills. He's clearly capable. Meanwhile, outside, the entire area is absolutely crawling with zombies. And inside, the goons holding Zhang Shang's family hostage are starting to get annoyed that Zhang Shang still hasn't returned. The other disgusting thug doesn't care and says he's held his frustration in for far too long. So tonight, he's letting it all out on his wife. Otherwise, he won't be able to sleep a wink. It seems these absolute idiots are just waiting for a dead man to return. One of them, however, seems smart enough to realize Jiang might already be dead, since he ventured out alone. The other disgusting thug adds that when they finally get their hands on her, they'll make sure to tie her up tightly, denying her any chance to harm herself. They have no clue when things might take a dark turn. That's why they decide to make the most of their remaining time. Meanwhile, the lady trembles in fear, overhearing the goons plotting against her. Ponytail finally gives his friends the green light to proceed, but tells them to be careful and not let anything happen to the woman, especially nothing inappropriate. Suddenly, Ponytail notices something odd outside. As we peek outside, we see all the zombies have mysteriously dropped dead. While this reason is unknown to that bastard, we know exactly what's happening. Ponytail decides to take a look outside, wondering if it could be a rescue team. But before he can go any further, his life chapter ends right there. As he steps outside, he's met with a dagger slash that cuts his throat clean off, and his head rolls onto the ground. Meanwhile, the other thugs in the room are ready to claim their wicked prize. They look absolutely thrilled and aroused as they start undoing their belts. They yank her son away from her and slap her hard across the face for yelling. They throw the kid aside, but the little brat has some courage and is willing to fight with everything he's got. However, they kick him out, not wanting any more trouble, and slam the door shut behind him, leaving the poor kid outside. At that moment, the headless body of Ponytail collapses to the ground, leaving the kid frozen in shock. But what stuns him even more is the silhouette standing in the doorway. But there is nothing to fear about, because it's our boy, Zhang Xiaoyong. Zhang looks at the kid, and asks if Zhang Xingjie is his father. The boy stutters for a moment, before managing to respond. Meanwhile, inside the room, the thugs have already started tearing the woman's clothes. As she desperately tries to conceal herself, one of the thugs, cocky and smug, slaps her hard across the face, demanding she scream out loud as they harass her. But the woman remains utterly silent, refusing to let her son hear her agony. Eventually, the thug decides to take her, planning to let his buddies have their turns. But before he can even lay a hand on her, the door violently slams open. One of the thugs assumes it must be the kid, who kicked the door open, but before he can react, his head is cleanly sliced right off. He drops instantly, silence forever. His friend, utterly clueless about what just happened, asks why he's standing there like an idiot, telling him to just kick that brat out. But what his friend doesn't realize is that the guy has already lost his head. He promptly collapses to the ground. The others are utterly dumbfounded, not comprehending what's unfolding at that moment. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyong grabs one of them and slams him hard against the wall. The thug, who had been happily undoing his belt, stutters, demanding to know Zhang's identity. But Zhang doesn't bother with an answer. Instead, he delivers a solid, brutal kick to the thug's face, knocking him out cold, ending his reign of terror for good. The scene transitions back to the fort, where Li Yuming holds his gun, threatening everyone. He warns them one last time, move or he'll shoot. The old man tells the others to just do as this bastard says and move into the room. However, Shan strongly protests this idea. The old man, though, insists she follow his orders, since Li Yuming has the gun, but he reassures her he'll think of something later. Li Yuming just smirks disgustingly and reminds them there's nothing left to figure out. He threatens them, sneering, "You haven't seen my true ruthlessness and decisiveness yet." He declares he will definitely establish his dominance. He decides to take the old man down first, since he's the one yapping the most. The other two, standing behind the old man, try to talk him out of it, but just as they're speaking, they suddenly hear a distinct sound. The infirmary door's lock suddenly begins to turn. With a mighty swing, the door bursts open. To everyone's utter shock, it's Chun Chong. He somehow used the key to free himself. Everyone finds it absolutely ridiculous that Chun Chong unlocked the door all by himself. In his berserk state, it's crystal clear that Chun Chong has a serious bone to pick with Li Yuming. He locks his deadly glare onto that bastard. Li Yuming swiftly points his gun, determined not to let a monster who can open gates at will live. He pulls the trigger, but to his absolute despair, the gun jams, and he realizes he's utterly screwed. Before he can react, the monster lunges, tearing him apart and finally killing that bastard, who's kept everyone on edge for chapters. Not only does Chun Chong take out Li Yuming, but he also drags his lifeless body toward the infirmary. No one knows what's happening, and all they can do is watch in complete disbelief. Chun Chong, on the other hand, grabs the infirmary key, tosses it aside, and locks himself inside, leaving everyone standing there completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyong finishes taking down the thugs and finally frees the wife. He then calls the kid over to him, but the protective mother holds her son even closer, asking Zhang what he plans to do with her child. Zhang doesn't bother explaining and simply tells the kid to come over. The kid finally decides to trust him, assuring his mother it'll be all right. When he reaches Jiang, our boy hands him dagger and tells him to kill these bastards. The thugs quickly realize what's coming for them next, and they start begging for their lives. Even the mother tries to protest, saying he's just a child. But Jiang states that he's no longer just a kid, and that everything changes from this very moment. He tells the kid that from now on, he's the one responsible for protecting his mother. So he needs to gather his courage and eliminate the monsters who hurt her. The disgusting smirks of those thugs flash in the boy's mind. Fueled by all his anger and courage, he charges at the bastards, and in the end, he takes them all down, finally avenging his mother's suffering. His mother watches, utterly horrified, as her son, while the boy himself is consumed by a burning rage. He knows that even after killing these bastards, his father isn't coming back. In a raw moment of grief and frustration, he asks Jiang if his father is pushing up daisies now. Sadly, Jiang responds with a somber yes. The boy, unable to handle the crushing weight of it all, hurls the bloodied knife to the ground. He rushes toward his mother, embracing her as tightly as he can, desperately seeking comfort in her embrace. His mother, desperate to keep her son safe, pleads with Jiang to take her son with him, offering to do anything in exchange for her son's safety. But the boy, determined to remain by her side, declares he wants to protect her. But Jiang invites both of them to come with him. He reveals that he had promised Zhang Shengjia that he would keep them safe. Bolstered by that assurance, the mother and son followed Jiang closely, stepping past the lifeless bodies of the defeated thugs. The boy looks visibly shaken by the sight of those bodies, and he's even more terrified of the monster. Who killed these guys, Jiang? With his characteristic calm, he replies that he was the one who took them all down. Oh, and by the way, let's not forget, this kid's name is Shuai, and his mother's name is Shaoli. Suddenly, Jiang signals for them to stop. Sensing suspicious sounds nearby, he turns to Shaoli and asks if she knows where Building 8 is. In Banyan Garden, she responds by reminding him that it's the same direction he's currently facing, and questions why he's asking about it. The scene then dramatically shifts to Building 8, where a group of ruthless looters stands outside, demanding supplies from everyone within. They assure the residents they'll spare them if they surrender their resources inside. Meanwhile, our team is hiding in the apartments, debating whether they should give in. Officer Lee quickly shoots down that idea, declaring the looters are nothing but savage animals who'll never keep their word and will slaughter everyone but the women. Meanwhile, the thugs outside keep bellowing, giving everyone a mere 10 minutes to cooperate or risk being brutally killed inside. One woman considers stepping outside to beg the looters to spare them all, but another vehemently protests, refusing to become a plaything for those monsters. But the gorilla quickly silences both of them, telling them there's no need to worry. He assures them they have no plans to surrender and instructs them to guard the hallway. He's confident that the looters won't ever be able to get past them. Meanwhile, the looter gang leader outside smirks to himself, thinking about how heavily armed they are. His lackey, however, knows their strength isn't enough to force their way in, since the leader of the survivors inside is armed, not to mention they're well hidden, making it even harder to force their way inside. But the leader just grins menacingly, as he says they don't need to force their way through. Instead, he orders his men to cut off the water supply to the first floor apartments, and waits to see how long they'll hold out. While these thugs cunningly plot their tactics, Zhang Xiaoyang stands just nearby, observing these guys quite sneakily. Shuai innocently asks if these are bad people, to which Zhang responds with a firm yes. It's both humorous and incredibly ironic that Shuai is asking such a naive question, especially considering he's the one who just savagely killed 3 grown men with nothing but a dagger. One might expect some serious character development from this kid, but he still seems to have his innocent, childish charm. Jiang then reminds young Shuai that these are the very same kinds of people who bullied his dear mother, and that's why they absolutely need to be dealt with. Meanwhile, Officer Lee tells everyone to guard the stairs and stay well hidden, as he plans to check out what these guys downstairs are up to. Officer Lee then stealthily walks over to the window, and he sneaks a quick peek outside. He notices all 7 of them are heavily armed, with 3 of them explicitly packing heat. But then a sudden, loud bang echoes through the air, completely catching Officer Lee off guard. The rest of the group is just as utterly confused, not knowing what in the world is going on. Because, as we know, these guys are getting absolutely ripped apart by bullets from Zhang Xiaoyang, and one of their men immediately goes down. The others are left completely clueless about who just took them out. That's when Officer Lee finally spots Jiang Xiaoyang, gun in hand, making his way forward. Our guy immediately starts unleashing open fire, and one of the goons takes a direct, fatal headshot the moment they spot him, standing defiantly in the middle of their ring. They start frantically shooting back with their pistols, but John just keeps walking forward, completely unfazed, as not a single bullet even comes close to grazing him. This only makes him smirk even wider. At the pathetic sight of these amateurs, he raises his gun, aiming directly at the boss of these lackeys, who's cowering behind a concrete block. But his bullets only pepper the block instead. The frustrated boss screams at his lackeys, demanding they start firing, while our boy is busy shooting him. A lackey eventually stands up straight, fully determined to take John down himself. But John quickly shifts his precise aim, pointing the barrel of his gun directly at the guy, and with just one swift bullet, he blows the bastard's head clean off. The leader of the squad sneers from behind the concrete block, feeling utterly smug, as he thinks John must be completely out of bullets by now. Confident, he decides to make his move, aiming his gun directly at John. But Jiang Xiaoyong meets his gaze with a cold, unwavering gestade, standing tall right in front of the guy. As soon as the thug pulls the trigger, Jiang moves his head with lightning-fast speed, expertly avoiding the shot. He then grabs the thug's arm, the one holding the gun, and in a single fluid motion, aims the same gun right under the bastard's neck. Without a shred of hesitation, Jiang pulls the trigger, blasting a bullet straight through the guy's head. And just like that, the entire squad of criminals is completely wiped out. Jiang then rummages through the leader's corpse, searching for anything useful he can find. Afterward, he heads inside the building, only to find some goons still remaining. For the previous squad, the remaining thugs launch themselves at him, without a second thought, desperate to take him down, but John doesn't even flinch. He stays rooted in place, completely unfazed, and all that breaks the silence are 3 quick gunshots, each perfectly placed, dropping the thugs on the spot. Watching all of this unfold, Shuai is over the moon with excitement, clearly impressed with how our boy handled the fight. He can't help but admire him even more now. Right then, a system task appears in front of our boy, revealing his next objective, which is to recruit survivors from Rongxiang. Completing this task promises a reward. Zhang Xiaoyang asks about these people, and Officer Li responds, explaining they're from the big Wuxian villas, located to the south of the city. Officer Li then quickly calls over the 2 yellow-jacketed men, Lu Chao and Chun Ji, telling them to brief Brother Yang about Big Wuxian. And since they came over from the south, the 2 yellow-jacketed guys reveal that the people there are an armed gang, well-resourced and holed up in Bakurian villas, taking in nearly all the survivors from the south. This makes Zhang Xiaoyong pause, thinking back to his previous life. He wonders if Baekishin could be where Li, Shuxian, and Qijing settlements were, and whether it could be them who took over. He asks the yellow-coated guys if they're implying that Baekishin is the only settlement left in the south. The yellow-coated man replies that it wasn't always the case, but the gang had weapons, and the smaller settlements couldn't defend themselves as they took over each place. They've decimated half the population, then abducted the young and beautiful women, and anyone willing to go along with them. Zhang Xiaoyang knows exactly who's behind this. When Officer Li hears his firm statement, he asks what he means by it. John replies that the 3 guys they just took down each had handguns, so he tells them to keep them and check for extra magazines, because there are probably more of them out there. He also hands them his rifle, telling Officer Li to keep it, and he'll leave them 5 magazines. John explains that the Bakushin crew won't let this slide, and with these weapons, 10 or so men shouldn't be an issue now. He tells them to hold out here for a couple of days, while he reorganizes back home, and then comes back to deal with that shitty crew. One of the men standing there is shocked, and asks if John is seriously planning to take on Bakushin. He points out that they're probably dozens strong, if not more, and going up against them is no small feat. Officer Li tries to convince John that it's not worth the risk for them. He suggests they just find somewhere else. Our boy reassures Officer Li not to worry about it, because he already has some beef with the Big Wuxian crew. Besides, in a few days, he plans to return with a bigger vehicle to evacuate everyone to the east of the city, near the old Tea Leaf City. He's building a stronghold there, and he'll need people to help with that. John turns and walks away, offering a casual goodbye and telling them to take care. He also takes Xiaoli and Shuai with him. The scene transitions to a darker, More ominous setting. Dead bodies lie scattered around, and outside a lone guard is on duty. The place he's guarding? None other than Bikue Shan. Inside the mansion, we find the figures running this gang. One guy, with his orange hair, is the boss of this place, and he asks why they haven't dealt with the supplies at the Jinyu Entertainment Center yet. The portly Shaoli responds during a meeting, confidently stating he's already sent his people. They should be back any moment now. But little do they know, his entire squad has already been wiped out. Meanwhile, the man known as Kai Ge turns to Shaoli, reminding him that there are several high-profile affiliates residing at Jinyu Mansion. They can't just take supplies from an entertainment center without facing severe consequences. Shaoli assures him his people are already instructed to bring back any survivors alive. The boss, however, looks furious and openly expresses his disappointment, with Shaoli frustrated that he still hasn't completed a single task assigned to him. Feeling the full weight of Wen's anger, Shaoli humbly promises that this time, everything will be handled perfectly. Meanwhile, Kai Ge smirks in the background, pleased to see Shaoli sweating under the pressure. Once Shaoli steps outside for some air, one of his lackeys notices his sour mood and asks why he looks so defeated. Shaoli snaps back, asking if the 7 men he sent have returned. The lackey informs him that he'd sent people an hour ago to check, and they reported back that the entire squad has been wiped out. The news leaves Shaoli stunned and terrified. He can't believe that regular civilians from Rong Shuang Gardens could take down 3 armed men. In a panic, he commands his lackey, Taozi, to gather everyone who can handle weapons. This time, he's determined not to let the mission fail. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang finally makes his way back to the base. As soon as Shan hears the sound of the car, she quickly realizes that it must be Brother Yang returning. When Yang enters the boundary of his fort, the mission window pops up, notifying him that the mission has been completed successfully. Shan greets him, happy to see him back, but Yankuikli noticias that Liu Yiming is missing from the crowd. Our guy is absolutely thrilled to see that. His gut feeling about that snake was dead right. Jaws drop all around. To realize Zhang knew about Liu Yiming's true nature all along. Zhang then gestures to Xiao Li and Shuai, asking the others to escort them to their rooms, then meet him in the infirmary. Once he's alone with his core group, Zhang reveals he'd known from the very beginning that Liu Yiming harbored ill intentions. While he admits he wasn't entirely sure it was him, he was certain that one of Zhang Qi's friends was a despicable scumbag. Xiaoyang then hurls a massive gun towards Zhang Qi, and Bleachhead catches it, examining the bullets. He quickly realizes they're just rubber bullets. The old man's mind suddenly clicks, and he quickly asks about the kid, Chen Chong, who's inside the infirmary. Zhang strides confidently towards the infirmary, casually, mentioning that Chen Chong isn't an ordinary zombie. Instead, he's a rare mutant, a fact our guy had already confirmed some time ago. He had asked the zombie to blink 3 times, and to his surprise, the zombie complied. Zhang explains that after the apocalypse, those infected by otherworldly sources have a slim chance of becoming rare mutants. These mutants usually possess far greater intelligence and potential than regular zombies. They may even retain fragments of their past memories, and Chun Chong is exceptionally rare, even among the rare. Jiang then flings open the door, and the first thing they see is Chun Chong standing over the head of the man who had been causing trouble. The zombie quickly waves his hand. Upon seeing Jiang, Zhang orders him to stop holding back, saying there's no need to restrain himself, and he should get rid of this bastard now. As the mutated guy begins dragging that snake out, his bleachhead friend asks him if he remembers him, and the zombie's feet falter as he stops and looks at Young Chi. No one can figure out what's going on in the zombies mind. Abruptly, he swings his hand at Bleachhead, who barely dodges it in time. It seems that Chen Chong is just toying with his old friend, which reveals to Zhang Qi that even as a zombie, he still can't keep his hands to himself. Later, Zhang Xiaoyong intently gazes at his system screen. As he scans, he spots a level 2 box labeled high-tech supply box, something he's never encountered before. However, it comes with a hefty price tag, and Zhang Qi hesitates to spend his hard-earned 50 points on it. Instead, he opts to open the remaining 2 boxes first, figuring they won't clutter his inventory anymore. As he cracks open both of them, he receives 2 truly unexpected items. The Lifesaver Supply Box grants him an interdimensional infection blocker, which offers a chance to block otherworldly infections, but can't reverse mutations that are already complete. The Armed Deterrent Supply Box blows him away even more, as it contains a legendary Barrett M82, a powerful sniper rifle along with a hefty bundle of bullets. Zhang Qi is absolutely amazed at his crazy luck. Not only does he receive a game-changing weapon from a level 1 box, but the infection blocker is a true game-changer. The idea that it could potentially stop someone from fully turning into a zombie absolutely electrifies him. This incredible stroke of fortune fills him with surging confidence, making him even more eager to open the level 2 box. He can barely contain his bubbling excitement, but he knows he has a critical mission to focus on first. His current task: recruit survivors from Rome, Shounen Garden, and he's looking forward to completing it tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chung tosses the snake far out of their fort's vicinity, since there's no place for traitors like him. As morning breaks, everyone gathers in the training grounds, from the old to the young. Each person is armed and battle-ready. John declares that, effective immediately, everyone must dedicate at least an hour to daily shooting practice. They quickly begin firing at target bottles, each successful hit creating a blinding flash of light. It's impressive to see the cans visibly struck, yet not exploding from the powerful shots. John then turns to Uncle Shang, instructing him to have Zhang Qi gather everyone and clear a few more rooms. He plans to bring back survivors from Rongxian Garden today, so preparation is key. The old man promptly agrees, ready to execute John's orders without delay. John also orders Chen Chong to accompany him on the escort mission, knowing the mutant's strength and unique abilities will prove invaluable later on. They finally find an abandoned bus, currently overrun by a horde of mindless zombies. But John clears the zombies with terrifying ease, and Chen Chong lends a hand by flinging the creatures out of the bus as well. Once the bus is finally cleared, John hands Chen Chong the bus keys, telling him he can remove his mask now, if he so desires. There's no longer any need to restrain himself. However, he adds that once they reach Rongxian Garden, he should definitely put the mask back on, to avoid startling anyone there. The mutant acknowledges the order with a low growl. Meanwhile, at Big Wisan, Shaoli is gearing up to depart for Rongxian Garden, accompanied by a formidable group of lackeys. This time, Shaoli is personally leading the charge, determined to finally take down Rongxian Garden once and for all. He absolutely refuses to believe he's going to lose, not with the sheer numbers and advanced weaponry at his disposal. Their truck roars to life and speeds furiously out of the compound, straight for Rongxian Garden. After cleaning up and hijacking a random bus filled with zombies, Zhang Xiaoyong confidently hopped into the driver's seat and quickly got to work. He spotted a few more zombies clogging the highway and didn't even think of stepping on the brakes for just a single second. Our hero absolutely mowed through those mindless monsters, like the absolute gigachad he is. With his enhanced reaction speed, he used the bus to skillfully drift and swerve through the plethora of abandoned cars, blocking his personal freeway. Back in Rongxian Garden, the high-rise building seemed deceptively peaceful from the outside. Inside, the group of survivors, led by the reliable cop Big Bro Lee, were currently munching on their rations, careful not to burn through their limited supplies. All at once, their mealtime was violently interrupted by the loud sound of a car engine coming from outside. The kid immediately reckoned that Brother Xiaoyong must have come back to rescue them. Thankfully, Big Bro Lee had a good head between his shoulders. He grabbed his AK-47 and signaled everyone else to be silent, while he checked out the situation first. With utmost caution, he slowly peeked his head above one of the windows, with a clear line of sight outside. What he saw was not their savior, but a menacing group of thugs hungry for revenge. They were checking their weapons and looking for building number 8. Upon confirmation, the thugs took up arms, and upon confirming their target location, Li Shuexiong ordered his men to move out. Big Bro Li was absolutely stressed out. Just when he thought they could finally leave their hiding spot to join Brother Yang's fortress, the bastard from Bitchway Mountain showed up. Old Song raised his pilfered pistol, ready to face the scumbags, who just couldn't learn their lesson. Now that they had a few guns distributed among the group, the survivors had gained quite a bit of confidence. Big Bro Li yelled at the fake, tough civilians not to get cocky. Right outside was a whole battalion that outnumbered and outgunned them by a mile. He reminded everyone to stick to the plan, and as he headed to the rooftop, he set up an ambush outside the Beachview Mountain Battalion, determined they'd reached the optimal distance to terrorize the survivors holed up in the building. Led by Li Shushang, they all raised their scoped weapons, taking careful aim at the countless windows of building number 8. Old Song, peeking through a window, immediately screamed at everyone inside to take cover and be careful. The silent morning was shattered by the deafening roar of automatic weapons, firing wildly into the high-rise. Every window within range exploded into shards, forcing Old Song to retreat deeper. After this first wave of warning shots, Shushang ordered one of his lackeys to hand him the megaphone as he prepared to negotiate a deal. The others were to keep aiming and wrecking the windows, intending to shoot anyone who dared to show their face. Shushang spoke arrogantly into the mic, demanding the attention of the hidden survivors. But before he could utter another threat or even another word, the lackey right beside him suddenly had his skull pierced, his brain scrambled by a bullet. The thugs froze, gripped by fear. They hadn't expected to be targeted by unseen snipers at all. Next thing they knew, another bastard hit the dirt after taking a clean shot to the leg. Up on building number 8's rooftop, the muzzle of an AK-47 still smoked, spreading the smell of gunpowder in the air, while the thugs frantically scrambled for cover. Big Bro Li had posted up in an optimal spot, with a clear view of his enemies. Beachview Mountain never could have anticipated that the survivors would possess long-range automatic weapons in their arsenal. Shushang cursed the intel they'd received for claiming the survivors only had a single pistol, even if they'd pilfered the weapons. Of the 7 fools who died last time, there should only be 4 paltry pea shooters. The panicked thugs turned to their boss for guidance on their next move, terrified of being picked off by the unseen threat. The simple answer was clear: retreat. You see these guys? They're not exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. They took that order literally and scattered like headless chickens, bolting from cover, instead of waiting for the signal to run together, as you'd naturally expect. Running in the open streets with a deadly sniper on your tail is a recipe for disaster. The cop on the rooftop was as ruthless as he was accurate. With that AK, Shushang quickly berated his dumbass lackeys for running straight to their deaths. He counted down to 3, and the remaining thugs instantly retreated, as if their lives depended on it. That's because they absolutely did, while his lackeys skedaddled in a panic. Boss Lee remained safely hidden behind his cover. It didn't take long for the sniper on the roof to adjust his aim and pick off the retreating thugs, one by one, racking up headshots and body shots one after another. From the very beginning, Boss Lee's strategy was to use his men as fodder until the sniper ran out of ammo, so he could safely run back to his car. A certified scumbag move. As he expected, the sniper had run out of ammo and had to reload with a fresh clip. For a brief moment, Shushang's fat ass managed to reach the car safely. From a whole battalion of men, they were now down to just 4 people. And unfortunately for the last one, that lagged a few seconds behind Lee. Shuxiang was in the driver's seat, and he couldn't be bothered to risk getting domed. While waiting for another expendable unit, Catboy got his brain pierced by the high-caliber bullet, and it was lights out. The other 2, who were fortunate enough to hop into the cargo bed, lowered themselves, terrified of suffering the same fate that everyone else in their group went through. Back on the main road, Zhang Xiaoyong's magic school bus was still blazing through the clogged freeway, like he was playing Mario Kart. Our boy was as cool as a cucumber, while he navigated his way back to rescue the survivors, especially since the roads were pretty much abandoned. At this point, spotting another car speeding towards him from the opposite direction came as quite a surprise, even though he could have. Xiaoyang chose not to meddle or give chase. His focus remained squarely on the mission at hand. Currently, racking up points was of paramount importance to him. After a few minutes of smooth cruising, he arrived at the front of building number 8. Chun Chong, the friendly zombie, and Xiaoyang stepped out of the bus. They immediately spotted the aftermath of a brutal shootout. The young man was impressed to see that the rifle he'd left behind had certainly come in handy. He also connected the dots. The car he'd just seen must have belonged to the fleeing raiders. Chun Chong gazed at the fresh and bullet-ridden human corpses scattered across the ground and began salivating, growling like a wild animal. Xiaoyang just smiled and asked his zombie pal if he was hungry. He gave Chun Chong the green light to go wild on the fresh carcasses. It was better that he got this human meat feast, instead of leaving it for the mindless zombies around the area. As soon as he heard that, he was free to stuff his jaws with sustenance. Chun Chong grinned, like a deranged kid in a candy store. Xiaoyang let his boy run free, as long as he met him under Building 8. After the feast, Chun Chong didn't waste a second, biting into the sinewy neck meat of a nearest dead thug. He savored the taste of blood and flesh, touching his tongue. As soon as he swallowed, an invigorating feeling spread across his body. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyang strolled through the bloody battlefield, as if he were taking a leisurely walk in the park. Based on the efficient method the thugs were dealt with, he was impressed with how decisively Homely was when it came to killing. The kid poked his head above the broken windows upon hearing footsteps, and immediately lit up upon seeing Xiaoyang. Upon confirmation that it was their savior, the rest of the survivors showed themselves and enthusiastically waved him over, urging him closer. With the super cop leading the way, the survivors quickly packed up and joined the young man. Downstairs, Big Bro Lee made sure to formally thank Xiaoyang for lending him the Counter-Strike weapon. That totally saved everyone's butts. Turns out, before this guy retired, he was an expert marksman. Their happy reunion was abruptly cut short by a loud, guttural roar reverberating from afar. It was quickly followed by the ominous sound of steady footsteps. The survivors were frozen in terror as soon as they saw what was slowly inching closer. It's our favorite badass zombie, Chun Chong, limping over with a strangely vacant look. Big Bro Lee was the fastest one to react. He grabbed the trusty AK-47 and quickly aimed it at the approaching zombie. Xiaoyang calmly held down the rifle and told the survivors to just relax. He explained that this guy was in fact one of them. He claims the beast is on their side, but everyone is clearly having a hard time believing such a ridiculous statement. And can you blame them? Xiaoyang directed Chun Chong's attention to the pile of dead thugs nearby, telling him to fill up on some more free grub. Big Bro Lee was both amazed and utterly terrified. He asked if Xiaoyang actually had the ability to talk to zombies or anything of the sort. So the young man asserted that Chun Chong was no ordinary zombie. It's a complicated matter. So he urged everyone to get on the bus first, promising to explain everything on the way. As they walked to the bus, Xiaoyang reminded his zombie buddy to eat quickly and come back to the bus as soon as he was done. Chun Chong gave an okay gesture, as if he couldn't be bothered to stop his gory chomping. After putting every single dead Beachway mountain thug into his stomach, Chun Chong fished out his muzzle and put it back on. The survivors could not take their eyes off the bizarre scene unfolding ahead. The kid couldn't even fathom how one of these mindless berserkers could even think clearly enough to slap a muzzle on them. On their own, Xiaoyang warned the kid not to let Chun Chong hear him call that specialized mask a muzzle if he didn't want a beating. Loki, the kid's actually starting to think this mutated zombie is cool. After his solo feast, Chun Chong then stepped onto the bus, looking like a totally normal, chill dude, despite just devouring so many people in one go. His mass had increased dramatically, and the bus visibly tilted to the side as soon as he stepped inside this time. Chen Chong had even managed to utter some slurred words as he handed the muzzle's key back to his bro. Even Xiao Yang hadn't expected that. Chen Chong would gain the ability to speak so soon, even if it was just a single word. He devoured a total of 6 corpses and must have begun evolving even further. Right now, Xiao Yang's primary concern is getting everyone back to his hometown to convert his points and strengthen the settlement. He climbed into the driver's seat and warned everyone to hold tight as he peeled out from 0 to 100. Real quick. Meanwhile, back at Beechway Mountain's headquarters, Li Shushan had to report his failure back to his superiors. He was immediately berated for being an idiot who couldn't accomplish anything. He tried to plead his case to Boss Lin. He tried to wash his hands of any fault, as he'd received inaccurate intel going into the raid. He wasn't informed that the survivors had automatic rifles at all. Boss Lin, however, refused to believe his excuse. Logically speaking, it's hard to believe that a small-town cop would be in possession of an automatic rifle. In this country, the big boss was offended, thinking that Xu Xiaoyong would cook up such a stupid lie. But Xu Shang stood his ground and asked if they could send someone to check the battlefield to see if he was lying or not. The boss's right-hand man had just about enough of his bullshit and sent the bastard sprawling to the ground. And that's Li Shuxiang's cue to make his swift exit from the room. Mr. Right Hand has been growing utterly sick of Xu Xiang's endless idiocy and utter uselessness, especially since the fool cost them heavy losses in manpower. They could simply nip the problem directly at the source and eliminate the bastard. Another Beechway Mountain executive, Boss Shu, called out the right-hand man's true reason for his profound resentment toward Li Shuxiang. It's this pervert right here who has been lusting after Xu Xiang's girl for quite some time. The perverted fox then proposed that they share the man's woman amongst themselves, to think of her as their shared property. Boss Lin smiled, seemingly on board with that vile idea, but insisted there was no need to rush. They needed to find the perfect opportunity first. Unbeknownst to the corrupt thugs, Li Shuxiang never left. He was merely listening in to their truly disgusting conversation. From the entrance, he gritted his teeth in sheer anger. Our man really needs to scheme his way out of this one. A few hours later, he returned to his lavish house and threw a childish tantrum. Out of sheer frustration over his own incompetence, he utterly wrecked his own place like a dumbass. His girl came out to check on him, tried to console the fat bastard. Li Shuxiang simply told her to start packing, as they had to leave this place as soon as they could. She asked where they would go, and he couldn't give her a straight answer. The only thing certain is that this place won't be safe anymore, and they needed to plan ahead. Boss Li called his assistant, Qingzi, and the loyal lackey ran in like a good boy. He ordered Qingzi to gather all their remaining men as they prepared to depart at midnight. His girl could sense that something was obviously wrong, and she did not like it at all. Anyways, back to the people who actually matter. Xiaoyang pulled up to his compound, parking the massive bus into one of their many indoor parking areas the survivors from Building No. 8 hopped out of the vehicle and marveled at the sheer. Stepping inside Xiao Yang's doomsday fortress, with all of them safe and sound, the survivor recruitment mission is officially a success. He was tasked with rescuing 5 survivors, but he managed to bring back a whopping 8. On top of the 25-point reward, he received an extra 5 points as a bonus, pushing his total score to 66. Xiao Yang then turned to his zombie buddy, informing him that tomorrow night, they'd be heading out on a 2-man mission to the dangerous Southern District. Big Broly overheard their strange human-zombie conversation and curiously asked what was waiting in the Southern District. The young man simply told him that he had to take care of some deeply unresolved cross-time grudges to settle with the folks at Bichui Mountain Villa. By nightfall, Xiao Yang locked himself in his room, his eyes set on the level 2 high-tech supply crate, a hefty 50 points in value, which he now finally had enough points to purchase. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked the item's logo, eager to discover what treasures lay inside his first ever level 2 crate. Upon successful redemption, His current points plummeted down to a mere 16. A bright light swirled around his body. As Xiaoyang prayed, he wouldn't be let down. After spending a fortune, thankfully, the level 2 high-tech supply box did not disappoint him at all. The gacha god smiled upon Xiaoyang and gifted him a physical enhancement serum. This big-ass syringe contained a miracle drug that could boost his physical prowess by 20 points. Without hesitation, he jabbed that thing right into his veins and let the contents flow through his bloodstream. It was a lot more painful than he expected. Right now, he's at a staggering 33 points in physical stats. That would be equivalent to over 6 times the strength of an average man. It didn't just improve his raw, brute strength. It also dramatically enhanced his senses. He sensed a mosquito buzzing around his room and reflexively grabbed the little bug by its stinger. His newly enhanced hand-eye coordination would surely come in handy when it came to combat. He then let go of his death grip, and the mosquito promptly flew out of the room. It's safe to say that Xiaoyang was deeply satisfied with his reward. By sunset, he made his usual patrol, with Brother Chong around the base. In one of the open yards, he found Li Hong leading the marksmanship practice. For those interested after this round, Xiaoyang headed south of the city. Before going, he just wanted to formally ask the old cop to take over the marksmanship training for the others, since he's probably their best sniper. Old Li confidently accepted the job, eager to contribute to his specialty. With that taken care of, Xiaoyang walked, and Brother Chong limped their way to the bus, while that public bus goes way above the speed at which it should be driving. Something else is brewing at the enemy camp. That was good for nothing. Gangster Li Shushang had arranged for all his men to flee. Upon sensing the knife inching closer to his back, unfortunately for him, the escape plan was not as foolproof as he thought it would be. The big bosses of Beachway Mountain Villa pulled up to his driveway, blocking his exits. Inside the lead car was the ringleaders, with the addition of a very familiar, bitchy figure, with a mocking smile and a gun in his hand. Boss Dong Shu confronted Boss Li as to why he was leaving in the dead of the night. Like an expert liar, Boss Li crafted an excuse on the spot. According to him, he just gathered his boys to head for Rongxing Garden under the cover of darkness to finish what they started. No matter how good he is at crafting lies off the dome, it won't work this time. One of his boys had already been caught and sucked dry of valuable inside information. Everyone on Boss Li's faction immediately recognized Qinzi's slim body. Still, thinking that he could wash his hands of any faults, Boss Li tried to pretend that he had never seen the corpse lying on the floor in his life. Li Shuchong scratched his head awkwardly, secretly hoping his innocent act would fool them. Tired of his incessant blabbering, Boss Shu gave his men the kill order and showered the pig's faction with bullets. Boss Li stood there, trembling in terror, as his boys fell one by one. Up until the end, he tried his hardest to play dumb. Luckily, Boss Shu knew just what would break his act. He asked Li Shu Xiang to take a good look at the person in their car's passenger seat. The wannabe gangster caught a glimpse of karma, as an obvious conclusion dawned on him. Chui Jing, the conniving witch, who always finds a way to attach herself to a bigger fish, had betrayed her way to the top once more. Boss Kai couldn't help himself. That pig kept trying to act dumb, when Chui Jing had already snitched the entirety of their escape plan. He really should have seen this one coming. That girl latched onto him. After making Xiao Yang's life miserable, it's common sense to think she'd do it again. Finally, Boss Kai turned to Boss Zhang for the last order. Boss Zhang, casually and wordlessly, gave the go-ahead for Li Shu Xiang's execution. The method they chose was truly barbaric. They tied a noose around the fatty's neck and had one of their strongest men pulling until Li Shu Xiang's final defiant breath. It was a painful and miserable way to go. Once the last bit of life escaped his mortal body, he was left to hang at the gates of his own mansion, under the cover of the night. A bright blue bus pulled over nearby. Zhang Xiaoyong and Brother Chong sneakily closed in on their target on foot. When they arrived at the entrance, they quickly realized they were a little too late. Tonight, they were supposed to finish off Li Shu Xiang, but someone got to him first. This bastard deserved what he got. But Xu Xiang regretted not being able to do it. With his own hands, he grabbed a pebble from the ground, sent it flying towards the rope, and cut the carcass loose. Given the tragic ending of this scumbag, Xiaoyang feels a bit motivated to dish out some entertaining revenge. Meanwhile, back at the Beichui Mountain Villa's base camp, unpleasant sounds echo from the top floor. Cui Jing thought she could just jump ship and be accepted by a bigger criminal, just like she previously did. Well, she was dead wrong, and her snitching landed her in the den of devious sadists. Boss Jang only views her warm body as a reward to be used. The pair of deviant bosses passed her around. These people are absolutely disgusting. Thankfully, justice is just a few steps away. Boss Kai looked out of the penthouse window and was taken aback by the sight of his guards, dead on the floor. What followed were some loud-ass knocks on his door. Those sounds were just a distraction. The real threat made use of the highest window as his entrance. With a knife in hand, Xiaoyang looked like the grim Reaper himself. He made Boss Kai feel the cold blade against his neck. One tiny movement could end it all, without giving the bastard a chance to spew any more nonsense. He slit that throat and made Kai choke on his own blood. That's one down, more to go. Boss Xiang was flabbergasted. One moment, he was shooting poison out of his crotch. The next, his partner in crime was dead on the floor. Cui Jing, on the other hand, immediately recognized Jiang Xiaoyang. Without wasting another second, he sent the knife flying, accurately tracking the naked dipshit. Boss Jiang died with his willy out, and his neck sliced open. As soon as his body hit the floor, Cui Jing screamed, "Bloody murder." Thankfully, Cui Jing wasn't delusional enough to think that Xiaoyang came by to save her. On the contrary, she only felt more dread at the sight of him. Xiaoyang shot her a mocking glare and headed for the door. He slowly opened the locks, wondering what that scummy Li Shushang would think if he saw her in such a state. As soon as the door was opened, the mutated fatty entered. That wannabe gangster? He's history. Now he's just a mindless, flesh-eating monster. He lunged straight for Cui Jing's neck, devouring her flesh, bite after gruesome bite. The witch tried desperately to plead for help, but her pathetic pleas fell on deaf ears. With that taken care of, and his revenge finally fulfilled, Zhang Xiaoyong calmly closed the door on the pair who had betrayed and killed him from his past life. Outside, he then coordinated with Brother Chong to arrange for some safe corpse disposal. These fallen guards would make a nice, succulent meal for his mutant buddy. However, Brother Chong's belly is still full from their previous excursion. Tonight, he can only manage one corpse at most. Still, it's better than nothing. While Brother Chong indulges, Xiaoyang's enhanced hearing picks up some intriguing sound from afar. From a building just outside Beachview Mountain Villa, a group of terrified survivors has been gathered against their will. Overseeing them were a fearsome chef and a creepy goon. The goon then picked up a little girl, intending her soft, tender flesh to be their next dish. The chef, however, scoffed at the goon and rejected the little girl. She's just far too skinny. Instead, he wanted the plump little boy, who was hugging his mother in fear. The chef dragged the child away as the mom pleaded. Tired of dealing with these pesky survivors, the chef overpowered the woman with a single swing. The distraught mother cried her heart out, begging for her son to be spared. It was the only thing she could do. She turned to the other survivors, pleading for help, but her desperate pleas fell on deaf ears. These people were simply relieved they weren't picked. Suddenly, gunshots ripped through the kitchen. 3 massive holes appeared in the entrance. The building guards immediately drew their weapons. As far as they knew, only the bosses possessed high-caliber weapons. Thankfully, the sound of gunfire spared the boy from a cruel fate. For now, the bullet hole-ridden door slowly creaked open, and the guard prepared to unleash their bullets. Just a few moments later, there was still no sign of movement, his patience wearing thin. The chef barked an order for a guard to go check. The armed guard cautiously inched his way through the doorway. The instant he crossed into the kill zone, Brother Chong snatched the hapless guard by the neck, all without exposing himself. He'd already taken down one of the armed goons. Seeing the discolored arm, the guards instantly jumped to the conclusion that some zombies had broken in Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed a storm of bullets, wasting precious bullets and hitting absolutely nothing. Brother Chong cleverly continued to bait them out by darting around the room in frantic circles, easily outrunning their terrible aim at every turn. As the frantic gunshots finally subsided, Brother Chong exploded through one of the boarded windows, shattering the wood panels with effortless might. He immediately locked his gaze on the chef, who was huddled in the middle of the guard formation. Without a flicker in his momentum, Brother Chong expertly snapped the chef's neck in midair. He landed, perfectly utilizing the momentum, to springboard himself directly to his next target in just a matter of seconds. The untrained goons were massacred one by one. Once Brother Chong concluded his deadly rampage, the captive survivors cowered in a mix of fear and confusion. The zombie had stormed in to kill all the goons, but he hadn't harmed any of the other survivors. As soon as the commotion finally died down, Xiaoyang calmly stepped into the room and showered Brother Chong with praise for such an impressive takedown. Even with his mask still on, the mutated badass hoarsely quipped that his mask just makes his moves look even cooler. And honestly, he's not wrong. Brother Chong for president. Yet, hearing the zombie speak only served to further perplex and terrify the survivors even further. Kids clutched their mothers even tighter, and everyone instinctively made sure to keep their distance from the bizarre mutant. Xiaoyang finally broke the tense, uncomfortable silence by quickly assuring everyone that Brother Chong wouldn't harm anyone. The little girl couldn't believe her ears. She'd seen monstrous creatures, just like this one, kill without a second thought. That little detail certainly piqued Xiaoyang's interest. He carefully approached the little girl and asked what she meant by super monsters. The girl's mother explained that they'd encountered another bizarre mutant at Decor City in the eastern part of town. CEO young figuret, it'd be at least another month or two before other strange mutants popped up. To make matters even worse, Decor City wasn't that far from their base camp in Old Tea Leaf Town. He gave Brother Chong a heads up about the possibility of another rare mutant lurking nearby. You see, depending on the individual, mutants can retain varying levels of sanity and memory. That makes them far more efficient and fearsome than any typical zombie. However unstable, mutations usually result in heightened violence. Hearing the path he could be heading down made Brother Chong worried for his future. Sensing his concern, Xiaoyang assured his mutant buddy that he was one of the lucky ones who managed to retain his reason. Besides, with Xiaoyang around, he wouldn't lose his sanity. Xiaoyang then turned to the survivors to ask if there were more survivors in the villa area. As far as they knew, a few were locked up in the sales office, down in the basement. Since it was the nearest spot, they headed straight for the basement to check for other survivors. When Xiaoyang swung open the steel door, the smell of blood assaulted his nose. Everyone recoiled at the horrific, bloody sight, hiding behind that cursed door. This must be where those Beachview Mountain Villa bastards store the people they slaughter for meat. Now it all makes sense why there are no other gathering spots in this part of the city. Still, the rate at which they kill people just doesn't add up. Well, survivors often spotted the goons transporting mysterious loads of meat outside the city. Xiaoyang could roughly estimate the number of victims from the scattered corpses deep in the basement. Given these massive amounts of meat, they might be involved in something far more sinister. Since the basement isn't a habitable living space, the only place left to check is the sales office. It's located about 1 kilometer from their position, near the south gate. When survivors first flock to the villa, they're initially confined to that specific area. Anyone deemed useless is then sent to the slaughterhouse. Suddenly, Xiaoyang was presented with a new series of missions, dubbed Subpar Utopia. He's tasked with expanding and enhancing the community score to the greatest extent possible. Meanwhile, the goons at the sales office remain utterly oblivious to the reality that their kingdom has fallen. They had only heard a few stray gunshots and simply figured their bosses were probably using live subjects for target practice again. Under the cloak of darkness, once more, Brother Chong effortlessly dispatched the pathetic security, trapped within the sales office's confines, were a few desperate, unfortunate ladies. Judging by the scarce clothing scattered in this room, it's easy to assume the worst. They heard the commotion erupting outside. Some had already resigned themselves to their grim fate, while others still harbored a flicker of defiance. When the door creaked open, instead of another sleazy goon from the villa, a young man with a sharp, determined gaze stepped inside. Xiaoyang motioned for the ladies to come out, adding them to the swelling crowd of survivors he'd rescued tonight. They emerged from the sales office building. The ground outside, slick with blood, and the scattered corpses of the morally bankrupt goons. The young man promised everyone a secure sanctuary, a true home, a haven from this hell on earth. His only condition: everyone must contribute and work towards the community's growth. These traumatized survivors had already endured the tyranny and depravity of the villa's rule. Anything would truly be an improvement compared to their current hellish existence. With that settled, Xiaoyang guided everyone to his vehicle. Everyone quickly boarded the bus. Thankfully, he had brought a vehicle spacious enough for everyone. This time, not long after their daring rescue, they finally arrived at base camp. Shan and Zhang Qi were eagerly awaiting the boss's return. Noticing he didn't drive the bus straight in, Zhang Qi stayed alert, curious about his next move. First, Xiaoyang gave everyone a tour of his impressive fortress. He explained that he couldn't just let everyone enter without a thorough vetting process first. Thankfully, the survivors completely understood, knowing caution was crucial in these harsh times. For now, they would be housed in temporary prefab structures, protected by sturdy iron fences. While not as secure as the main fortress, compared to anywhere else in the city, it was absolutely heavenly. There were many unfinished buildings and open spaces throughout this old tea leaf town. Over time, construction would continue, and conditions would steadily improve. Hearing his genuine sincerity, the survivors expressed their heartfelt gratitude to their savior. As night gave way to a new day, a menacing fleet of cars and trucks pulled up to the driveway of Beachview Mountain Villa. The fleet's lady boss had already grown quite impatient. That bastard Zhang Qingwen, or any of the dipshits she'd put in charge, weren't responding to her calls at all. She could tell something was definitely wrong. The lady boss exited her vehicle and personally inspected the buildings. As expected, she was greeted by a horrific sight of gore, blood, and the stench of rotten death. Those who had perished the night before had fully reanimated into complete, mindless undead. One of the zombies lurking within the building was Li Xiaoyang. He roared and immediately attacked the living. Instinctively, the lady boss didn't even spare these critters a second glance. She effortlessly disposed of them with her bare hands. She then pulled out a knife and dismembered the drooling zombies, tearing them limb from limb. With the building completely overrun by the undead, the bosses they had installed were surely dead too. Their human meat supply chain would severely suffer from this mishap. They needed to clean up that mess. But first and foremost, they needed to take care of whoever's behind this. For the fall of Beachview Mountain Villa, blood will inevitably spill. After a thorough check on the villa, they concluded not a single soul remained and reported back to Lady Boss Rui. The good news is there's still meat left for today's shipment. All they have to do is bring the truck over and load that bad boy up. As her men loaded the truck with trash bags filled with human meat, Boss Rui pondered her next move. Upon surveying the area, she found fresh tire prints leading away from the villa. With this, they could track down the man who crippled their entire operation. Back in the fortress, Xiaoyang was mulling over his current mission: to expand the community. Despite adding a lot of people to his fold, his community score remains stubbornly at just 2 points. Population size should be a key factor, right? Thankfully, he has plenty of land to work with. That snobbish guy who sold him the land title did him a big favor. However, apart from his expansion mission, there was another urgent matter to address: the rare mutant that appeared in a nearby town. Along with Shan and Zhang Qi, the boss headed to the prefab area and was greeted with immense reverence. After settling into the temporary housing, complete with all the amenities, Some of the survivors even knelt before him in gratitude. Xiaoyang had only come to extract more info about the super monster the mom and daughter had mentioned. The mom explained they encountered the anomaly at the Harenfa market in Decor City. Back then, their group was trying to scavenge for supplies, but encountered the beast instead. Several people were killed, while she grabbed her little girl and desperately escaped. In the midst of chaos, as everyone got separated, they ran nonstop until they reached Beachway Mountain Villa. They thought they were saved, only to fall into the grasp of even worse monsters. Now that he knows the precise location, Xiaoyang quickly headed for his wheels. Shan and Zhang Qi tried to talk him out of it. From taking such a huge gamble, they got plenty of supplies on deck after all. But he's not heading out for loot. Decor City is less than 2 kilometers from their base. He can't let such a massive threat linger so close, continue to exist. Hearing his declaration, the survivor who faced the super monster herself also tried to stop the young man. CEO Young Asured everyone that he knew exactly what he was doing. He only needs Brother Chong by his side, so they can pay that thing a proper visit. Meanwhile, a group of competent-looking stragglers is roaming Warenfa in search of supplies. They stumbled upon a big supermarket and were excited at the prospect of looting a bunch of stuff, but they might want to temper their expectations. The supermarket might already be cleared out, and so the stragglers entered the supermarket, confident in their group's ability to move freely in the apocalypse. As soon as they slipped inside, they were met with complete and utter darkness. Once their eyes adjusted to the gloom, it became clear the supermarket had been looted, but not entirely. To account for other survivors or hidden zombies, the group stuck close together and made some noise. Afterward, they kept their ears and senses open for any movement. A few seconds later, a few loose zombies emerged, and the stragglers kept their cool. They dealt with the undead expertly, engaging with utmost care. They dispatched the monsters in a coordinated assault. Most of them were glad to see just a few zombies. It's fair to assume that the main horde must have been drawn away by the last group who tried to loot the place. Still, this group was experienced enough to not let their guard down as they proceeded to scavenge. But unbeknownst to them, a much more intelligent beast is hiding in the shadows, biding its time like a hunter, circling its fresh prey. As the stragglers head deeper into the supermarket, they're thanking their lucky stars for the year's worth of supplies they just found, while others were practically salivating at the sheer sight of all the food. Their leader was drawn to the cozy bed display. She finally let her guard down and excitedly hopped onto the soft mattress. Some of them even joked about settling down right in the supermarket, since it had everything they could possibly wish for. While the group explored the abandoned supermarket, 2 of the chief members stepped out for a smoke. They quickly realized that no matter how much they wanted to settle down, this mall just wasn't the ideal spot. The place had too many entrances, making it impossible to defend with all these supplies. It would also become a major hotspot for other raiders. Thankfully, there was a 2-story building nearby that seemed much more suitable for their new home. Unfortunately for these stragglers, though, settling down requires actually being alive. The hunter had finally stepped out of the shadows, beginning his hunt for the tender flesh of the living. One of the stragglers managed to yell for help, grabbing everyone's attention instantly. He ran back inside as fast as he could, but it was impossible to outrun a super mutant. The beast dug its sharp claws from his back, tearing through his chest with one swift, brutal motion. The mutant shredded the poor guy like he was made of paper. The stragglers were stunned, frozen in terror. Someone finally yelled, "Retreat," but everyone's legs felt like jelly. The group fought through their terror and forced their legs to move. Their desperate attempt at escaping was a tragedy. They fell one by one, starting with the slowest runners in the back. They channeled their will to live into every step, hoping it would be enough to escape the apex predator, gnawing right at their collective heels. A few seconds and a few meters later, everyone else had been slaughtered. Everyone, that is, except for our girl boss here. She ran without looking back and eventually got close enough to the exit that she could finally see the light coming from the outdoors. Go, girl boss. She pushed with every last ounce of strength she had. Unfortunately for her, running in heels is far from the ideal way to cheat death. Honestly, at this point, that's just on her. The super mutant loomed ominously over her, the very entity that had feasted on her comrades. It savored her fear as she cried out and raised her trembling arms in a desperate, futile attempt to defend herself. But when she finally dared to raise her head, she saw an entirely different super mutant. This one wore a seriously cool mask. Instead of tearing her to shreds or devouring her innards, this guy simply walked past her. Following the masked mutant was a young man who calmly told her not to be afraid. And just like that, Xiao Yang and the gang arrived just in time to save her final girl. Much to her surprise, she actually recognized this dude as the kid who bought a massive plot of land from her agency. Before everything completely went to hell, Xiao Yang also recognized her as that polite real estate saleswoman from a while back. If he wasn't mistaken, her name was Ning Wan Wan or something close to it. Their fateful reunion was abruptly interrupted by the guttural sounds of tearing flesh. Wan Wan warned the young man about the monster, about wreaking havoc throughout the mall, but he simply assured her that the monster was already being taken care of. At that moment, she turned her attention behind them and saw two anomalous life forms locked in a standoff. The mall mutant saw Brother Chong as fierce competition, but our friendly mutant simply saw this opponent as an obstacle just waiting to be toppled. This was the first time either had met someone of their own kind, a truly novel experience for both mutants. They were both thrilled to test how they would compare against a fellow mutated freak. The mall mutant struck with his unnaturally long claws, missing Brother Chong's crotch by mere inches. He wondered if eating a fellow freak would speed up his evolution, or something. While the mall mutant laughed, Brother Chong unleashed a roaring strike. The force behind that fist was so powerful and hefty that it utterly planted the mall mutant's head, slamming deep into the tiled floor. Now, the freak was forced to stop playing around, finally taking the masked mutant seriously. Brother Chong hoisted his foot high above the monster's head, and in this case, kicking someone while they're down will be completely justified. Unfortunately, the naked freak reacted fast enough to jump clear of the incoming attack. Still with that same perverse laugh, the mall mutant actually thanked the humans, who served as fuel for his monstrous power, constantly accumulating and growing stronger day by day. Brother Chong's senses screamed a warning of the immediate threat. The mall mutant lunged face to face with him, looking more savage and vicious than ever. The two exchanged dozens of blows. In the blink of an eye, Chung-Chi began to get worried. That Brother Chong was losing ground. For the first time ever, Xiao Yang, on the other hand, was glad they took this trip. If they had left this mall mutant to hunt for much longer, it might have grown completely unstoppable to tip the odds back in their favor. The young man stepped in and manifested a fucking AK-47 out of thin air. He casually asked Brother Chong to hold the beast down for just 1 second so they could finally wrap this up. As usual, the ever-reliable super mutant did as he was told and focused on keeping the mall mutant from using its speed. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the mall. A single, devastating bullet pierced right through the monster's forehead, cracking its skull and turning what was left of its brain into mush. Nevertheless, a single gunshot to the head is not enough to put an end to this super mutant's terror. Still, that shot managed to hurt the beast. Now it's completely shifting targets. To the young man with the gun, Chong-Chi couldn't believe his eyes. He had never encountered a life form that stayed alive after a clean headshot. When one bullet just won't cut it, why not add a few more, and then some, and just switch that thing to full auto to truly work its magic? High-caliber bullets ripped chunks from the mall mutant. The beast was reduced to rotten green cheese. By the time it finally fell, it gave one final shudder as life drained from its body. Xiao Yang then suggested that Brother Chong should try devouring the super mutant. Who knows, it might just grant a hefty power-up. To the young man's astonishment, taking down a dangerous element like this beast actually boosted his community score and pushed him forward on his current mission. Given they're in a relatively untouched supermarket, they might as well stock up on a few things. They certainly can't leave empty-handed, now can they? And this is exactly where Xiao Yang's storage ability truly comes in handy. There's no need to haul truckloads of supplies. He could just scoop it all up and instantly transport it to a separate dimension. Now, it's a little crass, but instead of letting these straggler bodies simply turn into zombies, they might as well serve Brother Chong some dessert after he's devoured his main course. Meanwhile, while Xiaoyang was away, some rats were trying to play. Boss Rui, along with a few of her subordinates, ventured out to follow tire tracks and discreetly scout the enemy from afar. They meticulously assess the stronghold's capacity and capabilities. Her loyal hand then evaluated that the fortress, while having a decent number of people, is actually poorly armed. Their sole advantage seems to be that sturdy warehouse. But if that's truly all they have, it's a complete mystery how they took down Zhang Qinyan, Lin Guangkai, and even the entire Beichui mountain villa. Boss Rui quickly figured that these rats must have resorted to sneaky tactics. They must have lured in a zombie horde or something similar, brimming with arrogance. Boss Rui is already practically thanking the heavens for spoon-feeding her some juicy prey and what she sees as a new base. For now, they must head back, regroup, and gather all their weapons and forces before striking when the fortress least expects it. The scouts spun their wheels and sped away. Meanwhile, on an opposing route, Xiao Yang's group was making their way back. Cheng Shi proudly informed Wan Wan that their base camp wasn't just equipped with comfy mattresses, but also offered hot water for proper, refreshing showers. It's not every day you spot other vehicles on the highway, especially these days. The group immediately tensed, preparing their weapons for anything. 2 cars were speeding past them, heading in the opposite direction. None of them slowed down, not even for a fleeting second. Zhang Xiaoyong and Boss Rue exchanged a tense, knowing glance. Suddenly, a new mission flashed. Villain Nemesis had been initiated. Volume 1. Xiaoyong must resist this invasion, or else. To be rewarded a hefty 50 points. He immediately got a chilling gut feeling. Those mysterious invaders had to be the people he just saw suspiciously driving around the area. To confirm his suspicions, he sought out Shan in the watchtower, asking about any sushi activities spotted around their perimeter. The young woman reported that, as far as she knew, a lone car had indeed passed by in the distance, but it never got close enough to actually ring any alarms. That was all the confirmation Xiao Yang needed to act, so he promptly called for Uncle Shang and Old Li to gather everyone for an urgent, important announcement. Meanwhile, at the southern suburb coal plant, business was seemingly running smoothly. Lured by a choppy radio broadcast, a hopeful group of survivors found themselves relentlessly trekking towards the plant. The broadcast grandly claimed this was a safe zone, where a thriving settlement was supposedly seeking manpower for development. The group of survivors remained vigilant. If they'd survived this long, they must be capable. Finally, they spotted a car driving right towards their destination. The car pulled up, and Boss Rue, with her goons in tow, fresh from their own scouting mission, welcomed the weary survivors, who had been lured in by that overly optimistic radio broadcast. As soon as the survivors laid eyes on her impressive assets, all common sense seemed to vanish into thin air. They simply wanted to be a part of whatever lucrative operation she was running. Boss Rue also knew exactly how to flaunt and strategically use her undeniable womanly charms to melt away any lingering resistance. With a captivating smile, she invited the entranced group into her base camp. As they walked towards the ominous coal plant, the survivors exchanged a knowing, perverted look as they were escorted into the camp. They were wide-eyed at how spacious and tidy everything looked. They finally had a place they could call home. One of the survivors excused himself, claiming he had to use the restroom. Boss Ray offered to take him to their indoor bathroom, and the poor bastard immediately folded. She didn't just lead him to the urinals. Boss Ray stayed over while the guy peed. Her eyes lingered on his package the whole time, seemingly scanning the goods. Seeing this as an invitation, the survivor asked Boss Rue to stop being shy and sample the product if she wanted. He bragged that he was super strong, but all it took was one lightning-fast step and a stab for his lewd words to stop coming. Boss Rue was efficient with her kill. The poor bastard never saw it coming. Initially, she was actually interested in including him in her group, if he was a good catch. But after seeing what he was packing, killing him was a no-brainer. Imagine dying to have a little pecker out. Her underlings had also taken care of business. Every single survivor that was lured by the radio broadcast bled like a pig back in the fortress. Meanwhile, everyone heeded Jiang Xiaoyang's call, gathering to discuss the upcoming war. Oli asked, who would be dumb enough to target us? Well, right now, the enemy is unknown, and they could face an attack at any moment. To prepare, Jiang Qi and Brother Chong must stick to the boss. To clear out the unfinished buildings southeast, they have to temporarily stash the refugees there. If they stay in the temporary housing area, they will be exposed during an attack. Shan and a few others volunteered to join in. Even the twins, who looked nothing alike, were swept up by the air in the room. Even Lil Shuai volunteered to join, much to the annoyance of his mother. Everyone, of course, was eager to contribute. Ning Van also volunteered to help with the clearing operation. While they ventured out, Uncle Sheng and Old Li would hold the fort and guard the base. Everyone else geared up, and so, with Xiao Yang leading the charge, a small army was formed. Their mission, mow down any obstacles for the upcoming war. Upon entering the southeast building, all hell broke loose as the army picked off every zombie in the vicinity. It was an intense hunt, one designed to develop their killer instincts for what was to come. After the first wave, Xiao Yang signaled for a break and checked on everyone's condition. Once more, he warned them that the coming days would be turbulent. For now, they would settle inside the southeast building for a thorough clearing. When the refugees were invited in, they voiced their willingness to help in the fight. The more he thought about it, the more Xiao Yang realized that an increase in their fighting numbers will be a good thing. So he promised to send over some handguns and bullets later in the day when the enemy attacks. The southeast building and the fortress would coordinate through walkie-talkies. Back in the coal plant, Boss Rue was overseeing their discreet, cannibalistic operation. Her number 2, who looked like a Full Metal Alchemist character, and number 3 were just eager to get their share of the new meat. Boss Rue was still pissed off by the fact that Beachway Mountain got wiped out. From now on, they'd have to find food for themselves. Of course, number 2 and number 3 were not happy to hear that. Thankfully, they already knew who to visit for payback. In the east suburb, tomorrow morning, Boss Rue and number 2 would lead a team to wipe those normies out. Back in the fortress, the operation halted for the night, and Zhang Xiaoyong was free to check on the system. With 46 points in the bank to spend, he was eager to check on the new daily crates. Opening the store, he was surprised to see a level 2 Awakening Power Supply crate, worth 25 points, and he also snags a level 2 Farming crate, along with a level 1 crate packed with sugar, oil, and protein. Just those 2 level 2 crates alone would set him back 40 points. But he's absolutely ready to splurge a little. Then, opening the most expensive crate he's ever purchased, he's granted the incredible Overload skill. This skill lets him boost his physical stats by a whopping 25%. But once the boost wears off, he'll enter a temporary weakened state. Considering his already astounding physical strength, a 25% boost would catapult him straight into superhuman territory. He'd essentially be able to unleash a force 8 times greater than that of an average Joe. Xiao Yang is absolutely itching to test this new ability on someone or something. The night passed quietly, but not so quiet day soon began. A massive fleet of cars, trucks, and bikes embarked from the southern suburb coal plant, all heading east for one final push. Boss Rui reiterated the attack strategy to her crew. First, they'll drive straight through and eliminate any exposed refugees outside the walls. Once number 2 busts in to breach the main door, everyone else will pour in with their heavily modded vehicles, using them as cover for suppressive fire. Speaking of number 2, this starving weirdo can't even be bothered to put on a shirt as the enemy inches closer by the minute. The fortress is now on high alert. Old Lee takes his position at the highest elevation available. It's got a worse view than the watchtower, but he'll be completely invisible from below. Xiaoyang placed him up here specifically because Old Lee worked as a sniper for a few years before he ever became a cop. Old Lee scratches his head and corrects him, though. He was just a temporary fill-in sniper for a few months. Nevertheless, he was good enough to consistently hit his mark within 500 meters as long as the wind played along nicely. And that would be more than good enough to play a truly crucial role in the upcoming battle. You see, Xiaoyang tasked Zhongqi to bring something incredibly heavy up to the rooftop. The young man eagerly opens the heavy crate, revealing a pristine Barrett sniper rifle cozily stashed inside. Old Lee is completely taken aback. How can a young man even get his hands on something like this? Refusing to answer, Xiaoyang simply explains that they only have 10 rounds in total. Thus, it must be wielded with extreme caution. Old Lee seized the colossal firearm, feeling its undeniable physical weight and the crushing responsibility it carried. Meanwhile, everyone else was poised for action, having taken their strategic positions. According to Xiaoyang, the enemy could strike at any moment today. Shan, maintaining a vigilant watch from the top of the tower, discerned something truly unusual and quickly relayed the vital intel to everyone. Looking through his scope, Old Lee confirmed an enemy fleet was rapidly approaching. Back in a modded car, Boss Rue's enforcers were utterly perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the refugees outside the wall. Instead of stopping to observe before advancing, Boss Rue commanded his crew to push the pedal to the metal and press on without hesitation. They were already close enough to be spotted. Halting now would only shatter their momentum. And so, the fleet surged forward relentlessly, aiming to take cover right by the wall. As soon as the enemies entered their effective range, Shan gave everyone the immediate command to open fire. Everyone positioned strategically around the wall, pulled out their blickies and AKs, and unleashed a devastating hellfire upon the intruders. The ill-prepared coal plant attackers did not account for such overwhelming firepower. Instantly, bullets ripped through windshields and flesh. This was meant to be a devastating surprise attack, but they were the ones who were utterly startled. Boss Rue refused to believe that her brilliant plan had been exposed so early. It was too late to pull out now. She had to throw all caution to the wind and ordered her enforcers to keep charging, while most of them dropped like flies. Still, for what it's worth, it was somewhat effective. They managed to reach the base of the wall, with a few troops still miraculously alive. The crucial objective was getting number 2 and his monstrous automatic saw close enough to the gates. When he was met with the stubbornly resilient door, number 2 furiously hacked and relentlessly slashed his way through the thick metal. Shan immediately broadcasted news of the anomaly as it tried to smash through their door, alerting everyone nearby. Up in the watchtower, defenders swiftly raised their rifles, and their trigger fingers went to work, unleashing a barrage, all to ensure number 2 could finish his deadly task. But Boss Rue and her crew returned fire, with an array of pea shooters and submachine guns. Under such intense fire, and the less experienced crew in the watchtower were effectively driven back. Even Fatty Xiao Kai took a hit to the shoulder. Thankfully, it doesn't look lethal. These enemies boast serious firepower and accurate aim, making them incredibly tough to suppress for much longer. Some of the veterans tried to rally the younger fighters, urging them to just hold their ground. They do have enough ammo for a drawn-out war, but that won't last for long. The automatic saw is about to slice through the main gate. Once that gate breaks, they'll be at a massive disadvantage. Thankfully, the calm and collected boss has a plan ready to deal with what comes after the breach. Xiaoyang quietly slipped out of the fortress, cloaking his presence. Then, the madman sprinted outside, as if he were completely bulletproof. Boss Rue's faction had already burned through half their ammo supply, and number 2 still hadn't punched through. He just needs a few more seconds to rip that entrance wide open. Suddenly, the sound of the gate being breached exploded. Shan and the watchtower group quickly descended to provide backup below. Meanwhile, Boss Rue is smiling deviously It was a brutal fight, but she's finally in. Now it's time to see how these rookies handle the sheer terror of an evolver, strengthened by human meat, using number 2 as a literal moving cover. She ordered her boys to follow closely behind. Behind them, the anomaly ditched his automatic saw and muscled his way through to make the opening even bigger, with a clear sight line of the charging enemies. Xiao Yang gave Oldly the signal. It was his time to shine, controlling his heartbeat and steadying his breaths. Li Hong focused on a massive target. The moment that massive head came into view, Old Li's crosshair snapped onto it like he had an aimbot. Number 2 roared, sounding more beastly than human. The survivors who dared to lay eyes on this monstrosity would agree. As soon as that beast breached the gate, their morale was utterly shattered. They tried their hardest to deter his charge, but this bastard had impenetrable skin. Their measly bullets were utterly ineffective. Number 2 barged in, tanking the reign of lead, without even needing a Kevlar vest. No matter the caliber, the bullets simply bounced off, leaving only a meager mark. Even those marks were quick to vanish. Thanks to number 2's unfair regenerative abilities, Boss Rue was quite pleased with the reaction. To her hulking shield, she reckoned this bunch must be witnessing the power of an evolver for the very first time in their lives. Finally, the go signal was relayed to Li Hong on the rooftop. He had supreme confidence in his aim and his destructive bullets. The Barrett buckled under the strength of its shot, and one press of the trigger was all it took to erase the monster's head out of existence, turning its face into a mush of blood and brains. Number 2, who was seemingly invincible, fell to his death. Boss Rue and her goons were utterly flabbergasted. The big guy was their only form of cover, and who would have expected this little community could get their hands on weapons of this caliber? With their biggest deterrent out of the picture, Xiao Yang finally made his grand entrance. Flanking the intruders with his trusty AK-47, he immediately started open firing, waking the enemies from their shock. It was like shooting fish in a barrel for the young man. Boss Rue was well aware that they were in this precarious situation, solely due to her miscalculation. She had underestimated the enemy, and now they must pay the ultimate price. Still, a woman like her refused to go down without a fight. With a submachine gun in hand, she fired back while bolting toward the exit. With gritted teeth, she desperately tried to fall back. Upon seeing Xiao Yang's killer eyes, she finally recognized him, the kid they'd seen in the car just yesterday. To ensure she survives this absolute disaster, she snatched one of her goons, without so much as a blink. She brazenly used that poor soul as a human shield. Xiao Yang realized that, with this woman's insane reaction speed, she must be an evolver too. After forcing one of his men to take a barrage of bullets, she flung the poor guy right at the gunner. Blocking the exit, Xiao Yang had to quickly dodge aside and was forced to stop his barrage. Those few precious seconds were all Boss Rue needed to make a break for her car. Of course, Old Li refused to let a single straggler escape after these arrogant intruders had shattered their peaceful existence. He locked on his scout and declared that throughout heaven and earth, his Barrett was the only honored one. This dude seriously thinks he's Gojo. Instead of landing a clean headshot, he had to settle for crippling her incredibly fast legs. The sudden, shocking loss of her limb tripped Boss Rui mere inches from her getaway vehicle. Li Hongli burned with shame for missing the kill shot, while he was frantically readying another round. Boss Rui's underlings swiftly helped her into the car. Unfortunately for our heroes, these two were surprisingly adept at escaping deadly situations and managed to swerve away, with their tails tucked firmly between their legs. Xiao Yang then ordered everyone to cease firing. He wouldn't mind if these idiots came back. For round 2, he's just ecstatic that his mission was cleared. He was rewarded with 50 points, which instantly boosted morale. In addition, the second volume of the Nemesis mission has now been unlocked. It's his turn to go on the offensive and attack the cannibals' base for another easy 50. Everyone in the fortress celebrated their massive W. As for casualties, they had a few people injured by gunfire, but thankfully no one died. Those injured were rushed to the medical room for swift disinfection, while enemy corpses were moved to cold storage for Brother Chang's very special dinner. Since the base is back to a relatively safe level, the refugees will be allowed back to their housing. The moment he found himself alone, Xiao Yang checked his hard-earned points, amassed from just a single mission, and couldn't wait to splurge again tonight. Back at the southern suburb coal plant, the remaining survivors of the battle retreated, with only 3 people and Boss Rue missing a leg. Number 3 greeted them, confused and worried, looking utterly ashamed. Boss Rue admitted she'd been careless. They never expected such heavy weapon fire. She then snapped at her goons, demanding human meat to refuel and heal herself, hearing her bark orders as if it were business as usual. A cruel, sly grin spread across Number 3's face. She continued mouthing them off, calling them useless fools who couldn't even follow simple orders, and claiming that everyone here wasn't even worth Number 2's toes. Number 3 finally had enough of her audacity. The boss had fallen to such a vulnerable state, yet she still dared to belittle them. Boss Rue had made a colossal mistake yet again. She hadn't anticipated a rebellion at all. Panicking, she frantically ordered her men to take Number 3 down, but no one moved a muscle. Even the 2 survivors, who dragged her to safety, pretended not to hear her. With Boss Rue crippled and Number 2 dead, Number 3 could easily usurp power for himself, as he was the strongest. Besides, he'd already planted the seeds of rebellion in everyone. The men of the coal mine had long grown dissatisfied with the way she'd been running things. Now, they had the perfect chance to change leadership. Even then, Boss Rue still believed she could make the men stand down. But as they crowded around her with malicious intent, her imperious attitude quickly crumbled. With Number 3's lead, the coal plant bastards unleashed their pent-up frustrations on their cruel boss. They laughed and cheered as they brutally bashed Boss Rue's body with their metal pipes. They jeered at her pathetic groans and screams. Given her inhuman Evo body, she was tough. The brutal torture dragged on endlessly. When she finally gave up the ghost, Number 3 couldn't wipe the smile off his face as he casually wiped her blood from his hands. One of his goons then called him Boss 3, and he nearly beat the man to death. From now on, he wouldn't tolerate any goon who dared to ignore his new title. That title? Big Boss. The boys then debated their next group move. With the witch and Number 2 gone, the coal plant's combat strength was drastically diminished. Everyone's greatest fear wasn't the Eastern Fortress, but rather the one known as the Tentacle Man. Big Boss decided they'd simply abandon the plant and seek refuge with the West Steel Group, a merger of sorts. A day later, Zhang Xiaoyong and a few select members of his battalion snuck behind enemy lines, just as he'd expected. Those pests were indeed camped in the coal plant. He warned Zhang Qi and Old Li to lower their voices and stick close to him as they stealthily moved inside the premises. After surveying the area for a while, they realized there was no human activity. Inside the camp, all they found was that hateful woman who had led the charge yesterday. It was evident she'd been killed by her own people, while the other 2 were appalled. Zhang Xiaoyong had already expected as much. Curious, Zhang Qi then asked about the big guy who had just shattered the door. That beast was clearly unlike Chen Chong, yet possessed absurd powers. Zhang Xiaoyong had broached the topic of evolvers with his people before. Even Old Li was quite curious as to how one becomes a so-called evolver. Without mincing his words, Zhang Xiaoyong shared that one can evolve by eating humans. This shocking piece of information would make anyone shudder. Zhang Xiaoyong elaborated further. To gain an ability like a mutant's, the most direct and simplistic method is cannibalism. Since he also possessed inhuman abilities, Zhang Qi asked if he had also gone down that awful route. Moving forward, must they truly shed their humanity and resort to cannibalism as well? Xiaoyong quickly cut off his friends before they spiraled into more absurd conclusions. While cannibalism might be the most direct method, it's certainly not the only way. Pulling something from his pocket, the young man showed them a glowing red rock. Ultimately, Evolvers and zombies are all mutated life forms, and mutants only need to absorb exotic energy to grow stronger. Ordinary people have innate exotic energy within them, but it's scarce and dispersed throughout their flesh and blood. Evolvers and rare mutants, on the other hand, condense their exotic energy into cores. As the apocalypse progresses, even normal zombies will start forming exotic cores. Even if that's the case, eating zombie meat still sounds like a surefire way to turn into one. Well, ordinary people can't just outright eat zombie meat. Only mutants like Brother Chong can do that, to grow more powerful. While they were talking, Volume 2 of Xiao Yang's Nemesis of Villains mission was automatically cleared. It looks like those coal boys no longer pose a threat to his community. While Xiao Yang was distracted and busy checking his system window, a zombie almost got his ass. Thankfully, he has superhuman reflexes, jumping out of harm's way just in time. He calmly disposed of the zombie with a swift draw of his knife. Funnily enough, the zombie he just slashed open can serve as a perfect demonstration of his point. He fished the zombie's core right out of its body. Since the zombie population has been growing, hunting season is officially about to start. With 2 cores in his hands, he offered Jiangqi and Li Hongli a jump start on their evolution. Jiangqi still felt a bit ambivalent about eating something that came out of a zombie's body. So, he let old Li take both cores. After much deliberation, Li Hongli's desire to become stronger finally overcame his fear and uncertainties. He munched on 2 cores at once, like a fat kid in a buffet. Old Li immediately felt the changes in his body as the cores did their magic. He felt more incredible than he ever felt in his life. Xiao Yang had to remind him that being an evoker didn't mean he'd be invincible in this apocalyptic world. Taking that advice to heart, old Li assured the young man that he wouldn't get reckless. With the crisis averted, it's about time to head back to camp. While the good guys are on the way back home, the bastards are just pulling up to the West Steel Mill. As they entered the perimeter, one of the watchdogs stopped them from going any further. Big Boss Number 3 casually introduced himself as the representative of the coal plant. Still wary of the group, the watchdog told them to wait, while he reported to West Steel Mill's leader. After much deliberation, the coal plant boys were allowed inside. The neighboring faction, of course, the big bosses of the steel mill, immediately asked what was up, and were Jingrui and No. 2 were No. 3 made up a story about being attacked and losing. Boss are you and the big boy, hearing that bit of information, piqued the interest of the bald steel mill boss. He ordered his men to take the coal plant brothers and their 3rd boss to one of the safe houses. Meanwhile, Baldy convened with his partner and quietly devised something devious. Number 3 and his goons were stashed away in the so-called safe house. Even now, he's still correcting his men about his new title. He was so focused on such trivial things that he did not notice how sketchy this whole situation they put themselves in was. One of the boys pointed out that they were likely not in some sort of safe house. If you look around, they are surrounded by iron bars and locked doors. It's essentially a prison. Before anyone could truly grasp what was happening, the outside watchdog suddenly barged into the room. He sternly demanded everyone step outside. When they were finally granted an audience to confront the steel mill bosses again, it looked like the entire plant leadership was present. Number 3 carefully chose his words and dared to ask what was going on. The lady boss immediately deduced that Number 3 had done something underhanded, betraying Boss Rue. Such a crime must be punished. Number 3 quickly tried to dispel Boss Pang's and Boss Ling's accusations, but it was far too late for that. Boss Ling isn't buying the misunderstanding excuse, so she called her watchdog, Li Chong, over to share some crucial information. This guy had gone to the coal plant and found Li Jingrui dead, lying cold, on the hard ground of the courtyard, while Number 2 was nowhere to be found. There were no signs of struggle anywhere. The most reasonable explanation is a betrayal that turned grim, resulting in the former boss's death. Even with all the damning facts laid bare, Number 3 still chose to deny the allegations. In this new world, solid evidence is no longer a thing. You could get punished for absolutely anything and everything. Without a proper trial, honestly, the West Steel Mill would have wiped out. These cold boys, if not for Boss Rue's abilities. With her out of the picture, Number 3 basically entered the den of hungry lions. One of the goons desperately tried to plead for mercy, even offering information just for a chance at survival. Boss Ling let the goon talk, wholly disinterested in whatever the goon might offer. The snitching goon then gave her intel regarding a settlement in the east, absolutely ripe with supplies, where the boss and Number 2 were defeated. When asked if the settlement compares to the steel mill in strength, the goon estimated it would be about equal. Baldy and Boss Ling can't simply brush aside a real threat nearby. The snitch added that those Eastern Fortress people, they still don't know how to become evolvers. Not a single person has evolved yet. Li Chung listened intently to the informant and was quite puzzled by the mention of evolvers. Baldaping is having a hard time believing that Jing Rue lost to a bunch of normies. So, the informant explains they possessed heavy weapons, weapons capable of killing someone. Like Number 2, in a single shot. Boss Ling was definitely pleased that they gained a wealth of useful intel. Still, she's utterly ruthless and not in the business of rewarding rats. When she passed down the kill order, the coal plant brothers' blood ran cold. They screamed and begged for mercy until none of their voices could be heard. The last remnants of the coal plant faction were wiped out. Baldaping is quite worried now that they know about the eastern threat nearby. Boss Ling thinks it's prudent not to attack right away, especially because of those heavy weapons. It would be wise if they could evolve further, to ensure success first. First, they'll send out scouts to confirm if those people really are noobs who haven't evolved yet. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyong is just chilling in his room, fiddling with his system window and browsing what he can get with his 126 points. Much to his surprise, there was a level 2 black tech supply box ready to be purchased for 50 points. Without hesitation, he bought everything in the shop, leaving him with 71 points left. The sugar, oil, and protein supply crate gave him 500 kilograms of premium lotus root powder, some cocoa butter, and cooking oils. But the real steal was the plus 20 physical enhancement serum from the black tech box. His fiddling was interrupted by a knock. Shan entered the room to inform him they'd caught a suspicious person lurking around the perimeter. Xiaoyang got off his ass and moved to check things out. Shang-Chi and old Li apprehended the Susi man, and he kept insisting he wasn't an enemy. He just wanted to talk to the fortress leader. Once Xiaoyang arrived, Mr. Su finally opened his mouth. He politely introduced himself as Shu Axing from the West Wind Steel Mill. At the mention of that place, Uncle Song was instantly on alert. As far as he knew, West Wind was in the southwest. It was one of the largest steel mills in the area, and just like the coal plant, it had become a survivor settlement. That spot was about 3 kilometers from the coal plant. If it was that far, then why would Su come all the way to the fortress? Shu Axing puffed his chest and asserted that in this chaotic world, survivors should stick together. So his leader sent him to find more settlements. For recruitment purposes, Xiaoyang refused to fall for such an obvious lie. This man had been lurking around in circles and drawing a map. When the map was pulled out of his pocket, Su Axing smiled wadili. Just to make sure he wasn't being played, Xiaoyang activated his mind's eye, seeing straight through Su Axing's soul. It was obvious that this dude was looking at him with utter disdain. You see, our boy was not soft. He pulled out a gun and shoved it against Axing's forehead without batting an eye. At this point, everybody knew how things worked in the apocalypse, and it was disrespectful that this guy thought he was an idiot. If Xiaoyang didn't hear the truth, Mr. Su could kiss his brains goodbye. Seeing the young man's dead serious gaze, Axing gulped. Still, he doubled down and insisted that he wasn't lying. His faction was just trying to be cautious. Xiao Yang Bullet Jiang Ti Aside and asked if Axing had seen Brother Chong before. Thankfully, he hadn't. So Xiaoyang ordered his men to let Mr. Su go and let him walk on his merry way. In addition, the young man even returned the hand-drawn map. Shu Axing was overjoyed, thinking that his phenomenal acting had worked. He bolted out of that walled fortress before the boss could change his mind. As he watched the obvious scout make a run for it, a sly smile crept onto Xiaoyang's lips. He was already calculating how many system points he'd rake in from the West Wind Steel Mill. Anyway, since that fateful day, 5 quick, peaceful months have flown by at the West Steel plant. Anxiety over their people disappearing one by one is plaguing everyone's minds. They know the culprit, but they can't do a thing about it. That tentacle monster is active again, and they have no idea how to respond. Suddenly, some of the garbage boys heard a noise coming from their trash pile. They were mortified when, before one of the garbage boys could report back to the mill, he met his bloody end at the tip of a sharp blade. Meanwhile, that watchdog from before, Li Chung, overheard desperate screams for help coming from the trash heap. The one garbage boy who managed to escape with his life reported his buddy's killing to Li Chung, blaming the infamous tentacle monster. Mentions of that beast must always be taken seriously. This time around, it's attacking in broad daylight without warning. So Li Chung grabbed his gun, told civilians to hide, and called for evolvers with escape abilities to follow him. When they arrived at the trash heap, they immediately spotted a suspicious figure. Choosing to be cautious, Li Chung warned his men not to engage, and to simply escape if they were spotted. Upon closer inspection, he finally realized that the monster they had been fearing was not there. Looking at the ground, there were some track marks. Perhaps the monster caught its prey and simply ran off. Ever since, Beachway Mountain and the southern coal plant were annihilated. The number of disappearances continued to increase. Before, the monster would hunt around different settlements. Now the steel mill is its only hunting ground. But Li Chung could feel in his gut that the tentacle man, this had nothing at all to do with the current incident. Back at the fortress, the advancements over the past 5 months are clearly visible. Xiao Yang had already survived longer than his last attempt. If this keeps up, rebuilding civilization might no longer be a pipe dream. His community score has currently soared to 38. Months have passed, but the system mission to deal with the West Steel Mill still hasn't appeared, even after all this time. The rest of his inner circle was hard at work. Seeing that Sean and the boys were back from their outside mission, Xiao Yang flexed his superhuman abilities a little and jumped from the top of the wall, landing deftly on the ground. Jiangxi reported that the hunting operation was a total success given their current strength. There's no way anyone could fight or even track them. Little Shuai had even started joining the hunts with the grown-ups. Wanwan has been looking after him out in the field, and he's growing into a formidable fighter. Today, he even took down a zombie all on his own, as part of Villain Nemesis Volume 3. The Fortress Battalion has been going out, hunting down zombies, to eliminate threats and help potential allies, all while taking every mutant core they come across. Until now, Xiaoyang has been confused about these potential allies. Perhaps it's referring to the West Steel Mill? Since the system hasn't given him the go-ahead, Xiaoyang decided to take the initiative and infiltrate the mill on his own. Of course, old Li was against the idea. Uncle Song had been dealing with multiple scouts, snooping around their territory for months now, and it's highly likely they have bad intentions. Xiaoyang assured the oldies that with his strength, even someone as powerful as Brother Chong would never be able to hurt him. Besides, they might as well find out whether those people are friends or foes now. Uncle Sheng, old Li, and everyone in his inner circle will be in charge of the fortress and the nearby town. The refugees are being housed well. The fortress itself is secure. Still, everyone's deeply concerned about their leader. Without this young man, the settlement would surely crumble. Over at the steel mill, Li Chung returns after sweeping the trash heap. All he wanted was a word with the bosses, but guards blocked him from entering. Li Chung snapped, seizing a guard by the throat, hoisting him into the air. Realizing his temper had gotten the better of him, he snapped out of it, regaining control. He carefully put the guard down, apologizing instantly. Truth be told, Li Chun's growing concerned about his constant outbursts. Lately, over the past few months, he's been losing all control of his emotions. The moment the bosses heard his voice, they allowed Li Chung inside. Li Chung cautiously entered the boss's office and found the absolutely shredded, muscle-bound Boss Ling, the shredded mommy type, alone in her office. Li Chung then proposed a completely different theory that could explain the recent surge of disappearances in their region. After carefully examining a recent crime scene, he discovered a woman's footprints. He believes that they might be wrongly blaming the deaths and disappearances on the Tentacle Man, when a different killer is actually on the loose. Boss Ling didn't immediately dismiss his theory, but advised him to keep it quiet for now. A single Tentacle Man has already terrified the entire settlement. They can't afford to heighten people's anxiety to the point where they're too afraid to even step outside. Li Chun tried to object to the boss, but seeing her face suddenly zoom so close, he instantly folded and blushed like a schoolboy. He then awkwardly excused himself, bidding Boss Ling a hasty goodbye. Li Chun is strong, but around his boss, he just can't seem to think clearly. From a room adjacent to Boss Ling's office, a voice rang out, mocking her carelessness. She snapped back that she'd gladly hand the job over to someone else if her methods were going to be criticized. The voice from the other room belongs to Baldy Punk, who's currently carving up the corpse of that scummy kid from earlier. Lately, it seems, Ling handles the kills and Baldy takes care of the cleanup. They discard their victims' heads and feast on the body's meat. Meanwhile, our boy is busy slaying hordes of zombies, purging the streets one undead at a time. Now, as he nears his destination, he's got to keep a low profile. He whips out a pair of scissors from his trusty dimensional storage and proceeds to do the most diabolical thing. This dude actually starts cutting his own hair with his eyes shut. Then he scoops up a handful of dirt from the ground and smears that stuff all over his face, just for the finishing touches. He even pulls out the ultimate disguise tool, a pair of glasses, for someone who deliberately tried to look like absolute crap. He wasn't half bad at all. As he walks close, enough to the steel mill's vicinity, one of the patrolling guards takes notice. Of course, a stranger wandering the perimeter is subject to immediate hostility, but he greets the aggression with a disarming smile. He claims to have noticed signs of human activity from afar, acting as if he was just glad to see other survivors. Upon figuring he must be a lone survivor, the patrolling guard changes his tune to one of excitement. First, the guard asks him how he managed to survive the deadly lands for so long. Xiaoyang spins a compelling story about being part of a 10-person settlement that was eventually overrun by a brutal zombie horde. Every single one of his comrades died, leaving him as the sole survivor. When asked about his strength, he gladly shares that he's quite powerful. After surviving multiple zombie attacks, he's gained a ton of experience dealing with the undead. Of course, the guard was just probing if he was an evolver or not. Since he didn't mention anything regarding evolution, the patrol guard gladly welcomes him into the mill. On the way, the guard explained that Xiaoyang would have to undergo a test when he absolutely had to pass first. Just from this initial interaction alone, the young man easily deduced this steel plant was a den of snakes. As they neared the mill's door, Li Chung noticed a stranger being led inside. The patrol guard fumbled, claiming he was just taking the lone survivor to a secluded spot for a security search. Li Chung was a no-nonsense kind of guy. If they were doing a body search, it was better to do it right here, right now. So Li Chung took over, asking the stranger to hand all weapons over. Before going inside, Xiaoyang pushed back a little, claiming he was a bit reluctant to go unarmed into unknown territory. Li Shun understood that people could be foul in the apocalypse, so being cautious was a good thing. However, it was protocol for outsiders to either be disarmed or kicked out. Keeping up with his reluctant act, Xiaoyang handed his blade over. Don't worry though, he had about 1 million of these hidden away. Afterward, Li Chun gave him a thorough body check to make sure there were no concealed weapons. Xiaoyang was quite surprised to see someone with a bit of moral backbone in this rotten place. It was certainly a bit different from the savages at Bichue and the coal plant, seeing as this stranger survived the outside world with only a dagger on his person. Li Chung curiously asked if he was an evoker. Xiao Yang Blayid Dump, citing that he felt a lot stronger as the days went by. Just to make sure, Li Chun escorted him to the boss first. For now, Xiaoyang had to wait in the so-called reception room. Honestly, it looked more like a holding cell. He could tell the doors were reinforced, fitting for a prison cell. A few minutes later, Boss Ping opened the cell and cautiously walked his bald head inside to ask the stranger his name. Xiaoyang stumbled over his words and introduced himself as Zhang Yi. That's awfully close to Kanye. My guy, Baldy Ping. He just came to confirm if this Jiang Yi fellow truly was an evolver. The quickest way to do that is to measure his physical capabilities. So, Baldy Peng launched a hatchet flying at his face. Jiang Yi casually moved his head out of the hatchet's trajectory, letting it crash into the wall. For a split second, he considered retaliating, but by the calculating look on this bald bastard's face, he was just testing him. So, he continued playing the role of a normal survivor and yelled at Baldy Peng for almost splitting his head open. Peng laughed heartily as that slick dodge pretty much confirmed that the new guy was a capable evolver. If he hadn't dodged, he would have died right then and there. In that case, his death wouldn't even count as a loss, since they are both evolvers. Baldy Peng prodded him about the method he used to become one. He implied that he knew about the cannibalism path, and Baldy Peng warned him about keeping a tight lid on the method. Only a few people in the camp knew the secret, and they didn't want that kind of knowledge to spread among the shitters. If Baldy Peng caught a whiff of a leak, he would know exactly who to kill. To demonstrate how easy that would be, he charged in motion to crush Jiang Ye's neck with his bare hands. It's a good thing this was an empty threat. If this bald fuck tried to bum rush him with a weapon, he would have fought back. It could have been really bloody. Still, killing this Baldy now would make it hard to get his whole 80 points. As a reward for the mission, Peng was quite impressed that Jiang Yi reacted fast enough to draw a weapon. While the kid had above-average skills, Baldy claimed that he was on an entirely different level, so thoughts of opposing him should just be buried deep. After their tryst inside the holding cell, Baldy Peng ordered his underlings to treat Jiang Yi with respect, give him a change of clothes, and let him wash up before a follow-up meeting with the rest. After he washed up, clean and dapper, Jiang Yi was escorted into the meeting room, joining the other evolvers. Baldy Peng introduced Huang Ling as his co-lead, while Li Chung and Huang Bin were introduced as the two settlement officers. Huang Bin, in particular, would be in charge of showing the newcomer the ropes. Boss Ling praised Jiang Ye's incredible luck for stumbling upon the strongest settlement in the area. Here, survival is no longer a primary concern. Still, to truly eat well, one must contribute their value to the group. Jiang Yi solemnly swore he would do his absolute best and follow all orders. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. He'd arrived at just the perfect time to join Huang Bin's patrol. After picking Akiang and axing for the patrol, the party rolled out. Akiang was quite displeased to see the new kid assigned to their group. Since Jiang Yi knows the secret of evolvers, he can only be assigned to this particular troop. While they were out on patrol, old Axing couldn't take his eyes off the new kid. He couldn't shake off a strange feeling of familiarity. Huang Bin was actually being quite fair to the new guy. He even explained what their settlement was truly like. You see, within the steel mill, the only people who know about the consumption of human flesh are Baldy Peng, Boss Ling, and their current troop of 4. Axing is Baldy Peng's cousin, and Akiang is Boss Ling's nephew. They are bound by blood, so if the secret leaks, it can only come from the mouth of an outsider. At this point, Jiang Yi had become quite uncomfortable with Axing's discerning gaze. This was the old man that Jiang Qi from the group caught lurking around the fortress a few months ago. Casting that aside, that other dude, Li Chung, is also an officer. He is very talented and powerful, but he has no idea about the method of evolution. If there's anyone who absolutely must not find out about the active practice of cannibalism, it's him. If Li Chung finds out, there will be 2 corpses displayed in the mill. This conversation gave Jiang Yi quite a lot of crucial info. The bosses are deliberately holding Li Chung back. They fear his monstrous, overwhelming talent, which simply surpasses everyone else's. Arriving at the outskirts of the mill, Huangbin ordered everyone to halt. They'd reached a small settlement, home to just 7 members. Huangbin's crew had been scouting these survivors for 4 long days now, and found no signs of evolution among them. When asked if they were hunting, Huangbin scoffed at such a barbaric notion. Instead of hunting, he prefers the term raising. Since Zhang Yi is an enlightened evoker like them, they want him to change his mindset. Instead of being a rigid fool blinded by morals, as evolvers, these fools see themselves as no longer the same species as ordinary people. They hail themselves as apex predators at the very top of the food chain. So the plan is simple: subdue this small settlement, raise them like cattle, then slaughter them later. In truth, they don't even need the entire settlement. A fix or 6 brought back should be fine. The rest will be dealt with on the spot. For now, the new kid should just watch and learn, while Huangbin and the crew do their magic. The small settlement had enjoyed months of peaceful life. They worked day in and day out to improve the group's living conditions, while in the middle of renovating their camp. Nightmarish figures swiftly came into view. A horde of zombies somehow found their way into such a secluded area, each one hungry for fresh flesh. The group grabbed all their weapons and prepared to fend off the immediate threat. Unfortunately for them, having guns, but choking on the trigger pull, is a surefire way to lose your life these days. While his comrades fell one by one, the builder trembled, fearing he'd be the next victim. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and his new troop just stood on the sidelines, watching and listening to the dying screams of agony. Huangbin justified this method as necessary, considering their limited resources. They simply can't afford to bring them in. More hungry mouths to feed, now that the zombie horde had culled the number of survivors. The moment had arrived for Huangbin's crew to spring into action. A woman's desperate screams echoed as loathsome monsters bared their fangs near her. With a single swift slash, those ravenous beasts were dispatched and beheaded in a split second. The woman was stunned, convinced her end was near. Yet now she looked upon her savior, offering a helping hand. Huangbin's weapon of choice was a hammer, and he wielded dual daggers with axing force. They were efficient and lethal. After wiping out the horde, Huangbin led the introduction as the evolvers of Westwind Steel Plant. The survivors had no idea what an evolver was, but they were just happy to be saved. A single fight was enough for Zhang Yi to gather valuable data. In his estimation, Huangbin's crew is roughly on par with Zhang Qi's subgroup. Suddenly, his hair stood on end as a voracious presence made itself known. Zhang Yi turned around and saw an open room in a nearby building. Since there was nobody up there, he chalked it up to his overactive imagination. Huangbin snapped him out of his thoughts with a directive to help with the cleanup. Still, he couldn't shake off that presence up in that abandoned building. Little did Zhang Yi know, he was right to feel a profound sense of dread. An abomination was hiding in that place. The clueless survivors willingly shared some vital information. There are still some supplies in their warehouse. Zhang Yi was left to supervise the supply collection, while Huangbin's team arranged for a small truck to transport supplies later. Aside from the supplies, he also had to pile up the bodies of the freshly killed survivors, while those who were lucky or unlucky enough to keep their lives followed Huangbin like he was the Messiah. This setup actually works out perfectly for Zhang Yi. It's the perfect timing for him to do his own thing. As they walked toward the steel mill, the survivors couldn't stop singing Huangbin's praises and showering him with gratitude. One of the clueless girls even turned to Akiang to ask if they had a bath back at camp. The creep swiftly grabbed her and bragged that the mill actually had hot water and even body wash for a deep clean. Suddenly, the mood took a sharp turn for the worse. When Axing's spidey senses started tingling, Huangbin immediately noticed the old man's reaction and instantly raised his guard. He yelled for everyone to stay alert, hoping to get ahead of whatever horror was about to descend. Akiang continued sticking close to the poor girl, even though she was clearly feeling creeped out by him. Axing might have a sharper intuition, but he can't pinpoint where this danger is coming from. Akiang chided that. The old man was just being paranoid. For nothing, but Shu Axing trusted his instincts. Something was definitely out there, as if it were a self-fulfilling prophecy. Axing was the very first one to fall, from the threat's brutal sneak attack. Something sharp pierced right through his neck. The poor guy didn't even know what hit him. Huangbin absolutely freaked out. He could recognize that killing method anywhere. The tentacle monster was upon them. The tentacle quickly retreated, leaving a truly tense atmosphere in its wake. The next thing you know, the grotesque beast had already invaded Huang Bin's effective combat range, while the group was being absolutely demolished by a horrifying hentai monster. Our boy was peacefully harvesting mutant cores from the dead zombies among the battalion that they had wiped out earlier. 2 of the zombies actually dropped cores. That's not a bad harvest at all. He would have continued playing his role and pocketing some for himself if he hadn't heard cries for help from a distance. Huangbin is absolutely cooked. The monster has its grubby tentacles all over his body. I bet you've seen something like this before. It's time to end his suffering. The tentacled beast's grip tightened until blood seeped from every single orifice and snapped one of his legs, the bones grotesquely cracking. The remaining survivors were utterly beside themselves. Even Akiang, the big shot himself, who was acting all cocky just a moment ago, now looked ready to cry for his mama. As if sensing he was the only remaining threat, the monster's aggro shifted to the soul evoker left. Akiang slowly backed away, terror paralyzing his entire body. To save himself from a grim and agonizing fate, he seized the wrist of the girl. He was trying to riz up and chucked her into the tentacles, all to keep the beast busy. The monster, of course, isn't one to reject easy prey. Now, you've definitely seen this before. Only this time, there are no squishy sounds or moans. It ended in painful and crushing suffocation. But this isn't the end of the line for our missed survivor. Her real savior just made quite the flashy entrance, slicing the tentacles and saving her from being crushed. Perhaps Zhang Yi and his trusty knife would stand a chance against the monster that everyone else is so terrified of. Zhang looked the tentacle man over from head to toe, and he wasn't impressed, nor was he petrified. Well, that's because this is just one of the tentacle monster's sons, or at least that's what the steel mill folks call them. You see, the tentacle monster can often be heard muttering the word son, and it has the uncanny ability to transform normal zombies into tentacled atrocities. Even Boss Baldy Peng and Boss Ling would struggle against a single tentacle son alone. Akiang was sure of that, so he's just trying to find the perfect chance to run. He yelled at Zhang Yi to hold off the beast, while he called for reinforcements, and booked it out of that place with all his might. Following his lead, the frightened survivors also made a mad dash away from the monstrous threat ahead. Zhang Yi could practically taste the betrayal. In Akiang's words, that coward really just tried to sell him out. The tentacle's son finally recovered, and he is absolutely furious at Zhang Yi for those deep cuts. The freshly regenerated tentacles swiftly coiled tightly around Zhang Yi's body, yet he offered no resistance, letting it happen. He finds himself quite fascinated by the concept of an evolved mutant. Setting actual sons, he asserts his rights to Aura Farm, acting nonchalantly, backed by his undeniable strength. He wishes to test this intriguing, yet utterly disgusting specimen before him. The two then played a game of tug-of-war, using its tentacles as the rope. It suddenly dawned on Johnny that he'd never once been in a situation where he could truly use the ability. He had awakened a few months prior. Today felt like the perfect day for some limit testing. He dug his heels deep into the ground, his stability utterly unparalleled. Finally, he activated physical overload, pushing his stats to a terrifying degree in one go. The boost from overload was absolutely insane. Before, he was barely maintaining a stalemate. in a brutal contest of raw strength. Now, he's practically dragging that grotesque tentacle. Spawn across the pavement when it got close enough. He halted the brutal dragging with a single tap of his foot. The beast was incapable of making intelligible sounds, but its roars had turned subservient, no longer domineering. The only survivor, who hadn't fled, watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide with pure disbelief. A seemingly normal young man had eviscerated the beast that had decimated a squad of competent fighters with his bare hands. By the time Zhang Yu was done with this grotesque creature, its limbs, head, and body were torn to pieces, separated, and utterly obliterated. Zhang Yi then approached the woman, asking if she was okay, after almost getting crushed to death. Seeing all the monster's blood covering his face, the woman screamed in terror. Knowing what he's truly capable of, she realized that he was the real beast. Zhang Yu wiped the blood off his face, smiled, and assured the lady that he was not a monster. Meanwhile, led by Akiang, the rats that scurried all the way to the mill, they finally reached the gates. They were met at the entrance by Baldy Peng, Boss Ling, and Li Cheng. They were puzzled why Akiang looked so haggard and where the rest of their crew was. Akiang urgently explained what had happened and how Huang, Bin, and Axing were snuffed out by that tentacle. That monstrous son. Only Li Chun remembered to ask about the new guy. Akiang immediately wrote Zhang Yi off, thinking a noob like him wouldn't stand a chance. Hearing his cousin had died like a dog, Baldy Peng was understandably furious. He didn't know where to unleash his rage, so he blamed the incident on the survivors. Baldy massacred the entire group, right then and there, letting his hatchet taste their blood. They couldn't afford such irrationality at this point. Thankfully, Baldy got that anger out of his system after slaughtering a few randoms. Interrupting the commotion, suddenly, a bundle of tentacles slammed onto the ground, stealing everyone's attention. They looked up and saw the familiar face of the newest addition to their crew. It was Zhang Yi and the lady he'd saved, arriving not long after Baldy's outburst. Li Chun was equally pleased, and impressed the rookie came back alive. Not only that, he pulled up with the ultimate flex, a girl and a bundle of tentacles as proof of kill. He explained how he'd killed that meager tentacle son and avenged the boss's relatives. After pulling off something this huge, the co-leads are definitely starting to reevaluate the new guy. Breaking the tense silence, Zhang Yu requested some vehicles and some men to come with him to clean up and retrieve the spoils. While he was busy with his assigned job, the bosses were grilling Akiang about what really happened. This time, that damn roach still refused to believe that Zhang Yi soloed a monster, strong enough to one-shot the rest of the Evolver crew. As far as Akiang knew, even a team-up between Baldy and Boss Ling would still result in a drawn-out bloodbath. Against that thing, Baldy's judgment is purely based on his initial assessment of the young man. For someone who didn't even adopt a proper fighting stance during the test, he shouldn't be this powerful. So Boss Ling concluded that Zhang Yu must have only gotten the kill because he relied on an ambush. Either way, they can't let someone as powerful as the new guy stick around much longer, especially with how close he's grown to Li Cheng. Boss Ling heard a very clear footsteps and shushed everyone. Li Cheng then knocked and entered the meeting room with some fresh ideas for the bosses. First, he extended his condolences for Axing and Huangbin's passing. By this point, sudden deaths had become a normal part of life. Li Cheng then came to propose that they make Zhang Yi an officer, citing his impeccable strength. Baldy Peng immediately opposed the idea. They don't even know that kid's background. Boss Ling stopped the bald fool from spouting any more nonsense. She believes that when it comes to strength, Zhang Yi really is officer material, but the kid would have to prove his worth to convince the entire steel mill. Li Cheng countered that killing a tentacle son should already be enough proof. Well, since they're on the topic, they could just give the young man a crack at the real thing. If Zhang Yi could kill the tentacle monster itself, they would be killing two birds with one stone. Li Cheng heatedly argued how unfair that would be. Even the two bosses combined couldn't accomplish something so difficult. Boss Ling assured Li Cheng that this was not a suicide mission. The entire steel mill will mobilize and take action, and it's time for them to eliminate the problem, once and for all. As soon as he returned from hauling supplies and dead bodies, the bosses gave Zhang the rundown of what was going down. He was quite surprised that these people were willing to devise a plan, with him at the absolute center of it all, even though he'd only been here for such a short time. Boss Ling expertly appealed to his pride, telling the young man that he might just be the strongest fighter in the entire settlement. Baldy Peng then chimed in, adding that if the mission succeeded, they were going to grant Zhang Yi here the coveted third leadership seat. He then sarcastically jabbed at Li Cheng, asking if it was okay for the new kid to leapfrog his rank. Li Cheng gritted his teeth, but begrudgingly gave his approval. With everything seemingly settled, the plan was set to proceed in 2 days. Zhang Yi, however, was quite impressed with their acting skills. He might have actually fallen for their sincere proposal if he didn't have the unique ability to read their truly dirty souls. Through his mind's eye, enough time had been spent in the steel mill. Meanwhile, back in the Eastern Fortress, everyone was practically freaking out. Their boss, who was undercover behind enemy lines, was giving them a call. Old Lee and the rest of the gang quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and listened intently. This dude, Xiaoyang, posted up on top of heavy machinery for maximum aura while relaying the intricate plan to take down the mill. In 2 days' time, they would convene at the South Suburban Park. It was finally time to wipe out the remaining threat in the area, once and for all. Old Lee took meticulous charge of the finer planning. Everyone agreed that Uncle Sheng should stay out of the extremely risky mission on account of his age. Furthermore, he was absolutely essential in holding down the fort. This upcoming mission had even higher stakes than any they had faced before. The premier fighters absolutely had to bring their A-game. Brother Chong, Shan, Zhang Qi, and everybody in that crew were going to be crucial. From the corner of the room, little Shuai asserted that he wanted to come and fight, too. His mom immediately shut him down. War is for grown-ups. A kid has no business getting involved in such a desolate business. But she had never actually seen her son in the field. When the crew did their hunting runs, little Shuai was no slouch at all. Even within the core team, this kid is no pushover. Boss Lee needs every capable hand he can get. Besides, in this day and age, it's better for little Shuai to get some early experience. 2 days flew by in a flash, and the day of the big hunt has arrived. Baldy Peng and Boss Lee led everyone to the last known location of the tentacle monster. The disguised Jiangya asked what their plan was to lure the beast out, and Baldy urged him not to rush, for they had a solid plan in place. Without delay, Jiangya scanned the entire perimeter, without attracting any attention. He then turned his attention to a nearby building and spotted the signal he and the fortress crew had agreed upon. High up on the rooftop, the crew, armed to the teeth, was keeping a close eye on the situation. From their vantage point, they couldn't afford to get any closer, as the boss had specifically ordered them not to get too close to the park before acting. For now, all they could do was set the ropes up. Once the action starts, they would strike from the sidelines. Downstairs, Boss Ling called over one of the malnourished porters, who was carrying supplies. The kid looked up at the intimidating woman and asked what she needed. With a cruel smile, she simply ordered the poor child to head inside the park. The porters were brought here to carry supplies and loot. Lu Chun cannot just stand aside, while the boss is obviously trying to do something so vicious. In Boss Ling's eyes, there's no better bait than a young boy. The creature is always muttering about a son, so they might as well give it one. Then, she promised she'd rescue the kid from danger. Once the big fish showed up, the malnourished porter was absolutely terrified. I mean, who wants to be monster bait? Would you volunteer to be monster bait? Baldy Peng had to step in. He grabbed the kid by the collar and threatened to commit a bald-on-bald crime. If the kid backs down, even with his evolver strength, he ruthlessly flung the poor boy deep into the heart of the darkened park. The throw was so incredibly forceful that it must have severely injured the poor kid. Meanwhile, high above in the building, Old Lee stood alert, sensing the impending action. He finally gave the long-awaited signal for everyone to begin scaling the building, using the ropes already set up in the park. The malnourished boy painfully rose, stumbling, and his desperate pleas for help fell on deaf ears. Then, a roaring voice, muttering "son," boomed dramatically across the entire area. Finally, the final boss monster had made its grand appearance. This tentacled monstrosity looked strikingly similar to the one Zhang Yi skewered, but this one appeared unsettlingly more human-like. His eyes glowed with pure defiance and killer intent. Li Chun immediately yelled at the bosses to stop just twiddling their thumbs and rescue the boy now that their target had appeared. Seeing that no one was making a move, he made to rush in himself, only be stopped by a firm, restraining hold. Boss Ling flat out refused to let Li Chun go, using the excuse that Jiang Yi had to make the first move. Any attempt to attack now would be considered pure credit stealing. Jiang Yi just smiled at the utter absurdity of it. The masks of both heroes and villains were finally melting away. Before the tentacles could even reach the bald head of the kid, Jiang Yi was already zooming in with blinding, superhuman acceleration. Thankfully, he easily outpaced the grasping tentacles, snatched the boy by his shirt, and tossed the bald kid safely away. Li Chun skillfully caught the alley-oop. He must have thought that bald head was a basketball. The beast was absolutely enraged by Zhang Ye's actions. Well, with his disguise glasses now off, Zhang Xiaoyong is finally back. The tentacle monster gripped his body, pulling him in close. Now that he was getting a closer look, Xiaoyong realized something very odd. Once the kid was safely out of danger, Li Chun was amped to finally jump into the fray. But before he could even lend the young man a hand, the ruthless bosses quickly apprehended him. If they don't act fast, Zhang Yi is as good as dead. Li Chun, however, still couldn't grasp that this was the precise objective of their mission. Boss Ling found his utter cluelessness quite amusing. She'd expected the young man to at least drag his fight with the tentacle monster to a standstill. But seeing him trapped, squeezed, and utterly motionless, his previous kill might have just been a lucky fluke. Li Chun's clueless self never saw this scheme unfolding. Seriously, he's a total idiot. Instead of letting the villains explain themselves, Zhang Xiaoyong seized the opportunity to speak. Without mincing a single word, he exposed the horrific cannibalistic practices of the steel mill bosses once more. Li Chun had absolutely no idea what he was on about. He's such an idiot, and as if on cue, the Eastern Fortress crew went absolutely trigger-happy. They opened fire on the opposing evolvers, their automatic rifles and handguns lighting up the entire park. As they ambushed the steel mill faction from the side, they swiftly split into two distinct groups. One group held back the evolvers, while the other rushed to assist Xiaoyong against the monstrous tentacle creature. Little Shuai fearlessly led the charge of the latter, a Molotov cocktail clutched firmly in his hand. This kid is an absolute menace. He hurled that flaming bottle with all his might, and the monster reflexively swatted it away with one of its tentacles. That action, however, only spilled the oil, drenching the beast and spreading fierce flames. But instead of flinching in agony, the tentacle monster simply stood there, staring at the small boy who'd thrown the burning bottle. It was almost as if a significant piece of its humanity suddenly rushed back into its mind at the unexpected sight of little Shuai. Its attention completely abandoned the human it was holding with its tentacles. Meanwhile, the kid was busy cursing the beast for completely tanking his flammable bomb. Hearing little Shuai swear, oddly enough, enraged the tentacle monster more than anything else. Since it could articulate words so clearly, the crew was definitely up against some truly evolved mutant. Thankfully, however, it seems they have a powerhouse like that on their side too. Brother Chong instantly sprang into action, his legs blurred with incredible speed, fast enough to make the tentacles whip past and slam into nothing but cold pavement. Meanwhile, back with the others, the steel mill villains were forced to fall back, scrambling for cover behind the trees. They watched utterly dumbfounded as a different mutant went head-to-head against the very beast they all feared. The idea of a mutant fighting alongside other mutants. It's just utterly preposterous to them. Brother Chong was doing an excellent job dodging, but he couldn't get close enough to land any hits. Not for a second, anyway. Suddenly, he was cornered, trapped in a tentacle prison, but with sheer brute strength, he easily tore free, ripping those phony tentacles to shreds. However, there was a catch. All those suppressive maneuvers were merely a distraction. The real attack was launching from behind. If not for his comrades' timely warning, the main tentacle would have ripped a large, gaping hole in the back of his skull. After an intense back-and-forth exchange, both mutants reset, catching their breaths. Seeing Brother Chong struggling, the captured Xiaoyang chuckled and boldly teased his mutant buddy. Baldy Peng's mind was utterly blown. The punk kid they picked up just days ago is joking with a dreadful mutant, as if to completely shatter all common sense. Xiaoyang then proceeded to rip the tentacles holding him, as if they were nothing but paper. Kyong made himself useful next, by pointing out that one of the ambushers had referred to Jiang Yi as Xiaoyang. Old Axing had mentioned before that the party leader of the Eastern Fortress carried that exact name. Now, everything clicked. The young man had played them all for fools. And this entire hunt was a counter setup. This means the Steel Mill crew is actually being hunted by the main combat force of a powerful stronghold. Bossling scanned the enemy's intimidating lineup and stressed, wondering how to get past this deadly trap. She estimated the strongest individual amongst the fortress crew. Their strength was only on par with Li Cheng's. But when it came to sheer firepower, they were utterly unbeatable. Furthermore, the biggest obstacle was Jiang Xiaoyong himself, the cherry on top of that messed up cake. That masked mutant, roughly equal in strength to the tentacle monster boss. Ling calculated that victory was virtually impossible. Even if they tried to fight back, heavy losses would be unavoidable. But she had one idea that just might work. For now, Baldy Peng had to hold the fortress crew off. These two had a lot of experience working together. Covering for each other was what they did best. Baldy threw his hatchet with superhuman force, causing it to heat up like a scorching meteor. When it landed on the fortress crew's side, it unleashed a massive explosion that kicked up a hefty amount of dust and debris, limiting their vision. Baldy Peng didn't stop there. He continued randomly firing off heavy-duty attacks, while the normies provided cover fire. This sort of chaos was incredibly effective in neutralizing old Li's group, forcing them to cover their asses, while everyone was focused on their targets. Boss Ling had her eyes on someone else entirely, the youngest member of the fortress. That kid on the front lines, Jiao Kui, was the only one who noticed the incoming threat and used his hefty body to shield the boy. He tried to raise his guard up to his head, but the muscle mommy's long legs were way too fast. Fatty Kai was sent stumbling away. He was no match for an elite evolver. Finally, Boss Ling's diabolical plan was within grasp, and the central piece was just one grab away. She snatched little Shuai by his tiny collar, alerting everybody else. I know she's horrible, but can I go next? This was the worst scenario. Little Shuai didn't want to be a burden to everyone. As a hostage, he tried his absolute hardest to break out of Muscle Mommy's grasp. To no avail. To stop him from squirming and trying to escape, Boss Ling delivered a solid punch to his face. The one most affected by this act of violence was none other than the tentacle monster. He yelled for his son as his rage brewed. Brother Chong seized this moment of distraction, using it to close the distance instantly and get into a prime attacking position. As he perched on the tentacle monster's shoulders, he sensed something odd. The beast was completely ignoring him. Xiaoyang then told Brother Chong to just let go of the big guy. This instruction only confused the mutant even further. Well, Xiaoyang could clearly see that. The monster was ready to risk its life for something incredibly important. Right now, getting in its way wouldn't be smart. With hands gripping little Shuai's neck, Boss Ling snarled at the fortress crew, threatening to make the boy's head roll if they didn't drop their weapons. The ever-so-noble Li Hongli pleaded to trade places with the kid. Seeing how shaken and desperate the fortress crew was, Boss Ling relished her hostage targeting. If anything happened to little Shuai, how the hell were they supposed to face his mom? Back in camp, Boss Ling repeated herself. All she demanded was a complete surrender of weapons, and for the ambushers to move back, at least 100 meters away from her boys. Old Lee chose to play it safe and lowered his gun, advising everyone else to do the same. They had no leverage. Muscle Mommy wasn't done barking orders yet. Next, she wanted the masked mutant to take out the tentacle monster. Once and for all, she was so high on her newfound authority that she completely failed to notice the incoming attack. The tentacle monster homed in on her position like a heat-seeking missile, forcing the boss to release the hostage and leap away to safety. A few of the trash goons just happened to be in the tentacle's path. They were quite rightfully eviscerated. Baldy Pung watched in utter horror as another one of his evolver men was reduced to a bloody pulp. Boss Ling was under the impression that the masked mutant was pinning the main threat down. But when she looked up at Jiang Xiaoyang, the young man was just smiling at her with pure glee. Standing beside him was the grotesque, aberrant mutant, and they were just casually standing around, barely bothering to pay attention to the ongoing fight. Li Hongli screamed at little Shuai to make a run for it, but the horrifying tentacles had already completely surrounded him. Xiaoyang, however, calmly assured everybody that there was absolutely no need to freak out. Little Shuai was apparently in safe hands. Or, well, more like safe tentacles, ironically enough. Of course, no one present had the slightest clue what he was even talking about. All they could see was a terrified little boy, caught and firmly gripped by the deadly tentacle monster. But then, something was different this time. This time, the terrifying beast was handling the little boy with surprising care and softness, while actually calling the kid's son. Xiaoyang then chimed in, bragging about keeping his word to keep Zhang Shengji's wife and son alive and well. Yep, we've definitely met this grotesque monster that everyone's been dreading and fearing before. It was Zhang Shengji. He must have the same type of mutation as Brother Cheng. Upon recognizing the faint, familiar features of his dad that still remained in the monster's horrifying image, little Shuai's tears began to flow freely. Baldy Pung watched from the sidelines, calling bullshit on such a dramatic K-drama-esque plot twist. They needed to get the hell out of there, pronto. So, he immediately issued a retreat order. Unfortunately for his bald head and the rest of the steel mill people, they had just made an enemy out of something truly out of this world. While still holding his boy with utmost tenderness, Cheng Ji's monstrous tentacles extended, seeking blood-soaked revenge. Baldy Pung was the very first one to get caught and constricted. He screamed at the nearby boss, Ling, to help him out and quickly cut the tentacles off. They've always had each other's backs, after all. But not this time. Huang Ling, the absolute coward, made a beeline straight for the trees, desperately hoping to escape with her life intact, at the shameful cost of abandoning everybody else. She was painfully aware of the massive disparity in strength between them and the overwhelming monster. Her only perceived way out was by using Wang Dapeng as a sacrifice, and desperately hoping he would hold out long enough. Unfortunately for Muscle Mommy, even that desperate plan would never work in this situation. She was simply far too slow, and those terrifying tentacles are really good at groping. Her ankles were unexpectedly grabbed, which led to her smashing her face on the pavement. Boss Ling's glasses were destroyed, and so was her nose right then and there. She knew that the next few moments were not going to be pretty. She was dragged back into the park. Those tentacles had no regard for her comfort whatsoever. Baldy Pung watched this scene with a smile on his face. The witch tried to sell him out. So imagine how vindicated he feels, now that they're in the same boat. Still, Pong wants to use everything and everyone he has left, so he turned to Li Chung for help, before the dumbass watchdog could lend a hand to the boss that already betrayed him. Jun Xiao Young Flesh stepped behind him for a quick talk. The young man had a simple offer. All Li Chung has to do is not move, and he'll be guaranteed to walk away from this shit show alive. At this point, Xiaoyang is just letting the tentacle monster do its thing. Massacre and mayhem he started with Baldy Pung. bashing that shiny dome into the ground. The first bash disorientated poor Peng. That's gotta be at least a concussion. Afterward, Shinji's tentacles made quick work of the evil. Bald man he whipped and slapped with immaculate force, tearing the evolver limb from limb until his eyeballs. Guts and flesh were mixed, well with Baldy paying out of the picture. Boss Ling is next on the menu. The tight grip of the tentacles really accentuated her muscular figure. All those gains cannot help her now. Her fate is up to Shungjie's dark, grubby, and slimy appendages. Boss Ling's death was slow and cruel. Slowly and painfully, the grip of the tentacles increased in strength until she bled in every orifice. The crush continued to increase in pressure until she was reduced to what can only be described as meat-paced. Shinji punished her with a worse death for daring to take his kid hostage. With the final boss finally defeated, Nemesis of Evil, Volume 3 is now complete, with another 80 points secured. Xiao Yang's total savings have climbed to 151. Now, he can finally understand why the mission had mentioned the appearance of a potential ally. And who would have guessed? He'd bring yet another mutant into their ranks. He then faced Li Cheng. Knowing the clueless, Bum has some questions that need answering first. Li Cheng confirmed if Xiao Yang was indeed the figurehead of the East Fortress. Next, the question burning in his mind is regarding the mention of cannibalism. In the heat of the moment earlier, Xiao Yang didn't mince his words. People don't just become evolvers based on pure luck. Slowly, things started to click inside Li Cheng's slow brain. He remembered the early days at the steel mill, when he would look after a lady and her daughter. One day, the little girl asked for his supply, specifically some kind of canned meat, and he wholeheartedly offered it to the girl, thinking it was no big deal. When realization struck, Li Cheng hit that pose, when a character is about to crash out. A few days later, he offered that little girl his meat. Wait, don't call the FBI. The first batch of alleged tentacle monster attacks happened to the lady Li Cheng had been looking after. She had lost sight of her child. He's now realizing that those so-called tentacle monster attacks were just an elaborate excuse to thin the herd and slaughter their own people. It made him feel sick. Those goddamn canned meats, distributed among decent fighters, were filled with human flesh. Those steel mill bosses turned him into an evolver by deceiving him into being a cannibal. Li Cheng wanted to rage. He pounded on the puddle of blood and goo that used to be his boss. He punched and screamed his heart out, letting the crimson hue paint his body. When exhaustion finally hit, he looked like he'd just come out of the womb. Then he whirled to face Xiao Yang. Baring his fangs, demanded if the young man had also gained his superhuman powers. Through such a horrifying practice, Li Hongli quickly stepped in to defuse the situation and set things straight. They are not cannibals. They possess knowledge beyond the average survivor. Armed with Xiao Yang's intel, they know of other, safer ways to gain power. He hands a mutant core to Li Cheng. It's better to show the secret than merely explain it. Mutant cores aren't as common as human flesh, but they're far more potent and have no nasty side effects. And speaking of side effects, Li Cheng must have experienced these symptoms too. After evolving through cannibalism, an evolver tends to struggle regulating intense emotions. They become more prone to violent outbursts and committing violence. Unfortunately for Li Cheng, there's no going back to his old life. All he can do now is stop munching on human flesh, so these twisted urges won't worsen. As for Sheng Zhe, Xiao Yong is just glad that father and son have been reunited. When asked if he could speak clearly, Sheng Ji replied with a string of gibberish that was almost impossible to decipher. All he can do is throw vague words together, but Xiao Yong seemingly understands him well enough. Just like Brother Chong, even though the mutation damaged his speech center, Shengji's mind is still remarkably intact. Bringing this loathsome tentacle monster back to the base would surely scare the people. But thankfully, Shengji has become used to calling the city his lair. He's just glad to see his son safe. For that alone, he's at peace. He called Xiaoyang super high IQ. That's his way of calling someone clever. Now that all threats are eliminated, the remaining people at the West Wind Steel Mill are left without a leading figure. Perhaps Li Chun should take the mantle. However, he cannot trust himself at the helm, after finding out he's become a cannibal. As a compromise, Xiao Yang assigned Li Hongli to take over the supervision of the steel mill. The cop gladly accepted the offer. As for Li Chun, the young man swore to keep a close watch over the demon in his heart as long as he joined the fortress. While the bloody business in the park was wrapping up, something intense was happening. On the nearby border of City S, a group of survivors found themselves under attack, chased by a bunch of bizarre creatures. Under a green haze blanketing the city, they were forced to make a series of brutal choices. They had to abandon those who were beyond saving. When those wiry plant bastards are closing in, running is the only option. And so, that's exactly what they did. They ran and never looked back. Those who were left behind were subjected to an agonizing end. As the thick green smog billowed, the plants continued their relentless takeover. Once they were done with their victims, the poor survivor was utterly unrecognizable. After a few moments, a corpse, taken over by seemingly sentient plant monsters. Rose City S really needs a gardener. The number of survivors thinned as they fled from the plant mutants. But the remaining lady's lungs had given out. Her man tried to force her to keep running, or be torn apart. Suddenly, eerie sounds echoed from nearby. Upon paying closer attention, they determined it was the sound of wind. That meant they were close to the forest edge. The exit was just ahead, but the mutants were hot on their heels. They couldn't afford to dawdle or waste another second. The couple in the back tried to hype each other up. Victory and safety were finally in sight. After all, after a few more minutes of frantic running, the guiding light from the forest edge was finally visible. Through no fault of her own, the lady was suddenly caught by a loose vine, moving on its own like it had eyes. The vine wrapped tightly around her neck and brutally lifted her into the air, blocking all airflow. That monstrous green appendage belonged to a giant Venus flytrap mutant, hungry for much bigger prey. Everything happened so fast. Her upper and lower body were gruesomely separated, just like Eren Yeager's mom. Her lower body crumpled to the ground. Well, at least she wouldn't need shirts anymore. Her man completely freaked out like a madman, yelling about Xiao Tong being his virgin girl and all that. This dude's a total weirdo, and the group has no time to grieve. The plant mutants are now close enough that their grotesque gurgling has become audible. The troop leader, fed up, had to slap some sense into the freaking out dude to bring him back to reality. Xiao Tong is dead. They can't do anything about it now. Now it's up to him if he wants to join his girl in the afterlife. In the end, the group managed to escape, entering an entirely different city. The plant mutants relentlessly continued their chase, moving as slow as proper horror villains. What they lack in speed, they absolutely make up for in numbers. They honestly look just like the Last of Us zombies. Low-key, the survivor leader kept running in circles until he finally found a place he recognized. He's positive they've just entered City Wilderness Park. But what's really strange was the complete lack of any signs of activity. It's like the park had been neatly abandoned, undisturbed by either humans or zombies. After what happened in their last settlement in S City, it's no surprise that the neighbors have evacuated too. On a random street, by a random street pole, the group spotted someone hiding and not doing a very good job at it. Since the figure didn't attack, they assumed it was human. So, they politely asked where the evacuation point was. Well, the guy they're asking for directions is the farthest thing from human. It was Zhang Shengjia, the infamous tentacle monster, when he revealed his tinted skin, dark eyes, and wriggling tentacles. The survivors quickly realized they were utter idiots. They thought Shengjia was like those mindless plant mutants that had been haunting their nightmares. The frantic group continued another desperate round of running until they were certain the beast was finally gone. They deliberated on the chilling possibility that the areas outside the forest had also fallen. Then, just as they thought, the hunters that had locked onto their scent finally showed up. The gods truly have it in for these guys once again. They're practically running marathons left and right. And this time, they find themselves completely surrounded. Every single escape route has been blocked off. It's a perfectly coordinated encirclement. The hopeless survivors began to mentally break down. If only they had stayed hidden in the forest. They might have actually pulled through, living for a few more months at least. Maybe even Xiao Tong would still be with them. As the plant mutants close in on their doomed position, the boys are faced with an incredibly tough choice. It looks like their leader is about to take matters into his own hands. Rather than be torn apart by these alien creatures, he figures he might as well do it himself. Thankfully, there's no need for such drastic measures. Shunji's tentacles zoom across the streets, handily deleting the heads of those frail plant mutants. This is his territory, after all, and he won't allow foreign encroachment on the park. Meanwhile, back at the Eastern Fortress, Zhang Xiaoyong stares blankly at his growing kingdom. Under the bright moonlight, his ambitious utopia mission has progressed quite well. His community score has now impressively climbed to 62, and his store points are up to a whopping 231. At this point, he's practically swimming in points, rich enough to burn. So, checking the daily shop is always a treat. Right now, he can snag a level 2 armor deterrence box for 20 points, a level 2 black tech box for 50, or a level 3 superpower awakening supply box for 100. Xiao Yang is rarely ever surprised by anything, but that last choice totally knocked his socks off. Without a moment's hesitation, he spent his points like a madman, completely cleaning out the shop. The armored deterrence box contained a formidable armored jeep. Black Tech yielded another physical enhancement serum. And finally, the superpower awakening box granted him a level 1 enslavement mark. This powerful skill allows him to enslave one life form. He doesn't see an immediate need to use it, though. Brother Cheng, Brother Xingjie, and Li Cheng are still stable. After all that intense spending, a new chance to earn points quickly presented itself. The mission Weed Control Volume 1 has officially begun. He initially thought it was a literal gardening job, but the truth began to emerge when Brother Shun Ji reported back about that encroaching army of plant mutants. Later that very night, the fortress residents gathered outside the wall to cautiously examine the tentacled monstrosity. Shun Ji then escorted the group he'd rescued to the east to meet the big boss. He's even dragging a plant mutant corpse for examination from the assembled crowd. Shungji's wife and son ran up to him, overjoyed. While he has no trouble uttering the word son, the word wife must have been completely wiped from his vocabulary. He still calls her "marry me" to this day. Xiao Yang is the only one who has no trouble translating his broken speech patterns. The family reunion was both bizarre and incredibly sweet. Tears were shed and heartfelt hugs were shared. Xiao Yang, ever practical, immediately got down to business and examined the shriveled mutant corpse. Sheng Ji tried his best to explain what had happened, but he simply didn't have enough words to form a coherent story. So, the leader of the survivor group stepped in to elaborate. They came from City S and were forced to run away because of these mutated plant creatures. While City M is also unsafe, it's in far better shape than City S. On the way to the fortress, the new group passed by countless zombies roaming the area. Xiao Yang sent one of his men to retrieve his new armored jeep parked 2 blocks from the base. Tonight, he wants to investigate the border between the 2 cities. Using the armored jeep and the survivor's guidance, they reached the place without a hitch. It's only been a few hours, but the vines have already grown significantly taller, covering even more ground. To get a better understanding of the situation, Xiao Yang wants to venture deep into the jungle. Survivor Bro just got out of that hellish place, so it's understandable he's against going back in. Well, ignoring the problem is not an option. At this rate, the nearby West Wind Steel Mill will get swallowed up. By then, quality of life and production will truly suffer. Before diving deeper into things, perhaps it would be wiser to handle something else first. Xiao Yang believes it's essential for his people to gain more strength, to tackle crises independently. Old Lee and his new steel mill crew are tagging along too. For the next few days, everyone is heading out on a massive hunting spree. It's prime grinding time, baby. Speaking of the steel mill, there's another troublesome mutant lurking nearby, and it's been feasting on zombies. Thankfully, We won't have to endure this ugly mutant for long. Xiao Yang is pulling some serious Assassin's Creed moves tonight. In one clean, swift slash, he dispatched the troublesome, zombie-eating mutant, with the big bad out of the way. The rest of the crew were free to go all out. With their firearms, they didn't spare any bullets, letting lead rain down on the normal zombies, aimlessly marching through the city. Under Xiao Yang's leadership, they would search for and retrieve mutant cores. From every kill, they repeated this process over and over, steadily increasing their precious supplies. Unbeknownst to them, however, an overfed evolver had been stalking the city, searching for fresh human meat. Normal zombies can't even pose a threat to this beast. He can wipe out regular walkers without breaking a sweat. Due to the steady decline of the human population, our friend Mr. Evolver here has been resorting to roasting zombie meat. All he truly craves is a bite of untainted human flesh. Fortunately for him, the scent of his favorite meal is now drifting right into his nostrils. Under Li Hongli's leadership, the steel mill has been operating much better. However, the addition of new guns to their arsenal is making some of the guards a bit too overconfident. Some are overextending far beyond their perimeter just to kill zombies for fun. And it's the scent of these very guards that the buff Evolver just caught a whiff of. He was licking his lips in pure anticipation. The best kind of meat, after all, comes from those who haven't eaten their own kind before. The so-called pure humans. Buff Evolver is no dummy. He can clearly see those people are armed and packing some serious firepower. Going in alone would be incredibly risky. He knows he needs to hold back for a few more days to hunt properly, but the very thought of waiting makes him drool and tear up like a hungry dog. Back at the fortress, Xiao Yang is once again busy tinkering with his system shop. Afterward, he called for an all-hands meeting. They've been conducting a coordinated hunt for 3 days straight now. He assigned all the harvests to Li Hongli and Zhang Qi to split. Old Li protested that they couldn't hog all the resources when everyone, including Xiao Yang, contributed to the hunts. The big boss, however, struck down their concerns. For everyone else, there are plenty of weapons and ammo. What they truly need is to push a few top-tier fighters forward. It's a far better method than equally distributing cores and having everyone evolve half-baked. Besides, the rest of the group fully trust the boss's judgment. Xiao Yang had never made a bad call before. As for Shan, the boss has something else in store for her. He invited her to an isolated room, with just the two of them inside. With a hint of nervousness, she asked what was about to happen. Outside that secluded room, little Shuai Wanwan, Zhang Qi, and Brother Chong eavesdropped. All they could hear was their boss, telling the lady to bear with the pain. After a few minutes of suspicious noises, the door swung open, exposing the nosy bunch, Januki Quadrigalpt, and commented on how fast Brother Xiao Yang finished. They thought he was clapping Shan's cheeks. For real. Well, it's better that Zhang Qi is here anyway. At the moment, Shan is gently holding her arm, while an empty syringe sits on the table. She really was penetrated in some way. After all, after absorbing so many mutant cores, Zhang Qi is basically one of the settlement's top fighters. Right now, Xiao Yang wants to see a spar. Meet the unassuming Zhang Qi and the feisty Shan. Jiang Chai, however, opposed the idea. He refused to hit girls, a statement that prompted Xiao Yang to give Shan permission to unleash a slap across the boy's face. No need for her to hold back, either. She could use her full strength. As for taking a hit, Zhang Qi was quite confident in his durability, especially after being boosted by mutant cores. But before he could even finish bragging, Shan unleashed a mighty slap that nearly dislocated his jaw and utterly disfigured his face. Brother Chong and Xiao Kai had to jump in and halt the momentum. Shan was completely surprised by her sudden power-up. Xiao Yong had been kind enough to inject her with a physical enhancement serum, bringing her up to a level just below Brother Chong's. Januki still thought he was higher on the power totem pole. Of course, Xiao Kai had to trash-talk his buddy a little for being so moody. With every preparation settled, Xiao Yong then assigned everyone their roles for the upcoming woodland expedition. alongside his best fighters. He selected the leader of the new troop as their guide. Mr. Leader quickly turned down the assignment. He'd already escaped that place once and vowed to never return. Li Chung goaded the man for chickening out. But Mr. Leader had a reasonable explanation. He didn't have comrades or family in the neighboring city. He would gladly stay in the fortress to work as a laborer, safe from danger. So the guy who lost his girl stepped up to the plate and volunteered to be the guide. Meanwhile, in the western suburbs, buff evolvers were combing through buildings for someone. Day by day, his brain was functioning slower and slower. If he didn't get fresh human meat soon, it would only get worse. The banging in his head was suddenly interrupted by the sound of banging in the distance. He quickly ran, following the lustful sounds. Upon opening the metal door of an abandoned building, he was greeted by the sight of two couples entangled in passion. Buff, revolver in hand, he cleared his throat to catch their attention and stop the action. The foursome immediately recognized him, but they certainly weren't thrilled to see him again. Va a volver quickly assured them he hadn't come to this place to steal anything. This time, in fact, he had come to share information. The women didn't trust his words at all. Everyone here had bitten the bullet and embraced their half-monster nature, claiming there was no point in lying. Buff a Volver swore he wasn't lying. He'd found a community of pure humans and seen that they were armed to the teeth. Now, he was asking for help to hunt them. The half-monsters crowded him, with their equally buff bodies, evaluating his every word and action. In the end, the half-monsters agreed to trust the thief's words. This once, if the bastard lied, they could just eat him instead. Just like that, he was accepted into the group. With her alluring pose, the red-haired half-monster welcomed the newcomer to their group with a tightly warm embrace. The buff half-monster was not one to turn down such a generous offer. While something sinister unfolded inside the city, Xiao Yang's group had officially crossed the border. Their guide for this expedition was the broken-hearted Zhu Xingkai. Xiao Yang praised his bravery, and Xingkai asserted his desire for revenge on the plant mutants that killed his girl. Furthermore, his parents were still trapped in the jungle. The boss would take the point. Li Chung would cover the rear. Brother Chong and Sheng Jie would take left and right, and Xingkai would stay snug in the middle. Xiao Yang only dared to take this risky mission to stop the jungle from spreading into his territory. The rescues were just secondary. Suddenly, a damp vine fell, dropping a sticky substance on his face. Immediately, Xingkai went on high alert. He'd seen that sticky substance before. He bellowed at the boss to move, but it was already too late. A slimy vine wrapped around Xiao Yang's neck, just like a hungry python. The giant Venus flytrap revealed itself, the exact same creature that had snapped Xiao Tong in half. No one had ever escaped that voracious maw alive before, but that statistic wouldn't stand for long. Xiao Yang fearlessly grabbed the vine and pulled. He yanked that thing so hard, the creature's disgusting innards spilled out. Jing Kai was aghast. He could barely form a word. In surprise, the innards fell to the ground, making a dull thud right in front of the big boss. It wriggled like a disgusting bag of slimy, squirming grapes. The Venus flytrap must have known what was good for it and immediately tried to escape. Xiao Yang couldn't be bothered to chase, so he delegated the task to Xingjie and his tentacles. That mutated bastard did not disappoint. His tentacles extended and grabbed hold of the hungry plant. After securing a firm grip, he retracted his tentacles and dropped the pesky target down. Much to everyone's surprise, the flytrap activated its defense mechanism and released some green, noxious fumes into the air, but for some reason, the fumes didn't arouse any apprehension. In fact, it smelled good. Xiao Yong was alerted. Inhaling smoke with a strangely alluring fragrance couldn't possibly be a good thing. As he was about to warn everyone to cover their noses, all sources of light around him seemed to vanish, and everyone else was experiencing a variety of the same bizarre experiences. Pounding in his skull, he looked around and saw the crew standing still like statues. Then his attention was wrestled by a rustling in a nearby bush. A feminine figure emerged from the tall grass, calling to him. Upon closer look, it was his girl, Xiaotong. The image of her death was still fresh in his mind, seeing her in the flesh. Once more overloaded his common sense, he moved toward her, a mix of hope and disbelief. A swirl of relief and disbelief churned in his mind. Xiaotong beckoned, urging him to draw a little closer. She revealed the rest of the survivors were safely nearby, absolutely entranced by the sight of his girl. Shinkai willingly followed her voice, completely captivated. Meanwhile, as that unfolded, another critical mission. The raid on the steel mill was also well underway. The half-monsters had reached their gruesome target, an entire factory brimming with pure human meat. One of the creatures drooled, a sickening anticipation, upon catching the first whiff of their unsuspecting prey. There's nothing quite like pure, untainted, he hissed, clean human meat to truly whet the appetite. The others tried to rein him in, urging him to calm. But his vision had already turned a furious crimson, from an insatiable, overwhelming hunger, before they could even restrain the wild creature. He darted forward, unable to resist any longer. The mad brute charged in, heedless of any plan, ready to devour, utterly devoid of any coherent plan. The factory guards immediately spotted the intruder, as soon as he breached their perimeter. But these untrained scrubs couldn't react in time. Before they could even raise their rifles, chaos erupted. One of their comrades had already been viciously devoured. When the gunshots exploded, Li Hongli was instantly alerted. Li Hongli was alerted to the escalating crisis. The guards had never encountered a half-monster before. They could handle mindless zombies, no problem. But this was definitely above their pay grade. Their AK-47 bullets were completely useless. Every clean hit was instantly nullified and healed, paying no mind to the barrage of hot lead. The hunter did what he did best, annihilate. He could have wiped out the entire outer guard, if old Lee hadn't shown up in the nick of time, to deliver a powerful kick directly to his stomach. A single brutal attack sent the hunter spinning through the air like a ballerina. Halfway through the spin, he regained control and made a clean landing, barely within striking range. Old Lee could just pelt him with high-caliber bullets. From afar, the dumbass had no choice but to retreat. From afar, he'd be riddled with bullets. Up close, he'd take a merciless beating. Old Lee yelled at his men, his voice booming. "Take the injured back to the infirmary," he commanded, "and try to stop the bleeding now." The dumbass. The half-monster limped back to his crew's hiding spot, humiliated and bleeding. He couldn't even make it all the way back, without collapsing. But instead of concern, his group just showed him disdain. They'd already told him to be patient, but he was too stupid to control his urges. The dumbass barked at his crew to stop screwing around and just give him some meat for recovery. But that's not how this group works. If someone is too stupid and weak, they get ditched until the very end, conceited and tired of his whining. One of the girls stomped on the back of his neck until he stopped breathing. Fewer mouths to feed are always better, and more meat for everybody else. So the 4 remaining half-monsters devised a plan to get the meat held up inside the factory. While the boys were struggling to think of a decent idea, the girls had already figured it out. They might be monsters who crave flesh, but they look human through and through. All they have to do is walk right through the front door. Back in the woods, Shinkai hesitated for a bit when he felt an unnatural force pulling him towards the image of Xiaotong. The creature impersonating her was growing impatient, and the mask was slipping. But before she could do anything to Shinkai, the shapeshifter was beheaded by a flying knife for the second time in just a few days. The poor guy had to watch his girl die a brutal death. The one who threw that blade was Xiaoyang. Even he was mesmerized by the illusion for a second, still reeling from shock. Shinkai directed his rage at the big boss. Xiaoyang then forced the poor bastard to look at the bushes again. Slowly but surely, the bloody deception dissipated, revealing the truth. The girl of his dreams was nothing but a bundle of crisscrossing vines. That plant is double-cheeked up, though I wouldn't mind getting hypnotized at all. Honestly, afterward, Xiaoyang made the rounds to wake everyone else up from their mental prisons. Li Chun felt like several years had passed, and even the 2 mutants were affected by the mirage. Xiaoyang reckoned that the flower Must have released some kind of hallucinogenic gas. Driven by curiosity, he dug into the internal structure of that vine bundle, wondering if it held a mutant core. Unfortunately, the creature he'd killed was merely a puppet, not its true form. The vines clearly stretched deep underground, meaning the main body was likely far away. Just for the heck of it, he followed the roots and unearthed something strange. It resembled a potato or taro, seemingly a nutrient storage organ for some freaky creature. Just in case, he sent this strange tuber into his dimensional space. Maybe it's edible, who knows? He turned to Shinkai for more info about these strange plant creatures. Shinkai only knew how dangerous they could be. However, Oldie might know a bit more. Oldie is an expert from the Agricultural and Forest Research Institute. Before Shinkai and the gang escaped, he was stationed in a high-rise settlement. Eager to learn more, Xiao Yang changed his plans to meet with Old He. Back at the steel mill, the half-monsters finally pulled the trigger on their cunningly simple plan. Red came limping in, acting exhausted and scared, but made sure her goods were still visible. To really sell the act, she tripped and fell near the front gate. From that moment, one of the guards patrolling the wall spotted her. The guards immediately gathered, thinking a survivor was running towards their settlement. As guards, they knew the protocol for strangers, but any of them would forget those things. At the sight of Red, one of the guards wanted to report to the higher-ups first, but a more impressionable guard just wanted to bring her to the safety of the walls. Red cried for help, and the simple guard fell for every word. From a distance, the rest of the half-monsters watched in amusement. Even they were impressed by Red's outstanding performance. Of course, the other chick won't let herself be overshadowed. She claims she's even better. Red has practically secured safe passage into the den of fresh meat. Back in the woods, the crew is having a hard time navigating through the limited light of the dense jungle. Thankfully, they reached the next city without more trouble. When they got within earshot of the old base camp, someone called Shinkai's name. Peeking through a wall was his Aunt Yang. Under normal circumstances, he would have run straight into her arms, but he almost died earlier because of that. He wiped his eyes, and Xiao Yang laughed. He assured the dude that they were no longer under the effect of the hallucinogenic gas. On the other side, Annie Yang's camp is also freaking out, thinking that whoever comes out of the woods is an enemy. Some wanted to grab Shinkai and bring him to safety, while the others weren't even sure if it was him. Anymore, Aunt Yang seems to be on the fight. First, ask about the later side. She led a few men to attack with their various weapons, hoping to catch the intruders by surprise. Shinkai could easily wipe these people off the face of the planet in one sweep, but Xiao Yang urged everyone to calm down. A couple of arrows flew in their direction, and the big boss easily swatted them away. With his bare hands, with his commanding voice, he yelled at the opposing strangers to stand down, and it seemed to work. Shinkai jumped in the middle, that these people with him were not enemies. Aunt Yang seemed convinced enough to stop shooting their useless shots. Shinkai elaborated that Xiao Yang and the ganger from outside the jungle. When asked about the rest of the party, Shinkai had to break the news that half of his friends were killed or injured, including Xiao Tong. When asked to be led inside, the city's people were naturally ambivalent about the idea. The main reason was, of course, the big boss chimed in to offer some assurances. He even asked the mutants to say something, and asserted that even if he's ugly, he's actually very gentle. Sheng Jie, on the other hand, flexed his muscles so that everyone could gawk at him. Xiao Yang was embarrassed. He thought the two would act normally. After much deliberation, Annie Yang finally permitted them entry. Back in the steel mill Shan, Akira drifted to the front gate to check on their people in the west. He radioed Old Lee to open the gates. Before going in, her sharp senses picked up something hostile. Lurking nearby, it was faint, and it came as fast as it went. The half-monsters quickly retracted their bloodlust and continued hiding. Old Lee personally opened the door for Shan. Once she was inside, the half-monsters could finally breathe. They almost got exposed. All three of them sensed that the girl was an evolver, a pure evolver at that. They never thought it would be possible regardless. All they could think about was how good she would taste. Furthermore, eating an evolver would surely grant them a huge power boost. Shan Shan went straight to the infirmary to check on the victims attacked by that madman. Earlier, Xiao Yang put Shan Shan in charge of carrying the infection inhibitors in case something like this happened. Old Li felt hesitant. His men have been bitten for hours and are yet to exhibit any symptoms. It's highly likely that the guy who attacked them was not a zombie. There are so many questions in the air, and Red asserts that she has the answer. She alleged that in the western suburbs, mutated people have gathered to hunt humans. Old Lee had never seen Red before, but it sounds like the woman knows what she's talking about. She cried out, adding that those mutants are far worse than zombies. They're intelligent, and they hunger for flesh. According to her, she barely escaped the grasp of one, only after stumbling upon a bike. To Old Lee, it sounded like Red had just dumped the entire problem onto his lawn. Red profusely apologized for causing trouble, and the simp guard immediately backed her up, condemning Old Lee for daring to pass the blame. Lee clarified that he just wants to know everything he can about the enemy. So, Red warned everyone to brace themselves for another wave of attack. Seeing as the poor woman didn't even have clothes on, Old Lee urged her to get some rest first, while the rest of the group quietly left the room. Shan, however, was the only one, keeping a close eye on the newcomer. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but something about Red rubbed her the wrong way. In the end, she attributed it to the paranoia and stress, given how heavy his responsibilities were these days. Back in CDs, the group had finally reached the high-rise, located in an area covered in thick green smog. Xiaoyang asked why the survivors didn't use a more convenient location, with stronger structures nearby. Well, that's because staying low on the ground is a death sentence. In this city, the green mist gets denser the lower you go. Breathing in this nasty stuff for too long will turn a normal human into a plant mutant. Only buildings with 10 floors or higher are safe, as the fog is thin enough there. Everybody took the stairs and continued talking. On the way up, at the top of the high-rise, Xiaoyang finally met up with Professor He. They gave a rundown of the situation outside the jungle and the problems in the other cities. After explaining the mutant situation, Xiaoyang invited Brother Chong and Shunjia to come in and meet everyone in the high-rise settlement. As for T-City, B-City, or abroad, there was no available information out there. Up to now, there were no signs of organized rescue. Everyone was on their own. Xiaoyang pulled out the bizarre potato he'd unearthed earlier and questioned the professor about its nature. Professor He calmly identified it as a tuber from those plant mutants. It's edible, and the high-rise residents have been surviving on it for some time. If not for the dire food shortage, they never would have dared to eat something so utterly freakish. Nevertheless, good survival food is a game-changing discovery. Their meeting was abruptly cut short by an emergency, unfolding just outside the building. Peering out the windows, they could see a massive horde of plant mutants gathering and completely surrounding the high-rise. They identified these enemies as what's known as flower carts. Hearing that term, Professor He's expression darkened considerably. Flower carts could spell the end. For everyone in this building today, the professor raised his voice, demanding everyone's immediate attention. Women and children must climb to the top floor and seal themselves inside secure rooms. Everyone who can fight must take up arms. Professor He would rather let a few survive than see everyone perish. His people listened to him, willing to lay their lives on the line. For the settlement, Professor He reckoned that Xiaoyang was still too young, so he should join the others in hiding on the higher floors. The big boss scoffed, assuring the professor that he'd be perfectly fine. In fact, he's a little curious. About what kind of monster could scare everyone this badly? Professor, he warned everyone that if they failed to reach the flower cart's core body in time, everyone would be as good as dead. You see, the flower cart can control other plant mutants, It likely uses something akin to pheromones. It can launch large-scale, organized attacks. Its main body must be nearby, and it is pissed, much to the professor's panic. Xiaoyang opened the window to the room. He materializes a rifle out of thin air. His goal, to gauge the enemy's strength first. From the top floor, he precisely snipes the encroaching plant mutants. As expected, these buggers are incredibly resilient. They can regenerate fatal injuries in mere moments. Still, Xiaoyang wants to push the limits of their overpowered, regenerative ability. He focused fire on one mutant in particular, turning its body into Swiss cheese from afar. Like the others, this bullet-ridden insult to Mother Nature stood strong, but it only clung to life for a short while, before finally collapsing to the ground. Based on that experiment, it seems like taking down one of those bastards requires 2 magazines. That's hardly a good trade, so it's no wonder everyone's so terrified. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaoyang has a near-infinite supply of weapons and ammo, stashed away in his personal dimension. Pulling dozens of crates out of thin air was shocking enough. But when the young man used his bare hands to pry those nailed wooden crates open, the high-rise residents were truly befuddled. The crates contained the natural counter for plants, Molotov cocktails. Xiaoyang instructs the high-risers to use those crates in case any mutants slip through the cracks. Without elaborating further, the young man leaps out of the window without delay. His mutant brothers swiftly follow suit. 3 insane bastards leap off the 16th floor, like they don't value their lives. At least their landings were undeniably cool. Each one posed for maximum swagger, as they flexed on the ugly plant mutants. As soon as they entered melee range, the eager creatures rushed in. They were met by Xiaoyang's hand, digging into their wiry skulls. With one forceful pull, the big boss beheads the first enemy that crosses him. Brother Chong is no slouch either. He's fast, strong, and his fighting style is comparable to that of the boss. As for Shang Zhe, this guy is just pure aura and a walking hype machine. His tentacles did most of the heavy lifting, and it was a bloody, glorious spectacle. His professor finally realizes how foolish he sounded when he urged Xiaoyang to hide earlier. Thankfully, Li Chun was also up there to rally everyone. He took over to deal with any stragglers and invited anyone confident in their skills to grab Molotov cocktails and guard the stairwell. Seeing hope for the first time in months, the morale of the high-rise residents couldn't be higher. Downstairs, Xiaoyang cleaned up the remaining mutant plant that was to be disposed of. Like clockwork, he tasked his mutant brothers to search the bodies and check for cores. As for him, he's itching to personally see that flower cart thing everyone's been raving about. The few stragglers that snuck past the killing machines were easily dealt with using fire. Thanks to Xiaoyang and his crew, there were no casualties this time around, while everybody was busy making sure that the high-rise was safe. Our boy followed his instincts. Deep into the woodlands, he traversed the land like a damn shinobi, and finally found the twisted thing. The subject of everyone's nightmare, the flower cart in the middle of the woods, the main body, and the beast causing all the problems in City S, is coughing up green fog. Suddenly, every nerve in his body demanded that he jump out of danger. Xiaoyang followed his instinct and avoided a one-hit kill. Such a powerful force might be equivalent to Zhang Shengjie's tentacles. Still, our big boss here has gotten pretty good at fighting tentacle types. Over the past few weeks, all he really has to do is outclass the thing. In a contest of sheer power, feeling threatened, the flower cart spewed a thick cloud of spores. Unfortunately for the poor beast, Xiaoyang never falls for the same trick twice. Before the spores reached him, he took a deep, steadying breath, holding it in. The field below was choked with those nasty green clouds. Suddenly, the flower cart began wriggling like a trapped bug. It dropped. Its bulbous body parts and roots emerged from underneath. The flower cart was desperately trying to flee, flailing its plethora of disgusting limbs. But that pitiful escape attempt won't work against Jiang Xiaoyang. He moved his fingers, swiftly drawing a sigil, and summoned the slave mark. His new power swirled around the mutated beast. A few minutes later, back at the survivor building, everyone was alerted by the flower cart's true body arriving. Professor, he was utterly beside himself. He'd never forget how brutal that beast had been, with its grotesque, twisted form. After parking his new slave right in the driveway, Xiaoyang pulled up, acting like it was business as usual. He simply asked Zhang Shengzhe and Brother Chong if they'd harvested all the mutant cores downstairs. In his own broken, guttural language, Shengzhe reported collecting quite a few cores. Brother Chong reliably translated. One of his mutant buddies talked like he was chewing gravel, and the other spouted gibberish. Listening to them was truly exhausting. Then the professor finally brought up the elephant in the room. What the hell is going on with that flower cart? Parked right in the building's driveway. Xiao Yang nonchalantly replied that the mutant was one of them now. To convince the survivors, he brought them out to the parkway to prove there was no need to be afraid anymore. The old professor bit the bullet and cautiously approached the veiny anomaly. He touched the flower cart with clear apprehension and asked, how the hell did the young man tame such a monster? Ignoring his question, Xiaoyang asked instead what the professor's opinion about the plant was. As a seasoned botanist, the old man reckoned that, although it had mutated to an unrecognizable degree, it should still retain its botanical instincts and traits, much like in the animal kingdom. Competition among plants can be just as brutal, especially when it comes to prey. The constant struggle for sunlight defines their world. For instance, in their world, trees were forced to evolve, growing ever taller, to capture precious sunlight, while lower-growing plants adapted in their own unique ways. That's why, in denser forests, the thicker the canopy, the sparser the grass. His professional guess is that the flower cart evolved its aggression because it lost its early advantage during mutation. With sunlight no longer an option, it had to adapt and use other living beings as sustenance. Suddenly, the flower cart extended one of its vines. Heading for Xiaoyang, Li Cheng quickly reacted, pulling out a tiny baby knife to defend his boss. Wholly unaffected, the young man asked his underling to stand down. With the slave mark in place, he let the vine proceed. It was utterly impossible for the thing to disobey. It turns out the vine was heading for his spine. Upon connecting with his skin, the vine transmitted something directly into his neural pathways. The flower cart communicated that. The professor's analysis was spot on. The entire city has become a battlefield for mutant plants. They now rely on devouring animals and humans for nutrients, since the hulking tumor plant had now become his servant. The flower cart survival was now Xiaoyang's responsibility. To express its gratitude, the flower cart opened up and exposed its radioactive-looking core. As a sign of mutual trust, it willingly handed the spongy core to its new master. Upon making contact with Xiaoyang's palm, the core seamlessly integrated itself into his body. As usual, Li Cheng was worried, but this was a simple ritual to cement the master and servant symbiosis. To try out what he gained from this ritual, Xiaoyang whisked his palm out. Out of nowhere, an array of vines spawned and shot out. With great impact, the vines swiftly wrapped around a nearby tree, holding it with immense force. Then, with a simple thought, Xiaoyang's finesse crushed the thick tree trunk into two pieces. Shang-Ji was utterly bewildered. As far as he could tell, these vines were stronger than his own powerful tentacles. At that very moment, Xiaoyang triumphantly unlocked the gardener achievement, handsomely rewarding him with a hefty 150 points. While City S was finally being liberated, the Western Steel Mill came under a brutal attack. An unknown cannibalistic threat had arrived, and that mutant redhead was skillfully laying down hooks. The unsuspecting survivors in the mill kept taking the bait. After hearing a gentle knock on her door, she quickly put on her most helpless expression and opened her room to a man, attempting to deliver a late-night snack. A pretty tasty one at that. She was, after all, an expert in pretending to be the ultimate damsel in distress. The guy, on the other hand, was trying his best to play the ultimate good guy, feigning concern for the newcomer. Red provocatively grabbed him closer, extending her sincere thanks. Taking that as his definitive ghost signal, the horned dog pounced at the seemingly helpless woman, but she quickly pulled back from the thirsty gooner. She swiftly retreated into her room, startled. To his credit, the persistent horned dog apologized for completely misinterpreting her signal. Well, that wasn't exactly the case, really. Red just wanted to take this thing of theirs outside the confines of the factory. On account of the room's paper-thin walls, of course. And of course, the poor dude blindly followed her. It was a classic hook, line, and sinker deal. Outside the grim steel mill walls, the two played hide the sausage as loudly as they possibly could. When they finished, his very soul was completely drained. He was absolutely smitten by Red's stunning beauty and technique. They'd already exchanged multiple kinds of bodily fluids, yet he never even bothered to ask for her name. Suddenly, the passionate, romantic mood rapidly dissipated when he noticed something chilling nearby. The horned dog spotted a torn sleeve of his buddy's jacket sticking out of a filthy, discarded plastic drum. When he cautiously opened the lid, he was greeted by the horrifying sight of gory innards and an unrecognizable, congealed blood soup. At that very moment, Red ferociously pounced at her unsuspecting prey, wrapping her sharp claws tightly around his neck. At least the poor dude got to have his fun before becoming their next gruesome meal. Outside the steel mill, Red's group was still lurking nearby and keeping out of sight, but Musclehead got caught napping, and he was whacked behind the head. He was assigned to keep watch, and Baldy absolutely doesn't tolerate slacking off. This was extremely important. They needed to be ready for when Red finally gave them the signal to launch their attack. While the boys argued, Blondie started to feel antsy because Red still hadn't signaled. It was starting to feel like Red was hogging all the fresh, untainted meat in that mill all to herself. So the three decided to check around the factory to find any traces of that selfish bitch. With their superior sense of smell, they were guided toward the leftovers. They found the drums of discarded blood and guts. Now, they were sure Red had decided to go solo. Blondie assured the boys that there was a simple solution to this. If Red could charm her way in, so could she. They had already been betrayed once tonight. Baldy was naturally opposed to the idea. They already had one meat hog. Sending in another would be stupid. Musclehead had to step in to try and pull Baldy away from Blondie. She wasn't entirely wrong. She was their best and only shot at getting him right now. Baldy could see that too. He agreed to send Blondie in, but warned her that if she copied Red, he would storm in and kill the traitorous bitches, even if he died in the process. So after a little more deliberation, they went with the plan that had succeeded earlier. Blondie put on her best helpless act and knocked at the gates. At first, the guards stationed at the front gate were up in arms, with their pistols at the ready. Blondie, feigning tears, gave them her spiel about how she was being chased by zombies and had barely escaped with her life. Upon seeing her assets, the horny guards praised their luck for snagging another baddie after rescuing another not long ago. Some would even argue Blondie boasts a better figure. Before Blondie was led inside, without the required examination, Red stormed out of the mill to warn the boys not to trust the witch. She asserted Blondie was the mutant, disguised as a human who tried to eat her before. Red irately yelled at the boys to shoot the flesh-eating bitch, trusting the newcomer's words. They emptied their magazines into the lady, chasing her out of the gate. Blondie felt the bullets tearing through her flesh and body, leaving her riddled with lethal holes. She tripped, accidentally exposing what was under her short dress. The guards ran back inside to get some gasoline to burn her body. That gave Blondie enough time to recover a little and escape. These guards were so incompetent. There were 3 of them, and they didn't leave one to guard the body. While they reported the incident to Brother Lee and Sister Sean, Blondie had already limped her way back to her group. After spending all her energy to retreat, she slumped down to their feet, knowing that she was damaged goods now. Blondie begged them to be spared. She even swore to do whatever they say from now on. Baldy didn't even budge at her desperate pleas. They're the same kind, and they know what being compromised means. He grabbed a big boulder with one hand and lifted that thing above his head. Well, They can always come up with a new plan to secure the food in the settlement. Before he could crush her head with the boulder, Baldy's blood was spilled first. Musclehead intervened and slit the bastard's throat from behind. His bald ass head hit the floor, and his headless body followed thereafter. Musclehead licked his blade clean, savoring the blood as Blondie thanked him profusely, and he promised to give her Baldy's arm and leg, to heal just enough. As for the rest of their buddy's meat, Musclehead would feast. Blondie could tell that Musclehead was clearly driven by pure greed. If she had been the one to die tonight, Musclehead would have gotten nothing but scraps. But with this ambush, he seizes the upper hand and the lion's share. Back inside the steel mill, the leaders are finally noticing the increasing number of missing members. Li Hongli is stressed, wondering what kind of leader he'd be if these disappearances kept happening right under his nose. Having had enough of this mysterious problem, Shan decides to make her move. She surveys the outskirts of the steel mill, hoping to find any sort of clue. It doesn't take her long to find the bloody drums of horror and slaughter. She brings some armed men over, and they confirm their boy's torn jacket is mixed with the viscera. They even spot Horn Dog's shoe floating in the gruesome mess. Red feels the walls starting to close in on her. Baldy and his gang must have dug up her leftovers and left them exposed. Shan doesn't see any signs of struggle inside or around the settlement. It had been a pretty quiet night, too. So she turns to the newcomer, asking what this all means. Knowing she's utterly screwed, Red's whole body shivers. She can't exactly use her usual moves on Shan. Without hesitation, Sister Shan draws her blade and tosses it toward Red's vital points. The cannibalistic newcomer feels her life flash before her eyes, staring down the tip of the blade. Before the dagger can pierce her ample chest, Red collects herself and dashes out of the way. With inhuman speed, the knife speeds past her, decimating some poor trees. Shan was the only one who suspected Red when she first arrived, and now they have confirmation. Red realizes how this looks. She is completely exposed now. Her free meat scam was short-lived. Put in a desperate position, she lunges towards the nearest dude she can grab. She whips out a knife she stashed God knows where and snatched the guy hostage, threatening to slit his throat right then and there. If anyone moved, Shan pushed back. If that psycho killed another one of their people, Red wasn't walking out of here alive. Red absolutely couldn't accept that. This young lady had her cornered. If it came down to it, she'd accept death just to drag a few of them down with her. Slowly, she backed away from the crowd, all while incessantly threatening to carve her hostage's carotid artery open as soon as she was far enough. Red snatched her hostage's gun and kicked him to the curb. Out of pure spite, she shot the poor guy in the ass and then bolted from the steel mill's outskirts. Maintaining her calm, Shan grabbed her gun and aimed with pinpoint precision. She pulled the trigger and managed to pepper the cannibal in multiple places. Red powered through the fresh holes in her body, bleeding out, refusing to let that mutant bitch off. Shan ran for her bike to chase Li Hong. Li stepped in to discourage her. They didn't know if Red had a group waiting for her. To be safe, they needed to lock down the settlement. Uncle Li made perfect sense. Shan quickly ordered her boys to heighten the screening of new survivors. Newcomers would be quarantined in the safe house for now. She'd head back to the main fortress. Honestly, Li Hongli was quite impressed by the young woman's sheer capability and her decisiveness in handling such a tricky situation. Back in the woods of S-City, ordinary mutated plant undead still roamed freely, but not for long. To get some practice with his new ability, Zhang Xiaoyong and Shang led the entire pack, while clearing away obstacles with their vines and tentacles. And for these two overpowered mutants, clearing out the area was as simple as breathing. This process freed up Brother Zhang and Li Qing to retrieve cores and burn the bodies. They ignited quite a massive bonfire, using undead bodies as firewood. Professor, he didn't know if he should feel safe with their savior or feel the intense pressure of their immense power. Xiao Yang's Utopia mission is gaining serious momentum, netting him a hefty haul of points to spend. His group is firing on all cylinders, with the plant mutant threat now utterly trivialized. It didn't take long for Xiao Yang's crew and the S-City survivors to reach the main fortress. Uncle Sheng welcomed them warmly, giving the young boss a full rundown of recent events. While he was briefly away, Xiao Yang then introduced the people from S-City, led by the brilliant botany expert from the Agricultural and Forestry Academy, Professor He. For now, the S-City folk will temporarily stay in the fortress. Once preparations are complete, they'll be moved to the edge of the city jungle. There, they will establish a crucial third settlement. Just then, Shan pulled up on her bike, urgency in her eyes. She reported everything that went down in the Western Steel Mill and proposed the same heightened security measures for the main fortress. The rigorous screening process, however, won't apply to Professor He's people. The boss already vouched for them personally. Upon hearing news that they'd lost a few people in the steel mill, Xiao Yang wasn't alarmed at all. He took it as good news instead. The more threats loom over his utopia, the more glorious mission rewards he can reap. Speaking of missions, the 4th volume of the Villain Vanquisher mission has just kicked off. Eliminating threats from the western outskirts would bag him a chunky 120 points. Meanwhile, Red, who had just fled within an inch of her life, finally reached her hiding spot. She heard footsteps approach and felt her black heart skip a beat. The recently recovered Blondie loomed menacingly over the traitorous witch, laughing at her pathetic fumble. Injured and forced to crawl back to the very animals she had just betrayed, Red tried to excuse her actions as a big misunderstanding. She nearly got Blondie killed, so a death sentence is more than justified. Blondie pressured Musclehead to brutally finish off Red, so they could, at the very least, feast on her flesh. In response, Musclehead brandished his rusty metal pipe, but aimed it squarely at Blondie, just like last time. He snuck up from behind, taking out yet another teammate. At this point, the blame falls squarely on Blondie for foolishly turning her back on a known scumbag. Musclehead had no qualms about pulling the same stunt twice, knowing full well she was as good as dead. Blondie frantically warned Red not to trust him. He's only doing this to secure his own advantageous position and would betray anyone without a second thought. At this point, Red didn't really care, as long as she wasn't the one getting whacked. In one last desperate attempt to persuade Musclehead to spare her life, she tried to jog her memory regarding Red's betrayal. But for cannibalistic mutants like them, words held no meaning anymore. Since that failed, Blondie resorted to offering Musclehead her body. Unfortunately for her, Musclehead had a clear preference, redheads over blondes. Using his bare hands, he brutally finished Blondie off. What followed was his predictable, horrifying scheme. He offered Red an arm and a leg for her survival, while he gorged himself on the remainder of Blondie's flesh. Back in the main fortress, the high-ranking officers were strategizing what to do against the marauding cannibals in the west. Li Chun himself had been an unaware cannibal not long ago, but based on Shan's report, these new mutants were far more terrifying. These people had been utterly and completely stripped of all their human restraints. They were horrifically selfish, short-sighted, furious, indulgent, gluttonous, and insatiably bloodthirsty, driven mad by their addiction to human flesh. Xiao Yang made a mental note to deal with this bunch of freaks in the West, but he had more pressing matters to attend to right now. Li Chung would be deployed back to the steel mill for added support and to tighten up security measures. In the literal blink of an eye, 2 months flew by without a single major incident occurring. Somewhere deep within the woods, a group of survivors was considering relocation. If they remained in their current hideout, they faced certain death. So they quickly packed their remaining food and essentials and bravely ventured into the woods. They chose to venture out in the dead of night. Since the plant, creatures are far more active during the day. Unfortunately for them, their time of departure made little difference. They were still spotted by a whole battalion of mutant plants. Upon initial contact, many were captured and swiftly consumed. Right off the bat, the remaining group desperately tried to run for their lives, only to find themselves trapped in a deadly encirclement. There was only one path left. but eerie noises echoed from within it. They were doomed either way, so they might as well take the risk of going down a potentially dangerous route. After a few more grueling miles of running, the survivors were utterly exhausted and winded. Suddenly interrupting their run, a massive tree came crashing down directly towards their position. The group scrambled to take cover, terrified of what kind of creature could possibly knock an entire tree over. As the dust settled, they saw a group of people chopping down trees using chainsaws. One of the survivors immediately recognized Zhu Xinkai among the loggers. Xinkai, in turn, was surprised to see a familiar face. It was Liang. He then gave his buddy the full rundown of how they'd settled in M City. Just then, the ominous sound of plant mutant footsteps growing closer interrupted their reunion. Seeing Liang freaking out, Xinkai laughed, saying there's no need to get so worked up about a few plant freaks. Then, with a casual air, Xinkai coolly pulled out a radio and reported a creature encounter in his squad sector. Once the message was relayed, he invited Liang and his crew to join them and step aside. Just a few moments later, the anti-plant squad rolled up fully geared, and they were equipped with flamethrowers. Liang and his crew were absolutely floored. The firing squad quickly took their positions and fired up their grills, ready to cook some mindless undead. Wielding flamethrowers, they incinerated those bastards, making the mutants roar and shriek in agonizing pain. Li Chong, Brother Chong, and Sheng Ji also joined the fray. At this point, they barely even need to lift a finger to handle such minor inconveniences anymore. Liang simply couldn't believe it, that such a powerful human force existed out there, one that had amassed such terrifying strength. And it's all thanks to Chief Xiaoyang. Liang spotted the mutated duo with Li Qing and nearly soiled his pants. Xing Kai and the others had long since grown accustomed to working with the duo, easily dismissing Liang's frantic worries. Xing Kai invited his buddy to join their thriving settlement and finally meet their legendary chief. The third settlement they'd established on the jungle's edge had been progressing incredibly smoothly. They had even successfully built an entire farm. Liang simply couldn't believe his eyes. While he had been living in constant fear, someone else had figured out how to farm. Right in a jungle teeming with monstrous plants. And it wasn't normal farming either. They were growing mutated crops. Seeing the grotesque, mutated potato in his hand, Liang understandably freaked out and hurled it away. Xinkai explained that these crops were practically identical to the walking, munching plant creatures by nature, but they had modified them into high-yield and easy-to-harvest food crops. And just like everything else, this project was all thanks to Chief Xiaoyang, the professor. He spearheaded the farming process for these mutated crops, transforming them into an edible, fruitful food source. Thanks to Xiaoyang's connections with Flower Cart, modifying the properties of mutated crops became incredibly easy. In fact, they're already nearing harvest season. Land reclamation is proceeding without a hitch. The old professor oversees all expansion efforts, while Li Cheng handles all security. Now that the third settlement is completely stable, it's time to finally deal with those cannibal bastards. In the western outskirts, near M City's borders, two people walk leisurely, as if they own the entire place. Naturally, it was Zhang Xiaoyong and Brother Chong. The muzzled mutant alerted his chief, warning that someone was tailing them. Xiaoyong could sense it too. They were being hounded by a group, on par with Zhang Qi's team from the fortress. The duo's plan? Pretty straightforward. Get Brother Chong fed as expected. Red and Musclehead were actually hunting them, eager to seize the perfect chance to feast. But before she could even jump into action, Musclehead stopped the impulsive lady from attacking. From their vantage point, he noted they were a tad bit too late. Some other group had already claimed the prey. A large group of cannibal mutants, bulky men and curvaceous women, all in impractical outfits, had swarmed Xiaonon and Brother Chong. They were practically salivating at the sight of such a top-quality catch. Poor, stupid cannibals, man. This rabbit group had never seen a pure revolver like Xiaoyong ever before. If they could just get a taste of his meat, who knows what kind of upgrade they could get. Because of Brother Chong, they assumed. The young man had the ability to control zombies. Maybe they could absorb that ability upon consumption too. They'd be unstoppable if that were the case. Meanwhile, Red couldn't help but click her tongue and give way to the bigger squad. Musclehead, on the other hand, wanted to stay and watch the situation develop. Not even a minute passed, and chaos had already erupted downstairs. Brother Chong moved like an unleashed beast, tearing through the evolvers like they were made of paper. Zhang Xiaoyong wielded his blade with finesse and an undeterred calm. With every slash, he claimed heads. The dumbass squad, or what was left of them, booked it out of that area. As soon as it became clear they were the prey, not the predators, one of the unfortunate cannibals tried to run away by scaling a nearby building. The very building Red and Musclehead were hiding in. This puts them in a precarious position. If that young man glances their way, they'd be absolutely toast, and unfortunately for them, that nightmare might just become reality. Xiao Yang effortlessly hosted a massive steel beam, as if it weighed next to nothing at all. With perfect aim and flawless form, he hurled it, sending the construction fixture rocketing like a bullet. The steel beam impaled the poor evolver, tearing through his body from behind. No one survives a hit from Xiao Yang's pipe. Red and Musclehead were mere inches away from becoming mere collateral damage, as they were splattered by the evolver's blood and guts. Holstering his blade, Xiao Yang rejoiced at this sudden windfall. Since these cannibals were decently strong, they had to have fully formed variant cores. High up in the building, Red and Musclehead dare not move or even breathe until the Omega-level threat downstairs was gone. After confirming the young man and a muzzled zombie had finally left, they surveyed the gruesome aftermath. They found that only 3 corpses had been eaten. They'd hit the jackpot by waiting and hiding. Now they could feast on the rest of these high-quality corpses while continuing their patrol along the western outskirts. Xiaoyang criticized Brother Chong for wasting meat and having such a small appetite. Suddenly, he sensed movement inside one of the many abandoned structures. Turning his attention in that direction, the young man summoned his blade once more. Knowing he'd already been spotted, some random guy popped out of the dark, crossbow in hand, warning them not to get any closer. With a single glance, Xiaoyang could tell this was just a normal dude, some unevolved civilian. Even though Four Eyes was threatening to shoot, anyone could see how terrified he was to even pull the trigger. So, Xiaoyang went with a gentler approach and tried talking first. Freaked out by every little movement, Four Eyes anxiously raised his weapon and sent one of his arrow bolts flying. At this point, with a mere flick of his finger, normal weapons like these can't even faze the chief. Xiaoyang snatched that puny thing right out of the air with shocking, casual ease. Witnessing his only weapon rendered useless so easily, he completely crushed Four Eyes' spirit. In the blink of an eye, the young man he'd intended to shoot effortlessly closed the dozens of meters between them with a single, powerful step. To prevent any more of that fuckery from happening, Xiao Yang snatched the weapon right out of the civilian's hands. Brushing Four Eyes aside, he coolly called for the other people, hiding inside the building, to come out, assuring them he wasn't a cannibal. And, just as he expected, there were about a dozen civilians bunkering down in this abandoned structure. Every single one of them was scared for their lives. At this stage of the apocalypse, Xiaoyang finds it admirable that these few people have managed to survive without resorting to cannibalism themselves. For now, he chose to tag along. As they traverse the night for a better spot, Four Eyes share that they're heading for a steel mill in the southern suburbs called Shifeng. They'd picked up a radio broadcast message about some sort of settlement, taking in survivors there. At least, that was the initial plan. They eventually gathered, however, that regular people couldn't possibly survive against the cannibals roaming the suburbs. In their travels, the group caught wind of a human settlement in the northern outskirts, actively hunting down bloodthirsty cannibals. They have it on good authority that the place exists. The word on the streets is that the leader of the settlement is strong enough to fight 5 or 6 cannibals, all by himself without breaking a sweat. Still, the western outskirts alone have at least 1,000 cannibals roaming around. One guy can't possibly protect everyone. Four Eyes believes that cannibalistic evolvers rarely form groups and prefer hunting alone. Some of the people in his group, though they argue he's dead wrong about that. Four Eyes, however, firmly believes that if cannibals truly cooperated on a massive scale, they'd all be dead from infighting by now. Meanwhile, the lone dissenter in the group is dead set on sticking to their original plan, to head straight for the Zifong steel mill, hoping to reunite with his brother, even though his brother's chances of survival are practically zero. And those chiefing people, they might be cannibals themselves. Turns out, Four Eyes was partly right in his assessment. The previous leaders of the steel mill were absolute bloodthirsty tyrants. But the new chief, he was standing right in front of them. Xiaoyang casually explained how he took down the evolvers, who used to run this entire place, and completely overturned the bloody system. As for the dissenter, he tearfully revealed that his brother's name is Li Cheng, a former deputy officer from his southern suburbs, the very same Li Cheng, who's been folded right into the chief's inner circle.